Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a new edition of This Space and a new edition of PEPAGANDA. I might get that right one of these days. Or I'll just, I got to get this like locked down where it's just like, good morning, everybody. We're here with a new week of This Space, and we're going to give you a new edition of PEPAGANDA. Let's go full radio with it. But welcome to the show, guys. I hope you are all doing well. I hope you, if you were not able to catch the stream yesterday, I hope that you guys, had a good weekend, had a good holiday. There was a lot of stuff going on. So, yeah, speaking of a lot of stuff going on, oh boy, is there a story that might be taking over the entire internet right now, specifically with leftist discourse? Because I didn't see nothing. I just there's totally just normal discourse going online right now. If you guys weren't in the Majority Report chat, holy crap, dude. I gotta just give the Majority Report mods a shout out here. Wow, your work was cut out for you today, and boy, oh boy. Yeah. Did you mean Taylor's wedding? Yes, exactly. Guys, that's exactly what it is. Come on now. We didn't talk about Taylor and what's his name? Travis? God, I just realized his name is Travis. I've never, right? Is it Travis? Travis Kelce? I don't know. I barely know. But yeah, if I'm right, yeah, Travis Kelce, right? Travis. Taylor and Travis. I just got to say, that's, yeah, it doesn't sound like your upper echelon of celebrity, couples. I don't know why. What am I expecting? Like a shit, oh crap. What's like an upper, like Chase and Chanel. There we go. That's how I picture it. Speaking of, we gotta. Oh, T. Oh, okay. So I just got the update. Yes, I was correct. TNT is what they're. Ew. Anyway, yeah, that happened. I guess. Yeah, do we care? I mean, I know my wife did. So, but you know what? Because she cares, and also, yeah, you know what? Hey, sometimes you just got to pay attention to some things that aren't politics. Maybe that's healthy. I don't know. After last night, holy crap. So I'm just gonna say it. Yeah. Last night I kind of went through the gamut of just real-time opinions. And I kind of purposefully said, I am not solidifying this as like my opinion on what is going on with Graham Plattner. I was just rolling out this is a little sus. Here's the accusations. Like, we really did a deep dive into it. And yeah. It's definitely it definitely sucks. There's not much else that we can do. Realistically, he's gonna drop out. I mean, I think that's the next step here. I mean, Bernie Sanders just made a public statement coming out saying that he condemns Graham Plattner and thinks that he should drop out. I still hold that this timing is so crazy that if she truly was about like the politics on this one, then why now? Like, I still wonder that one. Like, then why? And I think that it's kind of bullshit where anybody like from the mainstream media, they are immediately latching on to the "how dare you ask that question" kind of kind of response. And honestly, man, the ones that are getting me is the Republicans. The fact that the Republicans are coming out and they're thumbing their nose going like, we would never have this type of candidate or this type of Get fucked. Get fucked. You disingenuous cocksuckers. And honestly, I'm kind of glad that they're doing this because it does kind of, it kind of proves me right, where I was just like, oh, hey, guys. So, every time that we do this thing and we don't call out the fact that they are like just blatantly lying and like we come with receipts for them, we are kind of doing this thing where we police our like our own way more. And like, I understand that because obviously we don't want to like bring ourselves down to their level and it's all about that kind of thing. But realistically, when you have this story breaking, you don't immediately go like, hey, Kevin McCarthy, shut the fuck up. And like CNN ain't telling him to shut the fuck up. You got Jake Tapper out here fucking dancing circles. Like, seriously, the only people that are celebrating right now are the corporate establishment, AIPAC, Israel, everybody that we absolutely fucking despise. So I don't know, man. Of all people, actually, Cenk Uygur kind of said it. Congratulations to the national media on politically assassinating Graham Plattner. If he does drop out and the Democratic Party tries to give us two candidates who both are for Israel and corporate PACs, they'll never face a revolt they will face a revolt like they've never seen. Days of bullshit, false choices are over. Now, I understand where that's coming from because I also understand where some of the pushback on Cenk is coming from because they're just saying like, so you're just not even going to address the allegation. It's just like, yeah, you should definitely address the allegation and just be like, hey, yeah, if this is true, this is genuinely fucked up. I watched the video of her being interviewed on CNN, which again, I'm just going to say it, guys. Like, this seems like political op shit, and I would not put it past her being a fucking CIA op. I swear to God, man. Like, I'm starting to become that guy because realistically, how did this all just like that? And it's like they knew. Were they just waiting for that time period too, or they're just like 1 week? Let them win the primary. Just give them a week. We got this. Trust me, we got this. Or like, do you think they were saving it for the general? I don't fucking know, but oh boy, it's kind of fucked up. But it's probably true. The thing is, like, yeah, even like this is where I kind of was saying this yesterday, and this is what got me in trouble. I already saw some people get really mad at me about this, but you know what? Fuck it. No, it's not beyond the realm of reason to ask why Politico, not police. No. And the idea that this answer is like, well, she didn't want to get fuck that. Fuck that. She would rather go face public scrutiny from a political base during one of the most contested fucking elections instead of getting justice? Get fucked. And don't ever try to tell me otherwise that this is somehow a good way to approach this. No. Holy shit. This is where I can't stand the conversation behind this. Because it did turn into the Me Too thing, and it is literally just like the blanket fucking, like you're supposed to have this blanket reaction, which, no, no, how about no? Oh my God. This is why I brought up, like, I'm literally repeating the same things I said at the end of my stream yesterday, where I was just like, this is why I kept bringing up the thing about Tara Reid, where I was just like, dude, unfortunately, we had this happen in politics in a very, very hotly contested race. And the thing is, I saw a lot of Bernie bros jump on that one. And they were just like, yeah, this is 100% true. We have to take her at her word. And then it turned out that she was a complete liar, that it turned out that she was a political op. And everybody decided that they didn't want to fucking hear about it. Jet, if you're thinking Tara Reid, like the American Pie actress, that is not who I am talking about. I'm talking about the woman who accused Joe Biden of rape. But then it turned out that she changed, like, even according to her ex-husband, her current boyfriend at the time, many, many different friends that were character witnesses on it. They all said that she changed her story constantly. And then, yeah, when it came down to answering the question, she dipped out to Russia. So, yeah. Now, I kind of had a feeling that you were thinking of like what happened to Tara Reid? She get like arrested at another Comic-Con? That happened in Chicago just this year, where she got arrested for getting drunk in a hotel lobby at Comic-Con. That's American Pie Tara Reid, by the way. I'm just kind of upset that killing brown people and having a Nazi tattoo is okay, but the line is, well, again, the fact is the killing brown people thing. If we're going to do this thing where we're going to just turn off the ability to have, then Jolly Good Ginger needs to be canceled tomorrow. The Woke Farmer needs to be canceled tomorrow because they did the same thing. The thing is, and Anna, I'm actually genuinely like kind of upset that you had that kind of take where it's like, if you can't have people reform, then what are you doing? What are you doing? Like, you've never done anything horrible in your life. Are you like the sum of every mistake you've ever made? Because if that's the case, then okay, I guess you can judge people based on that. And I think that's kind of fucked up. You know, Hassan has this big thing that, and I got to give him a lot of credit on this one. He has always given people the ability to fucking change. No, it doesn't matter if they run for Senate or not. No. Honestly, if you're going to harp on that one, then like this was already lost. I'm going to be completely real. That's a bullshit fucking take. It is. It is. Especially with people that like were in the military during the fucking post 9/11 era that bought into the fucking the propaganda, the fucking patriotism. And you're going to hold them to that? I don't think so. Now, again, everything else coming out about it, like the fact that he has consistently lied and then got caught in the lie, that should have been it. And realistically, this was kind of on his team to fucking kind of like, you know, see like, well, fuck. And realistically, the one that we all have the right to be upset about is we all asked him, hey, man. And I mean, we all did. Like through the one media source, we essentially all got that question where it's, hey, is there anything else that's going to come out about this? Because, oh boy, dude. Oh boy, you're already on fucking thin ice. And he's just like, no, we didn't know that, you know, he had a partner over there fucking holding a boulder up, just waiting to throw it in the middle of the lake. Like, it's not great. But yeah, no, realistically, being a Blackwater merc, though, is another level. The thing is, even if they did that, that is so far, like, dude, that's 20 years ago, right? 20 years ago, I was a completely different fucking person, especially like if you tie in the fact that, like, I mean, he bought into the nationalism. Like, my friends that did what Graham Plattner did, they're still those same people. They wear the red hats and they have no shame about it. They don't give a fuck. What's kind of cool is the fact that he did actually give a fuck. The fact that, but what you're doing, you understand that you're essentially telling all veterans that might feel this way that they can get fucked. Like what you just said about him. Oh, well, he didn't run. They're not running for Senate. Doesn't matter, because that means that you truly hold those values about them. You think that the woke farmer was probably, you know, should be held to that standard. At least, why not? Why not? Why not hold these political activists to the same fucking standard? No, 20 years is a long fucking time. When I was 18, I was a complete fucking shithead. I was a complete fucking shithead until I hit about 30. I mean, you could argue that I'm still a shithead, but I'm not like, I'm a much more based shithead. I don't know. Angry Ginger's big on this one, and I think that he's completely on point with it, and I'm 1000% on this one. So yeah, and the tattoo accusation, I actually buy into it because I also have an idiot friend that is a vet that he got himself a pretty questionable tattoo where it was just like, okay. It was not a Totenkopf, but it definitely was one where you're like, okay, isn't that the Iron Cross? Trying to do that revisionist history shit. Well, the Iron Cross was adopted by. I remember my friend tried to do that with like the swastika. The swastika. Yeah, he tried to do that with that, where he was just like, yeah, do you know, in like ancient, you know, in the Hindu religion, it means something, and then in feudal Japan, it means, it's like, I don't care. The fact is, it's a symbol of hate. Now, can we stop? Can we stop? Like that one, you want to talk about redemption? Nah, as far as that symbol, that one has definitely been changed forever and ever. He's proven he's a liar and cannot be trusted. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's a point that I'm not even going to fucking argue. Like he does need to resign. And it sucks that we kind of he single-handedly fucked this, but The other thing is he is still denying the allegations. And I know as much as people are like, and this is probably what's going to get me in trouble, is the fact that I am asking the question, why not police? Why political? I'm going to keep reiterating that point because I don't think that's bullshit. I think that that's an absolutely fair question. Because the thing is, when I got the answer that she was afraid of the scrutiny. Oh, okay. So going on Jake Tapper, becoming a massive public figure, like, nobody knew her name just 2 days ago. The Indian swastika is not the same as the Nazi one. Oh, is it not? Oh, well, whatever. I know that it's easy for us Americans to definitely overlook it or like to look at it and just be like, well, that's not good. But my point stands where it's just like, yeah, that one got definitely bastardized. There's a huge difference. This is a direct result of personality-based politics and the absence of class politics. I mean, I guess then I would say that you better make sure that everybody that is up, going to run up on these next campaigns better have fucking squeaky clean records. And I mean squeaky clean. Because this is where I'm going to just ask this. What if it does turn out that she was another political op and this turns out to not have been a substantiated story? Because the way that they keep saying substantiated, I'm like, okay, but like just from public opinion, from us reading text messages, I just don't know. Like that's one of the ones where I'm just like, okay. Also, this is only benefiting AIPAC and the fucking political, like, just look at who this is benefiting. And this is kind of where I'm just going to continue asking these questions. You guys can talk about all of it and you guys can fucking demonize him all you want. I don't give a shit. I genuinely don't. The guy, he's a piece of shit, but to be clear, he worked for Blackwater 6 years ago. Oh, okay. When did he start his Reddit like turnaround? I don't know. When did he actually like go public with like his whole I'm going to fucking just change as a person type of thing? Because if it was who knows? We could have had this wrong entirely. He could have just been the fucking the John Fetterman op. But if that's the case, then why are we so susceptible to that shit? So reminder that this space is a free speech zone. Yeah, it is. That's kind of why I'm also giving my hot takes on this one, because realistically, it is kind of like, why wouldn't a woman who was raped go to the police? Again, why would she not do it now? Why would she go to Politico before going and getting, just putting her testimony down, trying for charges? I mean, fuck, the B&E charge alone. The fact that he broke and entered into a home that was not his own, that could have fucking, that would have been one to have it on record, I'm just saying, like, with the statute of limitations being what it is, and no, like, I understand if she didn't want to go to the cops. Like, dude, this is where, honestly, if I can't have a fucking honest discussion about this shit, then get fucked. I don't want, like, then this is where I was going at it with yesterday, where I was just like, no. Do you know how long it takes to process rape kits? Yes, and rape kits aren't the only thing that dictates whether these charges could be fucking withheld or upheld. The big one was B&E. The fact that he broke and entered and then stayed, and then the other part of it, like, I don't know, man. Like, why is it so bad to ask the fucking question of why she didn't, like, in this whole process, go to the fucking cops instead of a fucking political magazine? Fucking Jesus, fuck. Because again, most people's explanation about this is she didn't want the scrutiny. Well, she got it, dude. She got that smoke. So what the fuck? How does that withhold the fucking test here? Like, goddamn. I hate the fact that I got put in a position where now I'm just asking the fucking basic questions on this one, where it's just like that could easily be interpreted. I understand. This could easily be interpreted as like, oh, this is like that rape apologia fuck. No, it's not. No, it's not. And I'm tired of that. Honestly, this is why so many people, this is why the Me Too thing didn't fucking hit. And this is what sucks. That's what really sucks. God, the believe all fucking women messaging. Like, this is where it was the same with the Black Lives Matter messaging, or not Black Lives Matter, but the fucking defund the police shit. Like, all I've been doing is pointing out how I'm like, this has been weaponized against us so many fucking times that I'm kind of like, all right. So we don't get to do the nuance thing. And realistically, with Graham Plattner specifically, this is all up to the people of Maine. This is where I do always go back to that one where I'm like, hey, if this was somebody on my, in my district, this would have been a totally different story. Like, had Kat Abu-Ghazali pulled something like that, which, again, she kind of turned out to not be exactly how she posited herself, but no, I think it is a fair question to ask why this specific woman in this specific case did not do the thing where she would actually get some justice, where he could get taken to court, where this could be resolved. I don't get it. I'm sorry. And I think that it's, shutting down that discourse is also not helpful. Because I'll tell you right now, there are a lot of people asking these same questions. Technically, he can still be replaced on the ballot by next week to answer the timing question. Yeah, that's why I'm saying this is totally the DNC doing it. Like, I'm telling you, like, Andrea, all due respect, the fact is, if you guys want to ignore that this is benefiting AIPAC, Israel, and the very worst people that we have been, like, just fucking trying to go against for so long. That's why this hurts so bad, because this was a shoo-in. But that's also why I'm asking this to be like, okay, well, I mean, it does. I mean, dude, the accusation alone and like the sewing hit part of everything, like the detailed description of all of it, like it definitely hits. And that is why everybody kind of had that visceral reaction to go like, ooh, well, that's not great. But then it's also like, all right, it also depends. People want that Troy guy, but apparently he has fucking. See, this is part of the problem, guys. I hate this short-sighted bullshit. And I've been talking about this for a while, man. Like, I'm telling you right now that we can complain about this all fucking day, but realistically, they're cheering right now. The right-wing circles are fucking cheering. The billionaire fucking status quo like class is 1,000% fucking cheering this on, and that's just how it goes. So I'm just gonna say, like, that's how it is. Okay, but then Anna, answer me this. Then why was it okay for her to, or why not even okay, but why come out now? I mean, she even said like, oh, I was politically with him, and you know, I think that he is needed, but now I just think it's important that the people know exactly who he is. It's like, well, you could have done this at the beginning of his campaign. It's been a year almost. Like, what are we doing? And honestly, this is why I keep saying no. Like, this is literally thought-killing fucking bullshit, and I'm not here for that. If I cannot just ask these questions and also not have it implied that it's like, oh, you're fucking standing up for a toxic system. Like, come on. We know why women don't go. Yes, I understand that. This is well known. I've literally repeated this. Okay, Anna, I'm gonna just. I don't think that you're like you're kind of doing the thing that I am accusing you of doing, where you're misinterpreting what I'm saying or misappropriating what I'm saying. Like, I am only saying, why Politico? Why not? Like, why go to Politico? 2 months? 2 months outside of him even going to the. Why not with the primary? Was that the. Like, these are questions that need to be fucking asked. Just hands down. Okay? Like, I want her to fucking get her, I want her to get justice. I want any woman that has literally had SA to get justice. That is, like, kind of a big thing that we can all start fucking fighting for. But you know what I've seen? In the last 8 to, 10 years, we haven't really made a system that's changed a whole lot as far as like the whole essay thing in response to essay and giving them a safe space to fucking report essay? Did we do police reforms to actually like give them safe places to do this? Like, what have we done systematically to change that instead of just fucking yelling at everybody for asking questions specifically when it comes to a fucking political candidacy? I literally had this exact discourse over Tara Reid and Joe Biden. I said this yesterday. I lost a fucking real life friend that I had for a long time over this one. Because I dared listen to the words she said and go, oh yeah, you know what? That's not very consistent. And it turns out that her character is kind of questionable. It turns out that this woman has been known to lie before. That's a problem. The victims of the Epstein class's slave trade aren't going to get any justice if Republicans hold the majority of Congress. I mean, realistically, if you want to use that as the like we actually want justice for women, then yeah. But then the other argument to that is at what cost? Which that is a very fair assessment. That's where I'm trying to tell you guys, like, no matter what, this is a shitty situation. No matter what, I think he's done. I don't think there's any saving this, but. Also, if it's true what they said about like not vetting him and just kind of throwing him up there because he had like one good campaign event, then that's it's something else we got to look at. Like this is why everybody did have that same like this response to Mom Donnie where they're just like, oh, well, Mom Donnie's just going to be another disappointment. Well, number one, if you guys are surprised by a politician that you voted for being a disappointment, I hate to say this, but welcome to politics. That's just how that goes. I've been very adamant about this one where it's just like, yo, if you want to change the system and and you want it done in your way, then get the fuck out there and get on that fucking ballot. I don't know what else to tell you past that. I know that I ain't the fucking person to go running. Like anytime that people throw that back at me, I'm just like, have you like really? Oh, okay. I admit that I'm not the idea guy. I'm really not. I'm the discuss guy. I'm the hey, we should probably like table this and kind of fucking, run this like by a panel of people and kind of go, hey, oh, this is a really good idea. And oh, does he like, dude, seriously, this could have been solved by like, do you have any ex-girlfriends out there that could totally derail your campaign? Who wants to run? I don't know. It's not about wanting to. It's about who needs to, and I guess who actually feels like they should. No, I'm gonna just call it. There's a lot of bullshit out there. There's a lot of bullshit out there that fucking keeps people from actually doing the activism, and that's not okay. That's not okay. A lot of people are way more comfortable sitting behind their keyboards. Trust me. And you know what? I'm calling out all sides on this one. I had to do this myself where I was just like, wait a minute. So I want to make these changes with activism. I want to get more involved in my fucking like local politics. I did that with DSA, obviously, Peplor and all that. I've got my own issues there, but realistically, that's what kind of got me to do that. But it also made me realize through talking to people where I'm like, okay, if I'm going to run for anything, it's going to be a local position that nobody gives a fuck about. I'm going to try and hold a local office, but I don't know, guys. Like, it's not about blue no matter who. It should have been about, like, making whoever was blue the no matter who. It was about fucking putting the fucking people in power or in a position where they could fucking do it. This is where we have had... I know that me and Ilirda in chat have had a fundamental disagreement about the the whole infiltration politics. But the thing is, I watched it work with MAGA. I literally watched the Tea Party infiltrate the Republican Party, turn it into MAGA, and now they are they are unstoppable. They are an unstoppable force in politics. We are this fucking close with DSA. We have the New York contingent. We have the people that can really lead us there and the ideas that can lead us there. But we still have a subsect of people that are like, well, maybe we can't trust them because XYZ. It's literally self-defeating. We are always looking to fucking defeat ourselves because we didn't want this. Like, in our entire process to not get fooled, we somehow got fooled. Take Janet over Susan any day, even if Janet sucks. I think we're all blue no matter who on this one. I mean, sure, but it's not going to be Janet Mills. The thing is, guys, Andrea, do you live in Maine? I want to know. Do you live in Maine? Who here in this chat lives in Maine? Those are the people I want to hear from. Like right now, it doesn't fucking matter who you vote for. It doesn't fucking matter. This is the problem that we really have, is that we don't fucking focus on the actual locality of these elections. This goes to my whole thing about Kat Abu-Ghazaleh. Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, she went out there, she was talking about how she was on Haas, she had the national platform, she had the eyes, she had the ears. Guess what? You know who she didn't have? The local constituents. She fucking blew off multiple campaign events. And then she had this attitude of, oh, well, I'll make that up with the fucking people, the young voter demographic. Then when she lost, the first thing they did was they blamed the other two candidates that were fucking running, DSA adjacent. And that's bullshit, because then you actually do the tally and you find out, oh, yeah, she was still under 2,000 fucking votes. So realistically, this is a perfect example of like the damage that can be done when you believe your own hype. When you go out there and you fucking listen to these national fucking, these national people, that's honestly to their detriment. If you're going to win in politics, you do have to. This is why Graham Plantner was so successful. It's because he focused on going to coffee shops and talking to people, the actual people that live there. He wasn't focused on the news organizations. He wasn't focused on you. He didn't give a shit about me. Who gives a fucking, a dem in fucking Chicago? Because why should he? I have no doubt you are correct. Oh, wait, Pep is right, though. More people know about Kat and Mamdani than they do about their own electoral candidates. Yes, that's part of the problem. I mean, to Hassan's credit, he realized that. The problem was bringing these candidates to his studio and him not going and hitting the road for them. Had he actually come out and phone banked for Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, I think that could have pushed it. That really could have pushed it over. Like that whole, I think it was around 2,000 to 3,000 like vote deficit. Oh, well, that was with the other two candidates. So hold on. That was with Mike Simmons and I forgot her name. But either way, Jet spelling Mamdani like a Republican. Yeah, true. But realistically, and Anna, sorry for getting like pissed at that. Honestly, I know that this is why I appreciate you like a lot, is because we can get in heated discussions like this, and I think that you understand. Like, I'm not coming from the shittiest shithead position. I'll just put it that way. And even if I am, that it is like, hey, this is why I am so focused on reform, is because, like I've said, I've been wrong about shit before. This is one of those things that it's just like, if you cannot let people fucking retract the statement or even go like, oh, hey, you know what? I misspoke. Then you're an asshole. I'm going to just say it. Then you're an asshole. Because again, you're going at things in life. And I'm not saying you, Anna, I'm saying just everybody like that acts like this is an asshole, because you're going through life thinking that you are better, that you are the arbiter of everything right, because you've never made a mistake. So you might as well be the editor of humanity, where you just go out and you make sure that everybody knows just how good of a person you were and how you've never made that mistake, and go point out the wrongs of everybody else. You know what I call that? A Christian. At least a modern evangelical MAGA Christian, if I'm being completely fair here. We do have a problem with so many in our country not being interested in civic engagement. Dude, half the left is barely interested in civic engagement unless you give them the flashy lights and the fucking, the memes and the streams. Like, this is why everybody thought that Kat was going to win. It's because she had the flashy campaign. Instead of recognizing that it was a boring fucking milquetoast dude that looks like your average politician, like Daniel Biss literally is like, if you drew a politician, just there you go. That's Daniel Biss. If you literally put in to an AI prompt, politician with a purple tie and white hair, there you go. But the thing that got him to win was that he had name recognition here. He had already done a lot for the constituency in Evanston and the adjacent county. He actually went to all the campaign events. He made sure not to, like, this is what really pissed me off, is Kat literally said that she would speak with anybody in the district about any issue. She lied about that blatantly because she did not talk to me. And I've reiterated this over and over. It didn't need to be on stream. I wanted that because it was the number one thing that she listed on her campaign, that she was the only candidate that would do that. Funny enough, Daniel Biss was the one that actually did that for me. So she was the only candidate that out of, well, okay, Bushra, that was the other one that didn't contact me. So, but yeah, it was her and Bushra. Daniel Biss, Mike Simmons, they contacted me. You know, at least they gave me the time of day. They may not have given me the interview, and Daniel Biss, you know, we'll see what happens there. His campaign has committed, but we see how politicians play. But you know what? I will go at him the same way I did with Kat Abou-Ghazaleh. If that's the case, I will be as honest as I was with that one, because, you know, who needs friends when you're a political streamer, especially in politics, you know? I mean, realistically, I don't care to have political friends. I'm not trying to rub elbows with them. Like, I want to be a thorn in their side. Like, I want Daniel Biss to be able to fucking answer the hard questions, and if he can't, then he should actually, like, yeah, he should be put on fucking blast. Just plain and simple. But either way, Etch, you got a short vid in Discord. Wait, did you send me a short vid, or did I just misread that? Either way, I'm getting distracted. Smack that like button for fun. Yeah, you should. You definitely should do that. But realistically, like, how this ties into the Grand Plattner situation is I see more people jumping on wanting to be on the right side of this with the SA accusation than to actually critically ask questions about it, which that should never, like, it should never just be accusation, not believe this person, like, at all. Because that's a fucking dangerous slippery slope, because you're literally reserving that to where they can throw that at anybody that you see as, you know, a political powerhouse or even a fucking celebrity that you like. Like, it's the same shit. Like, and I'll be honest, I've seen a lot of times where it did actually, like, it just turned out to be like, oh, well, that was it a false accusation then? Oh, fuck. And that's what sucks. Because you got some unscrupulous people out there that are looking to do that shit. And this is where I would also say, check her bank accounts. I do think that it is very fair to ask for her to release the information on anybody paying her. And if she's not, then, you know, like, because I understand that this is, like, she's a private citizen, asking her to show, like, her bank account. That's all fucked. But yeah, if there's a way to prove that it's like you don't have that, like, any money, and you're just coming out and just doing this, okay, that's another feather in her cap that I can just say, okay. I guess the timing literally is just the timing, but we asked critical questions. The last few allegations against him, these are different. I mean, ish. The thing is, I saw too many people already taking the stances on the last ones and going with it, where it's just like, no, Pep, she shouldn't have to open her financials to prove her rape allegations. I mean, yeah, I guess you're right. That is a little fucked up. I don't know, though, because, like, this is where I'm saying, like, this is where I was saying yesterday, like, if you, there needs to be, like, a fucking, I don't want to call it, like, a burden of proof, but that's kind of what it is, though. Like, fuck. I don't know, guys. I'm not comfortable with anybody just being able to accuse somebody of SA or even fucking violent crimes or any of that, and then you just have to blanket fucking believe the victim or the perceived victim in that moment. I'm sorry that I am one of these people that, like, I kind of ask more questions where I'm just like, okay, so what was, like, the whole case here? Like, this is kind of why I look at our criminal justice system and kind of go, oh, you know, for all its faults, there is at least, like, merit to it and it being there. But I don't know. This goes back to me asking the question, why Politico? Like, why Politico? And why only having these mixed text messages that don't exactly fucking say what everybody is saying they say. I mean, yes, she's the one saying this, like, and this is based on her testimony. So yes, this is what we have. But you know, if we can't put her up like and like scrutinize her the same way, where it's just like, okay, I want to know, like, do you have like this is why with Tara Reid, I wanted to know, like, okay, does she have a history of lying? Does she, I don't know, does she have this thing where like there's a problem there? Well, okay, turns out because we actually have principles on this, they don't. What do you mean? How is this not like, how is this like foregoing principles by asking these questions? Because if having principles just means that, again, just based on the accusation, then you're just like, nope, we're done. Okay, well, don't be surprised if that happens to anybody like that you fucking hold in high regard. Just saying. Especially if they somehow get some fucking political expediency. I think that is something that, I know that this is definitely one of the spicier takes on the internet right now. Pep, look at my message. Oh, yeah. If we can do this, why are we not accusing the right of so much more with little evidence? That is true. That is true. I mean, even the thing is, when we have the evidence, they still don't fucking do anything with it. My bad. I thought she was responding to me. Okay, because we have principles on this. Well, to be fair, we didn't really like, dude. This is gonna sound bad, but I didn't see a lot of people standing up for the Epstein victims this way. I really didn't. I saw a lot of people fucking using it for political expediency, or the opposite, where they were doing like, well, how come, you know, they got their payday, blah, 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 blah. It's a little bit different, because the thing about them is like, oh, you go through the records and you're just like, Jesus Christ, they did everything right. Half of them did go to the fucking police. This conversation needs to be more confused on broader context of Republican essay and child predation. Focusing on Plattner distorts what's actually going on. That is true. No, yeah. No, that's yeah. And that's kind of where, like, I guess, even fucking coming at it this way, because I already know that he is, like I said, it's not going to magically go away on his side. And I guess this is where, on my end, I would feel more like an asshole if I was just like going and blanketly being like, no, this happened to her, and like this is, it's just it's undeniable. When I don't, again, just based on the information that I heard, I'm like, that's not as undeniable. Like, I'm sorry, if I was, again, a fucking juror, I would not necessarily prosecute based on the fucking evidence that I have been, that I have seen. But this is why I also said that it's kind of like, okay, so we ignore the fact that like this could have been settled in a court of law, but here we are in the court of public opinion, using it as a political, like as a political tool, and then realizing that you guys are also like, they're using the leftist outrage on this one. And guys, they're already blaming DSA. They're already saying that this is the DSA. They're saying that DSA they don't vet their candidates. They're saying that the DSA would stand up for this kind of shit, where it's just like, oh, great. So I guess congratulations to the Republican Party for winning the war on battle, or like battle it, like cultural ideas and everything. I just gotta say, man, like, it's fucking wild. Pep, what do you think about the emails and texts before his campaign? Honestly, the email, if you're talking about like the Reddit stuff, again, I don't know. I did kind of believe in his whole like, hey, he's just a guy that's trying to be a better guy. But I don't know. Enough problems come out. Yeah. The fact is, yes, that he was a problematic candidate. The DSA would have vetted Plattner. That was also part of the problem I had, was the fact that they just threw him out there so quickly. All right. Someone brings up brings the Plattner accusations, brings up that the Republicans are protecting the predators in the Epstein class. They are chuds in office openly trying to legalize child marriage as we speak. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, fucking Oklahoma. If you ever need to be surprised with where we're going as a country, I want to do it. I'm about to sneeze something fierce. Oh, give me a sec. That was one of those ones where I can literally feel. Oh, fuck. I was sitting like right here the entire time. Whew. Excuse me. Damn, Oklahoma, what are you doing? Yeah, no shit. Wait, he was just a guy who ran and his policies may have aligned with DSA, but I don't remember them endorsing him. They didn't endorse him. But the thing is, you mince those words. Your average fuckhead that listens to politics and votes based on this shit doesn't. This is where I say it a lot here, guys. You guys overthink politics way too much. Way too much. When it comes down to just the simplicity of things, no, man. Like, it really is as simple as sometimes we break it where it's just like, no, bad rich person fucking used his riches and his stuff to be like, oh, I'm going to continue to be bad rich person. But, yeah. Child marriage is considered controversial in the Republican Party. It's not just an Oklahoma problem. Jesus. Like, what are they doing? Like, seriously, what are they doing? And what are we doing by not, like, you know what? This is it. We're just bad at it. We're bad at actually looking at what the Republicans do and just being like, see, this is really fucked up because nobody's really listening. I think that it finally hit me. Huh. I'm getting kind of angry at this and I need to work, so I'm going to step away. No problem. I kind of had a feeling. I knew that this was going to be a touchy one, but also realistically, this is why I've been prefacing that it's like I'm coming at this just as the asking questions guy, while also trying to be like, yeah, he is a piece of shit, and if these allegations are, to be substantiated, then yeah, fuck him. Yeah, I hope you can find a more chill vibe. Yeah, the next stream will definitely be more of a chill vibe, but realistically, today might be a good day to ignore the politics if this one's a little triggering, because I can just say that, yeah, this one sucks, because it's realizing that we just lost, guys. We just lost. Like, this was a way to get somebody that was more DSA adjacent, and this is why I keep saying DSA adjacent. It doesn't matter if they have the fucking, the endorsement. I think that it is just like, no, they have the policies. They have the political opinions, at least it seemed that way. And realistically, the thing about Plattner that got the, like, American, like your average American, like me, I'll just speak for myself. What got me to look at Graham Plattner and, like, kind of give his candidacy like a second look and just be like, wow, is the fact that he was just a normal guy. The fact that he is just a fucking oyster farmer. And the realistic, like, do you understand that this is just them telling us, no, you need a lawyer. You need a political consultant. You need somebody that was chosen by the system. You can't have somebody that wasn't chosen by the system. What are you doing? It's a battle loss, but the war rages on, Pep. It's not over. Yeah. If that's true, we've run out of time to hold on to our principles. We've already lost. Should give up now. But I don't believe that. Have a great day. I'll be back later. Awesome. Yeah. Have a good day at work. Hope you get to. Oh yeah. If you haven't already, if you drive to work, I keep forgetting you got a convertible. Yeah. Let the top down on that convertible. Let the hair. Let the wind in the hair. Come on, a little wind therapy. That's not what I was saying at all. But have a good day. Yeah, like I said, I knew this was definitely going to be a source of contention. And I definitely was not looking forward. I'll be honest, I wasn't looking forward to doing this. Oh, you work from home? Damn. Damn. Well, I don't know. Maybe you can do some circles in the parking lot. Just fucking Anna whipping donuts. Woo! Fucking what you doing? Wind therapy. Gotta go work. Park right back in your spot. Fucking blip, blip. But your hair's all just like, fuck. Dude, I don't know. I would want to fist bump the person doing that, where it's just like, you know what? I respect it. Yeah. It's like, no, that's living. That's living right there. Enacting our principles in a way that can't feasibly yield results is not a virtue. Well said. Actually, yeah, well said. Again, man, my biggest thing is just why wasn't this at the very beginning? When she heard the name Graham Plattner, and she actually fucking celebrated his candidacy. Like he won the. If she voted for him in the primary, what the fuck? I just have to ask, like, what the fuck? I'm gonna just go on a limb here, and this is as a male, so take this with a grain of salt, and I mean the largest grain of salt. But goddamn, what the fuck? I wouldn't. If I were essayed by somebody and they went on to be a politician, even if they held the same politics as me, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be voting for them. And yeah, I'm speculating on this one because she's the one that kind of said it, where she was just like, "Oh, yeah, I like his politics, and I was following his campaign, and just like." So yes, this is speculation that she voted for him. But if she did, what the actual fuck? And I think that this is not a bridge too far to be asking these fucking questions. I'm sorry. I understand. And people are doing the thing. They're literally like, the Republicans are out here now doing the thing where, like, do you understand? This is why I can't stand the disingenuousness that is being fucking just thrown at us, because we have so many fucking Republicans now coming out just like, oh my God, you guys didn't even vet him. Oh my God, did you hear what he said? Oh my God, well, nobody could have seen this coming. Oh, fuck. But no, the Republican operatives weren't out there fucking doing, like, looking for, like, where were Susan Collins people, or fucking, what's the other chick's name? I keep forgetting her name. The fucking old person that they wanted on this ballot. Plattner should switch to a Republican and run again on the next primary. The funny part is he'd probably win. Then what? I don't know, guys. The answer is not just go and not fucking ignore people's past and just be, because, like, people were saying that they're like, oh, so it's just you're comfortable with knowingly electing a fucking rapist. It's like, no. And that's why this fucking is so problematic. But this is also where, if we're going to not ask about the timing and look at, like, how this has just shifted the political discourse on specifically somebody who, like, when we look at this in the context of history, he had the chance to actually kind of bring us back to what America is. Electing somebody that is from your community to represent you because he understands the people that live in that community. But we're just letting them tell us, no, he wasn't chosen. He wasn't part of the chosen order. This is why they're freaking out about the fucking DSA. Pretty sure the old person is actually the name on her birth certificate. I don't like Graham Plattner at all. I don't think there's time at all. Well, no. Like, honestly, and with all due respect to anybody that's talking about, like, putting somebody else on the ballot, okay, no, listen, they might as well just hand Susan Collins the win now. They might as well, because that ain't happening. It doesn't matter how principled the person is. There's just no way. I mean, we've already been through this with Kamala Harris, and honestly, that didn't work out. So I'm sorry if I am pissing in your post toasties, which, yeah, post toasties. Yeah, it's a cereal, right? It was so funny. I Googled that phrase where I was just like, pissing in your post toasties. And like, because I typed post toasties because I was just like, what are post toasties? And it's post, like the brand, and then toasties. I was like, oh, yeah. I learned something there. Not Wheaties. Well, for me, it would actually make more sense if I said pissing in my Cheerios because I actually like Cheerios. So now post toasties, I've never actually had. So if there was a replacement that wasn't pro genocide, I don't know. It's not the same exactly. Again, do you live in Maine? Are you voting in this election? I do not think that that is the case. If I'm wrong, then I'm willing to admit that. But I do think that, yeah, no, let's just, can we listen, every once in a while, taking the practical like outlook on things and just going like, yeah, this is why people are freaking out about Graham Plattner like dropping out, is because this is over. Doesn't live in Maine. Does whole show talking about Maine, doesn't live in Maine. True. No, I admit that I don't live in fucking Maine. I have like a weird thing where I tend to look at, again, the politics, like the main political theater, if you will, and how it does kind of distort the political realities that we actually live in. But yeah. No, I mean, I just, with all due respect, I literally mean that as like okay, but if you're not there to vote for this person, then it doesn't really matter what we think. Like, I'm going to literally do The Rock. It doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter what your name is. Do you smell what The Rock is cooking? Hey, that was actually not a bad one. What about the Palestinians who are being essayed by Israeli soldiers? Why are they unworthy of justice? There we go. See, the thing is, Mafune, I don't think that is the case. Like, listen, I think that we all can agree that like we want justice for the people of Palestine, and the people being essayed by the Israeli soldiers. But this is that actually doesn't have any bearing in what we're discussing right here. We can all agree that that's the case, and that should be the case. But I don't understand where like that applies here. So I don't know. If you want to clarify, I'll give you the opportunity to do that, because maybe I'm missing something here. San Andreas. Jesus, Andrea. Fucking A. Just when I thought I was making some spicy comments here, Andrea fucking drops in chat just like, you know what? Hold my beer. I appreciate that. Ah, fuck. You know what? I think we're gonna wrap up the first hour with this one. Although I do think that this is, I hate to say it, but it's probably gonna be the whole show, because I haven't even gotten to like the stuff. I haven't even gotten to the Twitter stuff. Like, I have an entire list of shit to bring up to you guys to look at, but I'm not sure. Like, here, you know what? Here, I can at least do this. Stop screen. Let's bring up Twitter. At least do that. Politics and poll tracker. All right. New York Times, Graham Plattner said on a private call with his campaign staff on Monday evening that he believed he still had leverage to influence which candidate could replace him on the ticket, according to 3 people familiar with the conversation. On that call, he did not announce plans to withdraw, but implied such a decision would be coming. Okay. And that's where I do agree with this. Like, I agree with him dropping out. I agree with him having, I guess, a say, but like, realistically, why would he have any sway if they truly, like, if they believe the accusations against him, then his sway would actually be more of a deterrent. But this is where I do think that it needs to be fucking said, man. Like, we do need to kind of look at the accuser and the accusations and just be like, okay, but can I ask a few questions here and not let these same people that have been gaslighting us about Graham Plantner this entire time tell us, no. You're supposed to be outraged at this. You're supposed to be mad at this. You're supposed to have the principles. So guess what? Make sure that you maintain your principles and you don't let him on the ballot, because that would be a bridge too far for you. I'm sorry if I don't like my fucking political opposition thumbing their nose at me and telling me what I'm supposed to do. I almost kind of I feel like that's something, it's called a political op. And yeah, I kind of feel like this is where I've had the pretty consistent opinion that since yesterday, this seems very political op-y. Yeah, it's fishy. It's fishy as shit. It is fishy as shit. And the fact is, we're being told that don't you dare ask that question. And why would you even try? Like, I'm not even attacking this woman's character. That's the most fucked up part. I'm giving her the fucking benefit of the doubt in all this. I don't know. I just feel like I don't know. Some proof would be not a bridge too far. Anyway. Not proof, but you know what I mean. Like, all right, yeah. Sorry, misspoke on that one. At least an explanation of why. Like, why Politico over justice? But yes, Atch, you said it earlier in chat. Payday. Seems like it, man. Did CNN pay her? Because even if CNN paid her, then you know what that means? She was paid by a political op, because CNN right now is a political op. Plain and simple. Like when Elon asked, where is the empathy on the left when we were torching his cars? Nah, he won't. No, what he's going to end up doing is he's just going to we'll see. Like, we'll see what happens. We'll see if he sues her, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, I'm going to be completely real with y'all, because now he has this, now, again, he's already hated everybody, his political fucking, his political sway is gone, so why not? Like, this is kind of the big thing. If he doesn't sue her, then yeah, we can kind of assume in the court of public opinion that he did do it. And then, yeah, you know what? Political ops aside, hit the bricks, motherfucker. Well, we can also sit here and lament the fact that just means we lost the Senate guaranteed. Like, dude, Susan Collins is literally she's literally Mitch McConnelling her way out of fucking Congress right now. And yeah. I mean, we're also dealing with that, where we're memeing about Mitch McConnell, but are we actually doing anything of substance to say, hey, prove that he's alive right now? If you don't, then yeah, we're going to fucking force a vote on this to make sure that he is expelled from Congress or from the Senate, because you cannot have somebody that's just, on fucking life support, like, being the representative of our fucking nation. I'm sorry, guys. The fact is, we have been way too nice to Mitch McConnell since the fucking Obama years. We did this shit where we let him do we can't have our vote on the procedures of the Supreme Court during an election season. But you know what we can do? We can wait until we have control of the Senate and the Congress, and then we will force through our candidates, because we don't have principles, but we're good at forcing people to just break from reality. Fucking turtle motherfucker. Nice muscle control. Thank you. Oh, fuck. It really is just, it's infuriating to me that, like, right now I do have, like, Republicans, like, fucking, again, thumbing their nose, just being like, oh, you guys, I thought you guys were the principal party. Oh, Mitch McConnell and his turtle looking ass. I mean, dude. Nah, Mitch McConnell had it way too good for way too long. As far as like nobody in Congress calling his bullshit. Mitch McConnell is weekend at Bernie's in this. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, not even 2028. No. All he has to do is he has to make it till the fucking, I think it's like 3 months. Where are we? July, August, September, October, November. So wait, August, September, October, November. 4 months. There we go. Yeah, no, this is what I mean, though. Like, how come we're not out there demanding that they fucking put up a special election for his seat? Where are the Democrats on that one? Oh, that's right. They're too busy making sure that the DSA contingent does not stir the pot. This is all about making sure that the status quo fucking, like, all right, I'm going to say it. This is my hottest take right here. Please, I need to preface this that this is not my final opinion on any of this. This is what I think is happening. I think that they found something. They found a woman that knew Graham Plattner in a way that, like, and had text messages in a way that they could frame this, and then they could get her to tell this story, and it made it that much worse because based on the text messages I saw, there was absolutely no evidence that he did that. She just said, "Oh, yeah, he's a little problematic," but she never overtly said that he did that. Then she does the fucking thing with Jake Tapper, which, again, red flag, like, all the way, where I'm just like, okay, this is, again, the CNN class. So I think that they, like, this was their fucking Hail Mary, and it worked. Now, not only did the Hail Mary work, but now they're using the fucking, the adrenaline from, like, the win to go, well, you know what? These DSA candidates, yeah, you know what? They must all be of the same ilk. You know, the DSA put him up, even though they didn't. People don't fucking care. This is the power of propaganda. And this is, honestly, they don't even need to work that hard at it. They really don't. You know? That's why I think I had such a, like, pushback to this, because it was essentially the Republicans and the elite class that we have been fighting against for the past fucking, 10 years? Telling us how to feel about this, and then again, like, we just did it. Because yes, this is where I will say again, the accusations are they're horrible. They're horrible, and her story is believable. You know. Whereas the Republican op one, now that kind of does bring it too. Was the Republican op girl, like, accurate? Or, like, this is where you do understand that this muddied the water even more, right? For, like, rape victims, especially with, like, politics and things like this. This is why I was saying this yesterday, where if we're in a campaign there and you have, like, accusations against somebody, there does need to be, like, a level of protection or, like, proof on it where it's like, okay, well, you should have to meet this merit, like, this whole thing. But I don't know, man. To be honest, I'm okay with how how Plattner treated the Republican girl. Yeah, but that's picking and choosing. I don't know, because if he like, I know you're joking, but I don't know, guys. Like, this one, it's just got political op written all fucking over it, and I think that they are literally using our fucking principles and and all that against us. And if I find, like, if it turns out that there were no merits to her accusation and that he does end up winning a lawsuit, you know how people always ask, like, how would you feel, like, if, like, in this theoretical situation? Well, in this one, I could definitely say, oh, I'd feel a lot worse. I'd feel a lot worse. Specifically with all, like, this outcome, because my other side of this was, why not let it go to the general and just kind of let him defend himself, like, throughout these next few months. I don't know, like, the idea that he was supposed to do this now, and, like, they obviously purposefully were just like, well, if you don't do it now, then we can't replace you and you're a problem. Again, how fucking obvious does this need to be? Seriously. I'm sorry. Like, it's too perfect for the people that didn't want him in office. the fact he sued should be an indicator she might be lying, because normally you don't do that unless I misunderstood that she's suing. From my understanding, he said that he is looking at taking legal actions against her because these accusations do not have merit. So right now he's focusing on getting his replacement lined up and like actually having like a formal thing. Or the fact that he hasn't made this formal kind of makes me think like they might have a Hail Mary where it's like, nah, you know what? We can prove that she was lying. Although, let's be real. Nah. Because it's like the way that his Twitter's been active with it, the way that his campaign's been active with it, the way that you already have the public figures already backing off. Nah, because that's the thing. That was the whole thing. They wanted to make sure that his public support was gone before they got him to resign. Do you also think that that's a little fucking odd? Like, dude, do you not see what is at play right now? God, I feel like fucking a conspiracy. Like, I feel like Alex Jones right now, but it's like the elites, these elitists, these elitists, these globalists, these elite globalists are out here telling us exactly how to feel about this. And I got to say, I don't think so. This has political op written all over it. That's like, yeah, he lost every endorsement. That's what I mean. Yeah, he already lost. He lost Bernie, he lost AOC, he lost all that shit. He lost fucking anybody that was essentially DSA adjacent. But the thing is, that didn't do anything. You understand that the DSA is still going to eat this fucking crow? Like, yeah, you know what? Hey, that's great. That's great. You know, I'm glad that we did the right thing. But realistically, like, do you know how many times we do that thing where we do the right thing and then we just sit there like, I'm not sure if that was the right move. Principles sometimes suck. I'm gonna be real. How many times have you had that thought process where you're like, being a good person is exhausting and it kind of sucks because there's never any reward. You always get beaten down and you get exploited. Hey, all sad, but I keep thinking of the victim. The thing is, I think of the victim, but the thing is, I'm also thinking of the timing, like I said, and if it was truly about her not wanting to get involved, then why go on Politico? Then why go on CNN? Why make this all a public fucking thing that now you are getting the scrutiny that you were claiming that you were afraid of? And then they're doing the thing now where even me asking this question, well, fuck you, lose your audience. You know what? You're a bad leftist for asking questions and not believing all women. And that's how it is. And honestly, I think that was the entire game with the Me Too movement at this fucking point, was to make sure that like the woke scolds, make sure that nobody gets out of line. Or God forbid, it's just like, then they could just say whatever about whoever and people will believe it because they don't want to be tied in with somebody that might even have the accusation. I don't think he was DSA endorsed candidate. Let me know if I was wrong. He's not DSA endorsed. This is where I'm going to get kind of shouty with you guys. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The fact is, he's farther left. The fact is, people had the perception that he was. So now your average idiot that watches Fox News, that watches CNN, that watches just your basic Kyle Kalinske bullshit or whoever the fuck is not going to get that message. They don't give a fuck. Oh, shit. She did try to blackmail Plattner and he called her bluff. That's kind of what I'm seeing. Average IQ of the electorate is about 12. No, honestly, it's not about the average IQ. It's about the fact that we do not market politics to be exciting or fucking, we don't really invite people in because we constantly tell people how we don't want them. This is why I got mad at telling all the fucking shit lib wine moms that we don't want them. You know, like the fucking, I've had it like, wine mom class. Like, do you know how many people I've personally seen where they're just like, we don't need them? It's like, yeah, we fucking do. Yeah, we need some of the shithead Democrats. Yeah, we need some of these. We need these idiots. The thing is, it's on us. The messaging is on us. If we, this growing political class, cannot sell our ideas, I'm sorry. Last time I checked, that might mean that we don't have very popular ideas. And that is not true about what the DSA is. That's not true about the leftists. It's the way that they can misinterpret what the fuck we're about and then run with it. And we're always going, nuh-uh. No, we're not. No, we're not. I'm not like that. No. God damn. This is why Mamdani won with his charisma and his lack of fucking caring about any of it. This is why the attitude of like, whatever. So I got Hassan. Oh, whatever. He did Hot Boy Summer. Whatever. He had a very whatever attitude about everything that was getting thrown his way. God, they tried to do the Hail Mary with him and his wife. Fuck. And you know what's scary? I saw some people within our communities saying some shit about Mamdani, saying all of a sudden that they were worried about him. That, you know what? I think Mamdani might be an op. I think that he also, you know what? We're gonna get fucking Fettermaned by Mamdani. Listen, if there's one thing I know about psychology is that if you're already going into something defeated, you've already lost. And this is sports psychology because I played hockey for a long time. And I had this proven over and over where if I went into a fucking hockey game already with the mentality that I was going to lose, then trust me, we lost. But if I went in there going, you know what? No, fuck this. Even with the record, fuck this. I'm going to fuck up their day. Gotta head out, taking little dude fishing. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Have fun with your kid. That's awesome. Yeah, have fun with fishing. I went fishing with my dad like a few times, but my dad, he always had like that fatherly disappointment because I would reel in the fish and then I'd hold it up. I'd be like, ew, ew, ew. Proud dad moment for me where he's just like, yeah, that's my kid. That's my boy right there. Even if Plattner is 100% guilty, SA victims are much more safe with him in office than Collins. Ooh, that's a hot take. Here, I'm gonna put that up here. Just making sure that people understand that was not necessarily my take. Okay. Just did nothing, no voting, nothing at all. It's still better. Shit. Here, raw son, take a bite. No. Oh, I wish I didn't read that comment. Oh, God. It's unprepared. I watched a Game of Thrones episode recently where a dude just like took a bite out of a fish, and I had that same reaction where I was like, ah! Why is that so gross to me? Oh, no. I'm just thinking of all the parasites. He's 16. Damn, feel old. Oh man, damn. Yeah. Fuck, that'll make you feel like a grandpa at that point. Fuck. It's so crazy how like when the kids start reaching teenage years and you're just like, oh man, I am such an unk. It's not even funny. My buddy's nephew, he just turned like 22. I've known this kid since he was born. And like it's just crazy to me. Like we call him boogies. So it's just like, and he hates when you call him boogies because like that was just his name as a kid. He used to wipe his boogers on everything. It was disgusting. So yeah. Just like, what up, boogies? It's just like, don't call me that. So now I'm like the old og fucking friend too, or just like, I've known you since you were in diapers. I could embarrass you in front of any of your girlfriends. I'm actually correct on this. Him being a literal rock and doing nothing is better than letting Collins win. I kind of agree with that. I mean, I do agree with this, but I refuse to believe that anyone was born after the year 2000. Hey, my brother made the cut. He was 99. As a victim, that doesn't hit right with me. I know. Listen, this is where I'm really trying to fucking use nuance here as much as possible, because this is something that, and with all due respect, I don't know how to word this without coming off as a massive prick. And I think you know what I'm going to say is you can't let your experience dictate your reaction to every story, because it's not the same for everybody. Like, listen, I've been the victim. Like, I haven't been the victim of SA, but I have been the victim of crimes that are violating. You know, I've had my home invaded. I have also been robbed multiple times, held up multiple times, and I've also been technically kidnapped. Yeah, I'll tell that story sometime. Which, yeah, that'll be a story time with Pep. But I kind of get like the feeling of powerlessness on that one. But this is where I try to not let though. Like, I live in Chicago, so do you understand how easy it is or would be for me to use my experience of having my apartment broken into, which again, I knew the guy. I was into some pretty fucked up, stuff at that time, as far as just like fucked up stuff. I was selling herb out of my apartment. Like, realistically, yeah, fucked up stuff. My dad thought it was fucked up stuff. Wait. You got kidnapped? All right, yeah. Long story short on this one, and I will go into it deeper, is I got kidnapped by a friend of mine and taken to St. Louis to go do something that I was not necessarily okay with. And I was involved in something that I was also not okay with. And like I said, this was not SA or anything, but it did end up with us having... I have unfortunately been shot at. I have also... I'm lucky that I was not shot. But yeah. Leave you guys wanting a little bit. Also, yeah, drunk Pep story time was fun. All right, yeah, that might be a drunk Pep story time one with you guys. Yeah, but as I said, long point short on this one is the fact that I try not to let my personal experiences with my city dictate how I feel about the entire city. Or again, my experiences with people not to necessarily be how I respond to all people. So I'm just being honest. I'm not about centering myself. I think a discussion of solutions is more useful at this point rather than quarterbacking. Well, that's kind of the thing. Like, we're kind of talking solutions, but it's also like the quarterbacking part about this is literally recognizing the powerlessness of the situation. Like, I also think that this is where you might not be able to not handle, but conceptualize the fact that this might just be as bad as you think it is. And no, we might have just actually given the Epstein class protection. Like, this is where it does actually, no, it is. You know what? It's the harsh reality. It's the harsh reality of realizing that we might have just protected Epstein over them weaponizing our principles against us on a story that still has the possibility of coming out and being false. This is where I was trying to actually have nuance here, where it's just like, okay, man. But I also I think I'm nailing this one as far as like, don't be surprised if this is a tactic that they start utilizing against almost every fucking male DSA candidate. Fuck, they'll probably do it against the females too. I mean, God forbid that we have a trans candidate. That's dude. This is the future of political discourse, guys. Like I said, this is where if we don't have like the perfect motherfucker, even with the perfect motherfucker, this is where I was bringing up Mamdani. Man, I'm circling here. I'm like, no, I think that we're just fucked. I think that we actually just did it, where we just kind of told them, where we're like, you know what, guys, it really doesn't matter. Yeah, it really doesn't matter. And that's where I after reviewing it, yeah, Andrea and who I think it was Jet that said it, that I agree with here. That, yeah, a rock would have been better than Susan Collins. So I guess my original point stands, where it's like, yeah, we could have just let this play out. And I also understand that, like, practically, it seems like, oh, well, then the possibility of somebody actually coming in here and winning. Yeah, fuck off. If that happens, I will gladly admit that I was wrong. Feel like pushing Maine Dems to do a real primary would help tremendously. That's not what's going to happen. And they did a real primary. You got a real primary. Holy fuck. I'm done. I'm fucking done. That fucking just did it. That fucking broke me. A real fucking primary. You had one. He won it. Holy shit. This isn't Kamala Harris. And guess what? Now this is exactly what it is. You fucking broke me on that. You're out. You can't take the fucking yelling. All right, cool. Peace, Emily. Want a fucking primary, an actual primary. All right. Wow. Solutions based. I see how it is. Fucking whatever. Oh, God. I'll be real, guys. This is the shit that's driving me fucking to the point where I'm like, I'm not sure if I'm wow. Plantner literally landslided that fucking primary. And oh, now you're going to be mad that I'm yelling about it? Fuck. My God. My bad. My bad for getting fucking little, passionate about our political situation. Just, I love Pep Crash Out. Thanks. Emily, I'm sorry. I know that yelling can get too much. Hope you come back. Oh, sorry. Again, sorry for having fucking passion about this shit, but that broke me. That was one of the dumbest fucking takes I've heard on here all day. And you know what, Emily? No, I'm sorry. That was a dumb fucking take. Fucking A. We're here for it, Pep. I mean, I'm glad that you guys are here for it, and I'm glad that you guys don't fault me. This is why I truly do love my core audience. Fuck, man. You guys get it. How do I drop this sub? You can drop, if you weren't already subbed to my channel, if you're going to blame the entire channel here, then I don't know. You can just block me so you don't have to hear my bullshit or see me in chat, but that's fine too. That's fine too. It's a massive L and we're all heated. Yeah. I knew that this was going to be a contentious show today. Yeah, and apologies to the This Space mods if I did have an opinion that caused us to lose some subs, but tell jokes, like and subscribe, do the thing, hit the button. Realistically, this is where it kind of comes from, though, guys. I literally do the jokes. I do everything. I'm sorry that things got to the point where you want to unsub. Yeah, me too. I did actually I full blown snapped on your comment. I hope you understand that wasn't me snapping on you personally, because it wasn't you that fucking broke the camel's back on that one. Actually, it was your comment that broke the camel's back on that one. Yeah, but it wasn't you who led up to it. But either way, I'm curious to see what polls say about support for Plantner now. Apparently, is just completely plummeted. That's why I was saying, anybody that theoretically gets his support might as well just not run. Pep, not everyone knows your style, man. No, I got that. That's fine. That's fine. But how many times can I preface on this show where it's just okay, I'm sorry. What I meant by a real primary is going forward, not what Dems might do with replacing with the Zionist freak. That's what I meant. Well, that was not conveyed very well. You literally said it it's how come we didn't get a primary? Which is why I freaked the fuck out. Because realistically, that's where I was just you did. And he won in a landslide. What are you talking about? that finally, that got me where I was just like, that's ignoring a level of reality that I cannot no longer sell if that's how we're viewing this. But no, all right. Sorry for getting heated. I will try not to yell so much because I do understand that that's not exactly what everybody wants to do. If you guys wanted to see that, you go watch fucking, who's a shouty YouTuber who shouts a lot. I don't even know. I'm curious to see. Oh, wait, here we go. It really is a tinderbox in a dry forest, American politics. Yeah. I'm tired of being punched down. Well, I'm not trying to punch down on you. I think Pep is in the minority on this issue. That is true. No, that is true. That's where I've already said, like, me even asking these questions was going to get me put into a position that was just like, oh, hey, whoa. But I do think that it's like for us to kind of, yeah, we will definitely feel it if we continue with that. But feel free to unsub if you want. But for real, 95% of us are on the same team. How am I not on the same team, Andrea? If we're going to play this game, then you know what? Fuck it. Oh, boy. Is this where we're going? Is this what's happening? Because I don't play that. If this is a disagreeable issue, then fine. But if you're going to try and like play the team thing, come on here. We will debate this. I will peace out of this space. I do this as a volunteer thing. I won't play that game. So, you might want to reiterate on that, or you might want to clarify on that one. But you're all good, Pep. Free speech zone here. No, I know. Free speech zone and everything, but the way that this is, I think that she just meant on this specific issue, not overall. Okay. I will try not to read between the lines on that one. But, Andrea can also clarify. Yeah? Okay, cool. Things are heated right now, so I'm going to give you that warning where it's just like, hey, yeah, I would definitely not take too kindly to this being like the, oh, okay. I asked the question about the victim and just literally like questioning the timing, and then sure, that's the bridge too fucking far. I should have known that. Fucking hour and a half pontificating on this shit, that was gonna happen. Emily, I'm sorry if you still feel like unsubbing. Pep, you misread me. How'd I misread you? I don't get a lot of good learning here on this space. Other spaces work better, to be honest. Well, I mean, sometimes it's about just, content and entertainment and being part of communities, but that's what makes it fun. I mean, it is true. No, it is definitely true. It's not about not allowed, but I don't do that clicky bullshit. Like, the thing is, if I find out that, like, this 95% bullshit and, like, okay, like, then that's how that's going to be. Like, if you want Pep to take his ball and go home, that's pretty much the best way to do so. Yeah, it's hard to communicate through a YouTube chat sometimes. Things get lost in communication. We're allowed to be wrong on some stuff sometimes. It's all good. Well, I mean, I don't necessarily see where I'm wrong in this because I've kind of cowardly, I might add. I will admit, I have cowardly left myself an out in this where I'm just saying this isn't necessarily me holding the opinions like it's a fucking, set in stone thing. Yeah, holy shit, fucking shit, y'all. This space is one space. Stop calling me dumb. You misunderstood me. I didn't call you dumb. The fuck, Emily? Jesus Christ. Oh, this definitely took a turn today. This is interesting. Let's see. Did I call you dumb? Did I call Emily dumb? Or did I say what, like, we were discussing here was dumb? Peppy, I got nothing against you. I know. It's just we disagree on this one. I was subbed to the space. I'm not here that often. No, I understand. Okay. It was a misunderstanding and the reaction was heated. Well, I guess. Yes, I guess a misunderstanding constitutes one person saying something, one person misunderstanding and getting mad. That is a misunderstanding. Sorry. Now I feel like I'm being condescending because it is like, Listen, nothing but love, Emily. And sorry if I was being a prick. I am definitely a little bit of a uncompromising personality. I will say that much. You see, I knew that's where this was coming from. I knew it. I knew you were going to say that. I'm somehow a rape apologist for asking for something, just something where it's like, okay, if you're going to derail this person's credibility in life, then maybe, just maybe, there should be some burden of proof. But yeah, I don't know. That's kind of fucking bullshit. And this is why a lot of the fucking, I guess, mainstream didn't really get behind the idea of the fucking that whole blanket fucking way of doing things, because it didn't really pay. Has it worked? Did it work with the Epstein stuff? Did we believe the victims of the Epstein trial? Because honestly, I'm seeing it being weaponized against us. It's fucking insane. But it's certainly a complex issue. But the crux of the burden of proof is that most things in the world are unprovable. That's not no. No. If that was the case, then we wouldn't have any fucking, I don't support the believe all women BS case by case. That's what I feel like. But honestly, me even just saying okay, so Emily, if you're still here, does that make Andrea a rape apologist? I'm going to ask legitimately. What the fuck ever, Emily? You obviously don't know Pep at all. Well, it's fine. Don't get mad at her for not knowing me as a creator because she comes to this space for other stuff. That's where I'm gonna draw a line right there. Mitch, it's okay, bud. Don't do that. It's okay. Because no. This is where we do share this space. This is literally a collaborative effort. So no. Emily, don't take that one. Okay. That's not okay. Because I don't want you to unsub from this space. You can unsub from me personally, and you can, as I said, you can block me, do whatever the fuck. But yeah, don't hold this space to this, to that with me. No. God, I would be pissed if I thought that's what someone meant. Shit. It's not just you. Okay, well, that's fine. But that's where, Emily, I hope you understand that this is where I try to speak as clearly as possible, and I fail a lot. Trust me. This is also why I'm adamant about don't hold me to all just one bad take, because guess what? I've had a lot of them. Sometimes when I revisit them, I do kind of feel like it's oh shit, no, I think I was pretty well stated in this, and then in this case, I had an entire night to sit and think about it. You don't feel like it? Well, that's kind of at some point, I'm not trying to be rude here, but that's the vibe. What do you mean? Another candidate would be difficult. The thing is, it's not about no. To answer Emily's question, the fact is, no, there will not be a primary. Now it will just be chosen for you. I don't watch Pep to agree with him. That is true. I mean, realistically, dude, I've had plenty of people tell me that I've just last night, I had somebody that I respect immensely, shout out Sylvie. She's a regular on my show. She fucking straight up told me off, and you know what? I was fine with it because she had some merit to it. This is why I was very careful to try and break this in a way where I was like, hey, okay, this is literally me just using the frame of all of what we have. The one interview that she did and the political piece. That's all we really had. And then my entire take on it was, okay, this is bad. Her story, it is it comes across as credible is the way that I should say it, because the problem is it's based on text messages that when you do read them in the context that they're presented, it doesn't tell the story that the political piece was telling and that she's been telling. So that's all I'm saying. But I don't agree with anyone on this space on everything. I think I am the most fringe character on the channel. You know, and you're right. You're right. You definitely are. When when they say marches to the beat of their own drum. I thought I was that for the log. No, I mean I am. I think that's what makes this space kind of one of like those. I think that's what makes it this space is the fact that we don't. We don't all march to the beat of the drum, which is good. You shouldn't. Maintenance is lost, just gone, deal with it. Yeah. I mean, that's realistically like kind of what's happening now is now you guys caught so the people that wanted Plantner out caught the car. Okay. Are you happy with what you got? We happy with the car? No. That's like all right, not the best analogy, but what do people ever agree on one? Nobody. Apparently that's an internet thing and a political thing where they're just like, oh yeah, I expect this politician, you represent me, therefore you need to think like me. Like, I think that realistically, that's where it comes from, is like we feel like we're entitled to it, which, to be fair, our Constitution kind of does. So, but realistically, guys, just, God, I feel like I'm summing this up way too late. With the Grand Plantner situation, like I said, this was just no matter how you break this, no matter believe her or not, this did result in Maine being lost and us keeping the status quo as it is that we have been dealing with and fighting back against forever, and it will only get worse. Like, it kind of sucks. You supported Plantner until Emily. I'm not sure if we ever clarified this, or if we did, I missed the thing. You're from Maine, then, right? Like, I'm asking because realistically, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if I support Plantner, and it doesn't matter if any of us support Plantner if we're not from Maine. And honestly, I think that getting all bent out of shape about it is probably not the best thing to do. Me, I'm a fucking political streamer, so yeah, you can expect me to, come out here, have my opinions, do the thing, and yeah, marketplace of ideas and all that. And sorry, Andrea, I didn't mean to turn that into a thing where I was just like, I'm gonna take my bull and go home. But I don't like clicky bullshit. I hope that is something that is just overtly understood. And if there is that, then I want it to be handled. Okay. Don't worry about it. Well, I do. See, I'm not sure if you know this. I have the conviction to say what's on my mind, but then I also have that thing once I calm down, I go oh, I'm sorry. Like, Emily, I hope you know this. I'm genuinely upset that I made you upset. That it actually, I hurt my own feelings. I'm sorry that I was I'm sorry I was a prick to you. I really am. But I also do think that it's no, when I was I had this one pretty well thought out. I thought, I guess, maybe not as much as I gave myself credit for, which, oops, I'm sorry. We still have to do what we can to keep the fascists out of office. That's kind of the thing. But we can only do so much. For instance, I'm from Chicago. So you know what I can do? I can vote for the people that are literally the farthest left to the center and to the Republican establishment that we have. So if that meant me voting for Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, even though I had personal differences with her, then fine. That's what I did. I think that realistically, man, they make it to where we as leftists, dude, oh God, I just thought about this, but I think it is them kind of, it's like a punishment for us knowing too much about this shit. Because realistically, guys, like Republicans, this is why they vote in the numbers that they do. And this is why it doesn't really change, is because they don't listen to this. Do you know how many times I've had a fucking conversation with a Republican where they're just like, I didn't hear Trump say that. It's just like, dude, it was all over, like, everywhere. It's like, yeah, I didn't see it. It's like, And then they show up, you know? Republican voters have a negative IQ. Great. Well, their negative IQ wins them elections. That's awesome that our fucking triple digit IQs constantly fucking keep us from winning anything. That's awesome. That's just so awesome. Instead of fucking breaking things down to like the simplicity that our American system is at, number one, I agree with you. I do agree with you. But I'm not sure if the right way of going about it is saying, hey, you have a low IQ, fuck you. But you know what, Andrea? I could be, you know what? I'm revising this. No, I want to join you on this one. Fuck it. Let's just go point out to everybody that they have a low IQ. I'm fucking over it. No, yeah, but you're one person with a powerful opinion. I ain't running yet. Exactly, yet. See? Oh, we absolutely should fight, but whatever people choose to do, it's got to be done in the next couple weeks. We don't have the luxury of an entire election cycle. Next few weeks, it's literally 7 days. Not even 7 days. You have 6 days to put somebody on this ballot and then have your primary in Maine, I guess. I don't know. Like, whatever, man. This sucks so bad. I walk on low IQ. Oh. Or I walk in on low IQ. Oh, we weren't talking about anybody here. We were talking about Republicans and just people that piss us off. This has definitely been one of like the more passionate shows. I'm gonna call it a passionate show because I will say this much, like, I was hoping that nobody was going to misunderstand to the point of taking it to calling me a rape apologist. Because that's exactly what I like saw coming from this, where I was just like, oh, so me even asking the question is going to now turn into, how dare you do that? Like, you do understand how that's just a form of thought policing. Like, that is also bullshit. Because like, that's saying that women can't be assholes. Fuck you. Oh, I know. I'm a man that said women can be assholes. Oh, I'm such a chauvinist. Yeah, men can be assholes too. You know what? Here's some breaking news. Every person on this planet has been an asshole at some point. It's about how much of an asshole they really are. Republican voters exist to be taking advantage of. They are livestock and nothing more. A large quantity of biomass we must navigate around. So you're calling them horse shit. Got it. All right. Horse shit with red hats. Tracks. That's why I think I should run on the Republicans protecting predators, or that's why I think we should run on protecting Republicans protecting predators while also pushing the good policies Plattner has. That just became a lot harder. No matter what you say, because the thing is, they're going to throw that at us now. I was coping and hoping that the Democrats won't poll just poll selecting somebody. But you're right, Pep. It's likely not to have a speed run primary. Yeah, no, I know. And Emily, again, I appreciate you still being here, and I hope that you did not unsub. I hope that we can just say that it got a little heated on my end. I'm not doing this like both sides bullshit to her. It's like we both got no. I got a little shouty, and you know what? Oh, I feel bad. So, Andrea, looking forward to your next rant. I am. Yeah. Are you covering this today? Because honestly, yeah, I'd like to see other people's rants on this. That also fucking kind of wait. Do you really think 96? I guess you're right. 96%. I guess that kind of makes sense. Because I don't see a lot of people wanting to even discuss this like that far. Asshole is not discriminatory. Just like neither is stupid. Yep. It's true mental support. The difference is we know the Republicans protect predators with Plattner. It's yet to be verified. That's kind of the thing, man. I've seen plenty of Pep crash outs, and yeah, Pep, you went extra on that one. Nat, you know I love you. You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong. Hence the apology. Sincerely, I am sorry for if I hurt anybody's feelings, number one. Number two, if I did actually like get to the point where like it just got uncomfortable, like, okay, so like when you see a show where you have two personalities fighting with each other, I had this with Opie and Anthony, right? So there were certain shows that like it was tense, and then they'd fight, and you were just like, mom and dad are fighting, and it was entertaining as shit. You can't look away from the car accident, but at some point you have to acknowledge it's like, oh, that was getting bad there. It's like, oh boy. Yeah. We have more ammo to throw at chuds regarding SA. I mean, yes, we have a lot. The thing is, it's not like this is what kind of sucks is like timing is a big one. We don't use our timing to like actually do that. You know what I've seen from Democrats and a lot of fucking people on the left doing the last 9 months? Kind of just panicking. Thinking like, oh my, because like every time that a DSA candidate wins, we all have the same reaction. Like, holy shit, it happened. Like, I don't know, man. We could definitely do with like a little injection of some confidence. That would be great. You were listening to Tom Joyner back in the day. Jesus. Tom Joyner. Wow. Haven't heard. It's like Bob and Tom. Fucking. Yeah. Damn. Old school. If you guys don't know what we're talking about old school radio DJs. I think. Who's the first one? It had to Steve Dahl. Yeah, Steve Dahl was probably the first guy that ever got me to think like I could do this, which is weird because I would love to give all my credit to like a Howard Stern type, even though, you know, I don't know, after finding out about the white parties and all the fucking shenanigans, you know, surprisingly, it's not the stuff that he talked about on his show, the Donald Trump connection, any of that shit. It was literally like oh, bro, you were at an Epstein party and like, kind of, I don't know, I'm just kind of a little quiet on that one. What's up with that, Howard? Delayed response. Oh, wait. I had to go talk to your apartment manager. Ugh. Fuck that. Sorry, I felt for you. Not sure if you have a good relationship with them or not, but oh, man, there's nothing I hated worse than going to an apartment manager or owner. So my last apartment, oh, you're like, you know, shit, it's almost 20 years ago. But dude, the apartment manager was her husband. So the owner was or my landlord, you know. I don't know. She seemed all right until there's one time with her husband. She sends him there, and like I had one of my friends there. You know, one of my black friends. I hate that I have to preface that, but pertains to the story. Because this guy like literally says like, get him out of here. Like what's he even doing here? What's he even doing here? And like he tried to say like we don't allow them in there. I was like, excuse me? This is where the guy fucked up royally. So we lived literally, we shared a backyard with the fucking police station and fire department. So we start getting in a little bit of a heated discussion, and you guys have now seen me, you know, heated. So I think you guys could get maybe why it got somebody's attention. So cops come and they immediately ask what's going on, but they go to him, you know, totally not like discriminating against my friend and myself. Yeah, but then once they got the entire story, and then also we had like one of our I guess like apartment people, like it was just somebody that lived like underneath us. They actually stuck up for us, and they were just like, no, like this guy was going like after them. He asked them straight up, like, what's he doing here? And they were just like, you can't do that. You can't discriminate based on race like that. He's like, this is my property. It's like, no. I was like, they were like, are you a tenant here? I'm like, yeah. They're like, yeah, no. That's not how this works, man. Yeah, magically, my next lease was not even an option. So Dem Party can flood Maine with ads from now to election. That can be enough. The public already knows the Epstein files are. My coat made me sound like an idiot. It's okay. Don't worry about it, Emily. You're fine. No, like I said, like, this is the one thing I'll say about this space, and I'll say this about my own stream, and just myself. Like, no hard feelings is very much how I've lived my life. And this is, dude, I've talked about this a lot on my own stream, where I've had hockey fights, I've had real fights with people that usually end up with me and them, you know, having a beer or having a smoke session, just chilling. So yeah, man, like, no hard feelings here. Yes, Natch is 1000% correct. I definitely had, like, that was a crash out for the ages. That was a legendary Pep crash out. If anything, Emily, give yourself a little pat on the back, because you you did actually, like, you broke my brain with that one. It's okay. But yeah, that was like, because that like, I had that moment where I was just like, are we doing this again? Like, that's it, or it's just like, cool, maybe we could get a prior. It's like, we had one. we I don't live in Maine. The fuck, you know, at the end of the day, this is kind of my whole point. I don't live in Maine, man. Like, I know what I can control and what I can't. Jet, clip the crash out. You can. It's all right. I mean, if you want to, I'm fine with it, guys. Like, listen, you know that I'm not gonna sit here and pretend that, like, it doesn't bother me that if I, like, when I lose somebody, you know, from my audience, or is like when they unsub or something like that, I feel mostly worse that I'm literally on this space, and that was something that came across where I was just like, no, don't hold, like, listen, again, you could block me, you could you could sub and unsub for me if that was the case. Like, you know, if you wanted to stick it to me there. But yeah, don't hold this space to account on that one, please. And I mean that. Yeah, I would so clip the crash out if I could. Someone unsub from this space because I said vets should have healthcare under M4. It's all good. No, I know, dude. I know. I'm just, I personally, like, I never like leaving things awkward, you know? I think what upsets people is the double standard that gives grace to the Epstein class. Well, no, it's maddening. It's literally maddening. Like, I will explain why this is so maddening to me. Is because we went through the Me Too movement. I thought that we did have this kind of, like, gentleman's agreement where we as Americans were kind of like, yeah, you know what? We should, like, we always need to, like, look into this. So anytime that there was, like, a woman that came out and said that, you know, she was S8, or like there was something that, like, it was always something that we should look further into. And this is, but the thing that kind of killed that movement a lot was just the over cancellation. And then there were provable instances in which the accuser was blatantly wrong. This is why the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp trial was such a thing, because realistically, in the class consciousness, it was litigating the Me Too movement. And that's why so many chuds to this day still love themselves some fucking Johnny Depp. Some of the most toxic dudes in my, like, that I know, I guess they're in my life, but we're not, like, friends or anything like that. But some of the most toxic dudes I know are, they will literally quote that fucking trial. Like, yeah, it sucks, but all righty, time to wrap up here. Oh God, I do enjoy the Fear and Loathing film with Depp. I mean, yeah, he's made some good movies. There have been other ones that were just shit, but I wish I could say that the Bill Murray adaptation was better. Yeah, I don't think it is. No, I can agree with that one. Actually, it was Benicio del Toro that made the Depp cut awesome. But yeah, either way. All right, guys. I know this one got a little heated. I actually really appreciate everybody sticking through it. Also, thank you for kind of being, thank you for being fair with me on this one. Also, I do have the apologies. I apologize to our viewer that got upset, and I also apologies to anybody on this space where if I made you a little upset with anything that I said here today, please honestly, like I'm open to discuss, because these types of discussions, it doesn't usually get that heated. I apologize to myself. Sorry, bud. I'll timestamp it for sure in DMs. Thanks. All right, guys. Well, I am off for the day, so please stick around for, I believe we have some syndicated content coming on, Valley Labor Report and Good Morning Comrade. Then also stick around for, you got Alex, Devil's Advocate, coming in and doing some live content for you a little bit later. And then I will hopefully see you guys tomorrow for some live primetime Pepaganda. Likely I will be there. So, alrighty. I appreciate you. I will catch you on the next one. Goodbye.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talk.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
The problems are structural. They're not about tariffs. They're about how 4 companies process 85% of U.S. beef.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
It is the 4th of July, and some of the festivities that many of us would like to partake in include, but are not limited to, hot dogs and hamburgers, right? People want to have hot dogs and hamburgers. And if you're going out today and this is the first time that you're getting hamburger meat in a while, or you got it last week for today, and you don't get hamburger meat very often, like me, typically I eat chicken or I eat ground turkey. And so, when you go and you try to get some red meat, you might get some sticker shock. And that has been the case for a long time. And unfortunately, the Trump administration has not done anything about it. They have been unwilling to take on the big meatpacking monopolies, so says the American Economic Liberties Project. And they go through a bunch of actions that the Trump administration has taken, some that experts would say would be likely to affect beef prices, others that the administration itself said were aimed at lowering beef prices. And the American Economic Liberties Project and Rethink Trade, a program at the American Economic Liberties Project, they demonstrate that none of those have actually had a huge impact on beef prices, and none of them have lowered beef prices, actually. And so here's some of the actions that the Trump administration has taken. The first action is the tariff increases, right? And so there's a lot of, especially when the Liberation Day tariffs took effect, there was a lot of hand-wringing in the media about how this was just going to completely destroy the American economy. And one of the reasons that it didn't is because the Liberation Day tariffs did not stay in effect for very long. But nevertheless, even following the insane tariffs, the universal tariffs that were put on all countries, basically, there were still very elevated levels of tariffs. And so the thought would be that this is going to raise ground beef prices substantially. Well, they only rose by 0.67%, the price of ground beef, as a result of, or in the time immediately following the Liberation Day tariffs. And so that's kind of strange. Then, following that, there was a lot of consternation about high prices, rightly so. And so the Trump administration was like, okay, we're going to cut tariffs and we're going to increase imports, and we're actually going to exempt most beef from tariffs altogether. That started in November of 2025. And yet, and as a result of that, imports grew by more than 10% for ground beef. But prices rose another almost 2%, 1.94%. And then following that, in February of this year, 2026, they were like, we really have to pull down beef prices. So, and I also want to help out the right-wing Argentina president Javier Milei ahead of their elections. And so then they increased the low tariff Argentine import volume, and U.S. beef prices still remained flat. They did not decrease. What Rethink Trade shows is that the problems are structural. They're not about tariffs. They're about how 4 companies process 85% of U.S. beef. And 20 firms process 98% of cattle slaughtered nationwide. 3 of the big 4 have paid tens of millions of dollars in settlements for alleged price fixing, but none of them had been broken up, and the Trump administration is not doing anything about it. They talk about how independent feedlots are being squeezed out. They're talking about how the U.S., the cattle herd, is actually at its lowest since 1951, despite growing demand and higher cattle prices. And that's because these big 4 beef companies believe, rightly, that with a smaller cattle herd, they can extract more profit from consumers and actually also from ranchers who have to sell their cattle to these big 4 meat processors. Ranchers, stockers, and feedlots, the producer side of the supply chain, earn 16% less of the retail beef dollar than they did before consolidation took place in the beef industry. And since just 2017, more than 100,000 cattle operations have closed. And farm bankruptcies in April 2026 hit their highest level since the pandemic. And so, really, this is affecting everybody. If you want to have a good time on this 4th of July, you obviously are going to be looking at hot dogs, beef hot dogs and hamburgers. It's going to be costing a lot. And, funny enough, as this report lays out, it's not just Trump. Trump is not doing anything about it, but neither did the Biden administration, at least not as much as needed to be done. The Biden administration did bring some anti-monopoly lawsuits against some of these employers, some of these companies, but it wasn't enough. And so Rethink Trade says that the real solution here is to break up the big 4 meat packers through stronger antitrust enforcement, including the Packers and Stockyards Act, and enact the Family, Grocery, and Farmer Relief Act. They also say to reduce beef import quotas and raise in-quota and over-quota tariff rates to signal to ranchers to expand their domestic cattle herd. They also want to reinstate mandatory country of origin labeling through the bipartisan American Beef Labeling Act to provide U.S. consumers the information needed to support domestic cattle farmers. And they want to prosecute fraudulent U.S. origin claims so that large packers cannot profit from falsely branding imported beef or beef from imported cattle as American. I think these are very sensible recommendations, and they're recommendations that independent candidate for U.S. Senate in Nebraska, Dan Osborne, has been trumpeting for the better part of a year now, particularly the enforcement of the Packers and Stockyards Act. We talked about how, in Lexington, Nebraska, I think it was Tyson, closed a plant that was profitable, for which there was still a market for their product, just because they could make a little bit more profit by not having it open. And by doing that, they killed literally thousands of jobs. They were the number one employer in the region. And so the destruction of that plant has been completely devastating for Lexington, Nebraska. Dan Osborne has said that there should be enforcement action taken against Tyson for this, that he thinks that it was illegal for them to do that. But Nebraska's current senator, Pete Ricketts, does not think so. He thinks that what Tyson did was fine. It was fine to screw over working families in Lexington, Nebraska. It was fine to completely upend the economy so that people at the top could make a little bit more money. Just totally
Wicked.
Hey, 5 seconds. Just wanted to say that this is only possible because of our donors. If you want to see more of this, then consider donating yourself at tvlr.fm/donate.
And all of this also comes as as a result of the increased imports from Argentina and other countries. There had been concerns about the screwworm infecting American cattle herds, in part because of Doge's destruction of some of the programs meant to, and that had successfully keep out the screwworm, some of these diseases that infect cattle herds.
Well, now, in fairness, the U.S. Agriculture Secretary, Brooke Rollins, said that the loss of staff had no impact on screwworm response, and that it couldn't be more false, the fact that Doge had something to do with this. And just for the context, the screwworm is like a age-old parasite problem that cattle deal with, and it had been eradicated. It is coming back, and it is spreading from Mexico north into Texas. There have been quite a few confirmed cases already. And, the scary thing about it is that the Trump administration, particularly with the Doge effort, cut funds to the U.S. Agency of International Development, USAID. And right around the same time, they also ended a temporary suspension on cattle imports from Mexico, meaning livestock was allowed to cross the border without any of this monitoring by USAID. Doge cut funds for the projects that were explicitly meant to monitor and contain the screwworm in Central America. And obviously, there have been federal workforce cuts across agencies, including the USDA, which has lost 20% of its staff. But the USDA says nothing to be worried about. That has no impact. In fact, they're doing a better job than ever. We'll let you decide.
This news also comes as the jobs report that was released from June was not very good. not very many jobs created, numbers revised down for the previous months. Wage growth is below inflation. Inflation's around 4%. Wage growth is around 3%. So people are, in real dollars, taking a pay cut. Prices are continuing to rise. Wages are falling. The unemployment rate dipped down a little bit last month, but that was more because people fell out of the labor force, not because they got new jobs. They just stopped looking for jobs. And so, there's a real sense of economic malaise, you could call it, right now in the country. And the current administration and the people that support the current administration, both in government and in the media, are really having a difficult time, reacting to this. And it really does give me sort of deja vu to how the Biden administration was acting towards the end of his term, because in response to real concerns from the American people about their standard of living and how it had not really improved since the Biden administration took office, even though, I don't know who would say that the economy was not better 18 months ago before Trump took office than it is today. I don't know how you could argue that. You couldn't. There's no, there's nothing that you could point to that would say that we're better off now than we were before. But under the Biden administration, because of the COVID era inflation, people's, standard of living had not really caught up to where it was prior to the pandemic, and people were still feeling the pinch, even though, I do think that you can argue that a lot of the Biden administration's policies were getting us to a place where, I think if the Biden administration, Harris had been elected and we had had those policies allowed to play themselves out, we would be in a better place now. And I think that we would be, better than we were before the pandemic. But that was not allowed to happen. But instead of meeting the American people where they were at, instead of saying yes, it's true, your buying power has not recovered from the pandemic. And that's a problem. That's a problem in part due to greedflation and the fact that we have companies and billionaires that have so much power and are able to extract more profit from you as a consumer and a worker. Yes, there are still huge problems. And here's what we're going to do to address it. The Biden administration was like, look at what we have already done. Look at the things that we have already done and just be grateful for it. And that's obviously not going to be something that people who are struggling are willing to hear. Well, now we have Trump and the Republicans doing, I was about to say they're doing the same thing, but it's really worse. I want to play you a clip from Republican Congressman Nels from Texas, even though he is representing Texas, but you can hear in his accent, he's a Yankee. I looked it up. He's from Wisconsin. I don't know how he got, he was a sheriff in Wisconsin as recently as 2015 or something. So I don't know how he got to Texas, but he's representing Texas now. And just listen at, I don't know how to describe it any other way than contempt that he has for normal working people. Let's play clip one.
Congressman, real quick, how do House Republicans make the case that you're fighting for affordability when you go back to your districts?
Affordability? What are you talking about?
Affordability is the big...
I'm going to go there tomorrow. Over the 4th. I'm going to get me a couple big lobster tails. I'm going to get me some nice ribeyes. I'm going to sit in my backyard with my family, my neighbors. And we're going to be enjoying the 4th, celebrating 250 years, the birthday. We're going to be celebrating the greatest president of my lifetime, Donald J. Trump. Maybe watch some fireworks. Won't be up here. It's going to be too hot, right? And I'm in bed at 11 o'clock. I heard the fireworks ain't going off till 11 o'clock Eastern on the 4th of July. I probably have to sleep through that one. But listen, everybody understands you're going to see a little increase in energy prices because of Iran. Come on, people aren't stupid. You realize that. When
so he's talking about I'm gonna be eating lobster tail. That you have to be a special maybe a special kind of stupid to hear about people are having economic problems. People are having problems with affordability and their ability to just kind of live a normal life. And you're literally the first thing that you say, buddy, I'm eating lobster tails tomorrow.
I'm surprised you didn't mention caviar, champagne, some fine wines, perhaps.
Yeah. Buddy, I'm having lobster tails tomorrow. And then, really just telling people, get over it, even though the administration embarked on this totally needless war, a war of choice. We were not threatened. The Trump's own security people, the Trump's own intelligence people, said that the Iranians were not moving towards developing a nuclear weapon. Took us on this war, and it is increasing prices for you. Get over it. Don't be stupid. I mean, that's kind of nuts. Let's continue.
Flip that ramp, but I think in the end, the short-term increase in some of the costs of energy, gasoline and stuff, is temporary. But President Trump has made it very clear to these companies: don't be gouging, no price gouging. I mean, energy, oil was at $69 the other day, 72 today. I mean, the prices got to come down. Don't take advantage of the American people. To me, it's almost criminal.
You think 60% of Americans?
So we got to do that. We have to do that, and I think that the overall goal and objective is to make sure Iran never has a nuclear weapon. So I'm okay with the increase in fuel, because you knew it was going to happen with oil and the Strait and everything. But it's a temporary issue.
You think the 60% of Americans who are living paycheck to paycheck can afford lobster tails and ribeyes and all of that?
Maybe not. Maybe the 60% of America don't work as hard as I do either. I mean, I don't know.
All right. If you can't afford or don't feel like your savings account can afford for you to be eating lobster tails today,
you don't work as hard as he does.
You don't work as hard as Mr. Fancy Pants Yankee Congressman.
That's a bold strategy.
I mean,
to insult
crazy.
Over 60% of the voting population.
It's crazy.
Hey, I know most of you are in this situation, and I'm going to insult most of you. And I'm an elected official. I don't know. That is a bold strategy. I don't know if he is that cocky that big money, it will save him in his election, but that is really insulting. I mean, even if you voted for the guy, even if you agree with his politics, chances are you're closer to being paycheck to paycheck than living like he is.
Yeah, well, for sure. But because, I mean, Trump won. People making under $50,000 a year for the first, that's the first time that a Republican has done that. Since, I don't even know. Has a Republican ever done that? I don't know. But it's the first time that it's happened in a long time, at the very least. And so yes, the majority of people in that situation voted for the Trump administration, and so presumably for the down ballot Republicans like him. And so you have to wonder how the majority of people in that situation who voted for him feel about how he thinks that, I just have more money than you because I work harder than you, actually. And I deserve lobster tails and ribeyes, and you don't.
All right. Enjoy your ramen.
There was another clip that sort of illustrated this sort of attitude on Fox News from Jesse Waters. Let's play clip 2.
To come here right now.
Some of these kids, and I call them kids because they're in their 20s, and they've never had real jobs, and they're complaining things are expensive. Yes, things are expensive when you don't have a real job.
Right.
I just want to say that I don't think that I don't think 60% of Americans, who are living paycheck to paycheck, 60% of Americans are not 20-year-olds without a job, right? That's just not the case. And so again,
yeah, I mean, it's just not reality. It's just not reality, and it's really bold to go on TV and just lie to folks. But, that's what they're doing. And, I mean, it doesn't even add up. It really just, you can't you can make up 60% of the country with just 20-year-olds not working jobs. Like, and of course he's talking about real job. You know, what's a real job, buddy?
A real job is
like
talking on TV. Yes. Yes, that's a real job. That's how you get your hands calloused, is by sitting at a fancy desk talking about how everybody else is lazy. Let's continue.
Do you think that's getting traction? Complaining?
Unfortunately, I do, because this generation, my generation, I hate to say it, Gen Z and those younger than me have been raised with just silver spoons in their mouth, just getting everything handed to them. That's not the values this country was built on. It was built on meritocracy and hard work, pulling up your sleeves, pulling yourself up from your bootstraps, and achieving the American dream. And we need to protect it with all we got.
Is it laziness?
A little bit.
Is it because the professor said the country's corrupt, it's evil, and we just need to shake them down and hand money out?
It's laziness, and it's the liberal indoctrination. You bring up a great point about our education system. However, I will say, a silver lining, so many parents that I talk to across the country are homeschooling, are turning to private education, are turning towards Christian schools across the country because they don't want their children being taught these communist and liberal ideas slammed down their throat. It's why President Trump in the White House has advocated so strongly for school choice across the country. We want kids to be taught to love our country. They should. It is the greatest country in the history of the world.
All right. I say, if they misbehave, just make all these young kids join the army, right? Shape them up. I almost had
or send them to Cuba. Send them to Iran. They'll want to come back real quick.
That's a good point. They can say hi to the gay Ayatollah. Thank you so much, and welcome back, Caroline.
Crazy.
That is baffling.
Yeah.
I avoid TV news, quote unquote. I do not watch any of the media stations on TV. I cut that out of my life years ago after, I think, the 2016 presidential election. I was like, you know what? This is really bad for my health. It just irritates me. I hate all these people and all the lies that they spew from so many directions. And it is just really baffling that this stuff airs on TV, and they can get on there and just say things that have no connection to material reality.
Yeah, well, I mean, part of the reason is that the real intended audience for this is, millionaire boomer retirees who watch Fox News, who want to complain about young people.
Kids these days.
Yeah. I mean, that's the real audience for that kind of stuff is millionaire boomer retirees who watch Fox News, and they don't want the rest of us to see it, is the reality. But yeah. It's great.
Happy birthday, America.
Happy birthday, America. The people in charge of your country hate you. They hate you. They think they're better than you. And that's why they get to have lobster tails and you don't.
But hey, if you work really hard, one day you can talk on TV and lie to people, and you can have lobster tails too. Just keep licking the boots and maybe it'll happen.
It's a little messed up that the delegates that were opposed to going to this one member, one vote system can vote to go back. It's this weird power dynamic. I'm opposed to that. I don't think it's right. And I think the membership should have a say. They're the ones that voted it in.
Up next, we're going to have Nick Livick on the show. Nick is the chair of the Reform Caucus UAW Member Action and a member of the United Auto Workers Local 31. Nick, welcome back to the program.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Really appreciate you taking the time. It's been a minute since you were on the program. You've gone through a whole huge transformation. You're like buff now. And so I'm sure you're really excited about that. But congratulations. We ran into each other at the Labor Notes convention. I think we did meet in person at the Labor Notes convention. I think this is the second or third time that you've been. It's the third time that I've been. And I wanted to talk to you about that and a bunch of other stuff. So let's start with Labor Notes, because that's kind of chronologically what came up first. What were some of the things that you wanted to get out of the Labor Notes convention?
No, I mean, it's just that's a hard question to answer. Just networking with other reformers. I mean, the last Labor Notes convention, it was, there was a little bit of reform happening in UFCW. And then it was really TDU and UAWD, the former caucus, now Member Action. And that was like really it. But now 2 years later, and there you have a crew in the electrical workers, crew in IATSE. UFCW has coalesced in Essential Workers for Democracy. And there's just so much more happening in the labor movement, and it's really inspiring to see. So like my biggest thing for Labor Notes was I really wanted to network with these people, meet them in person, talk to them, because we've talked a little bit online, but so many of us are going through the same things regardless of our union. So I really wanted to like reach out and just meet them and start talking to them, and let them know if they need anything in their next steps. We're happy to share our experience, because that's what TDU did for us. And, it really helped us along the way.
Yeah, absolutely. For people for the uninitiated, how would you describe Labor Notes as a project and an institution?
So Labor Notes is like, I don't know. They're always the ones that are seemingly reporting the truth with no, a lot of publications, don't have like that labor bias. I know Labor Valley Report is one of them, but for a long time, we didn't have anything in labor like Labor Notes that would just report the truth and from a class conscious level. So Labor Notes has really been championing that. And then for the convention, it's the greatest coalescence of labor activists in really the entire world that I know of. I mean, you have guests coming from all across the world, France, Germany, Belgium. I mean, everybody there, Mexico. I'm sure I'm missing nations. But labor activists from around the entire world. And next year, or the next convention, they're going to be expanding. So that's really good to see. I think this one had 4,700 labor activists from around the world. And I mean, there's just nowhere else, as a rank and file member, that you can go there and get that kind of networking or reach or tap into that wealth of knowledge.
What would you say were some of the most helpful panels and workshops that you were able to go to?
So I'm a little bit of an expert on the reform process now, but going to see the different reform panels was really cool, and listening to how crew has conquered some of their issues, or how to get a reform caucus up and running, and the different things that people have done. But there was a book, one that I went to that Labor Notes released, called Keep Going. And that one was really inspiring, because no matter what, you're going to hit these roadblocks. And it was all about how other labor activists have hit these roadblocks, and how they found the ability, or the passion, or the lessons to keep on pushing forward, because you only lose if you stop. And I think that lesson and that book is really great. And I think it put a lot of things into perspective. And I even learned some things listening to Scott Holdison, because he was one of the ones that wrote a chapter for the book. And I learned things about the reform in UAW that I didn't necessarily know before. And so that was pretty neat.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt with all of these, you could spend your life learning about something, and there's always something else new to learn. One of the things that kept coming up as I was talking to people, you've been to Labor Notes before, right?
Yeah, this is my second one.
So one of the things that kept coming up in conversations was that the mood was different than the last two. The last two Labor Notes really felt to me, very triumphal and labor on the march sort of deal. Alex talked about this in her article for Jacobin, that the mood was just much more somber. It wasn't any less determined or militant, but that, there was a real sense that the labor movement writ large, including the militant wing of it, is under attack. And I think that mood was, kind of sort of justified when multiple people who were at the conference were then indicted by the federal government for their protest activity in Minneapolis. But did it feel that way to you as well?
I mean, it's hard when you're like involved at the level that most labor notes activists are. I mean, sometimes it's hard to stay motivated with everything that's going on. I mean, look at the current state of the politics for the labor and especially like labor left. So like I definitely felt a lot of that, but I also saw like a lot of hope in like the reform caucuses that are propping up, and like the amount of people that were specifically attending things about like, how to set up your reform caucus, and like unions from everywhere. And I think that's like one of the things, like, yes, I definitely felt what you're talking about. But I also saw a lot of hope in like, if everyone that's interested in reforming their unions, if they all step up and actually do the work, where we're going to be in 2 years from now, and how we're going to be able to organize at the reform caucus level to really start pushing labor down the path that it needs to be. Because I think labor is definitely taken strides, but I think there's still more that we can do to push back against this regime.
Right after Labor Notes, you went to the UAW convention. I want to talk to you about that. Before we do, was there anything else about Labor Notes that you wanted to talk about before we moved on?
No, I just encourage like anybody, if you've ever thought about attending Labor Notes, it's a great weekend, and it's an amazing way to meet people. So I definitely think about attending in 2 more years.
Absolutely. And unlike this time, there will, hopefully everybody who wants to go will get to go next time. So because I think that Alex was thinking that they're going to be getting a convention center in Chicago that can hold up to 10,000 people. So hopefully, if you want to go next time, you'll be able to go. So after Labor Notes, you went to the UAW's convention. What would you say were like the big headlines from, well, actually, before we talk about that, what were some of the differences that you noticed, or what are some of the differences between a Labor Notes convention and the UAW's constitutional convention?
So, like, I don't know. I posted something on my Facebook reflecting on that. It was kind of like the two conventions were like inspiring, because like Labor Notes and the reform side of things were asking like, how do we get to where they are at in the Teamsters and the UAW? And then the UAW convention, like delegates were asking, how far can we go? And I think that's a really healthy dynamic, especially for, labor, because there's been labor was kind of listless for so long. And it really feels good that you have, unions like the UAW that's pushing the envelope on class conscious communication, and like setting up the argument of, it's the rich versus the working class. And, they're the reason why we're getting screwed, the rich, that is. So, I mean, those two thoughts were really inspiring, and I hope that like the UAW can continue to push the envelope in the labor movement and continue to lead. But yeah, that's what I thought. Like the contrast between the two was really neat.
What were some of the biggest takeaways from the convention in your mind, from the UAW?
So one of the big ones was the updating of the retiree definition, and this is something that Member Action pushed really hard for. So essentially in the UAW, in order to be considered a retiree, you had to have a defined benefit pension plan or retire after Social Security eligibility, so 62 in 1 month. So we changed that definition completely, because somebody like me, I wouldn't be able to be considered a retiree if I worked for 40 years and I retired before Social Security eligibility. So we changed that definition to anybody that works 30 years with a UAW employer, or anybody that works 10 years and hits the age of 55. So it's for the first time in like UAW history, the companies aren't defining who can be a retiree of our organization. And then, I mean, we have the strike fund, which was increased to $1.3 billion. We approved to be able to take out $100 million between conventions for special organizing projects. That was huge. And then the divestment from any Israeli holdings. I think that was a morally just thing to do. And I'm sure I'm missing something, but there was a lot that was pulled out of committee that we debated. But I think those are like the big ones.
The increasing of the strike fund is an interesting and I think incredibly important thing that happened at the convention. And for those for people who don't know, the UAW strike fund is approaching $825 or $850 million, which previously the Constitution had said once the strike fund hits that, then there will be a dues reduction, because basically that's kind of like the UAW at previous conventions had said, that's kind of what we need. We don't really need a strike fund bigger than $825 or $850 million. And so the willingness of the delegates to essentially eliminate a tax deduction, right? I mean, that, everybody loves to say, I cut taxes, I cut your dues. Everybody loves to be able to go back home if they're an elected official, or, presumably a similar dynamic would exist for delegates and say, I cut your dues. But the delegates at this convention had the foresight to say, well, no, if we can keep building our war chest, we should do that. Especially, we just talked about how at the Labor Notes Convention, there was a big feeling of being under attack, especially in a time where we're under attack. We should not kind of put down our opportunity to have more weapons. And then on top of that, the delegates also allowed for more money to be spent out of the strike fund to organize, right? And so, I mean, those two things together, I think, are huge and important for building the strength of the UAW and the labor movement. And it seems like that could have potentially been a politically risky thing for the delegates to do. How do you think that delegates justified making that decision?
So, I mean, it was a really hard fought, debate on the floor. And I think a lot of the points were valid for the ones that were against it. I was somebody that was against the dues increase in 2014. I was against it in 2018. But this time, if I was a delegate on the floor, I would have been more inclined to support it. I think the biggest difference is in 2014 and 2018, we were a union that was stagnant and we weren't doing anything. They said we need to increase dues for the strike fund, and everyone was like, okay, but we haven't really gone on strike in a very long time. So there was valid concern back then, but now, I see us as a union that's out there fighting, where I think Sean Fain, the president of the UAW, said that his IEB hasn't declined a strike of anybody that's asked for it. And I think that's important. But I mean, even then, if the big three goes out and because we want to get pensions and retiree healthcare back. If we go out and we all went out, like some want us to do, that strike fund would only last us 13 to 14 weeks because we also pay healthcare out of that strike fund if the companies cut it off. I think obviously there's more strategic ways that we can do that. We've seen it with the stand-up strike. But what is the question I think delegates were asking was what's the price of being in a fighting union? We want to do all of these things. We know in auto that we need to organize the transplants, and that takes money. And it takes money to run these highly coordinated campaigns, especially when you're going after Mercedes. We just unionized VW. I'm drawing so many blanks right now. But we have so many drives happening in the South, and this all takes money, and it takes money to organize. And if we can organize these people, and organize more members into our organization, like that's going to make it so we can hit that strike fund cap even quicker. So the answer for me always comes back to organizing, because density is destiny, as Sean Fain always says.
Hey, 5 seconds. Just wanted to say that this is only possible because of our donors. If you want to see more of this, then consider donating yourself at tblr.fm/donate.
The Labor Notes headline about the convention was that delegates backed the union's new fighting direction. I think this is one of the examples of that. You talked about a couple of the others. Was there anything else that the delegates voted in support of that you would consider kind of under that rubric that we haven't talked about yet?
Yeah, there was a bunch of resolutions, about supporting the working class, getting money out of politics, supporting working class like candidates. And I think like all of that is indicative of, a fighting movement. I can't remember all the language. I mean, some of these were pretty long, but like getting the money out of politics, supporting more like labor friendly working class members. I think these are all things that show, the direction of the organization. And then you had a lot of speakers too that stood up and said that like the only reason they're involved is because their locals ran their first ever contract campaign, and it brought in almost 100% participation. So we're seeing like the things that we're doing and championing, and the strategies that we're trying to teach across the organization are working.
You mentioned some of the political things that the delegates supported, like getting money out of politics. What was the message of the politicians that spoke at the convention?
So it was the majority of the same thing that your politicians typically speak on. I think it was probably more sincere, at least I'd hope for, but like organizing, getting people into unions, and also backing labor, and the importance of getting candidates that support labor into office, because we've seen this time and time again, even when the Democrats control the Congress, is that they are still unable to get the big things passed that labor really wants, like making organizing easier through the PRO Act, and other things like that. So I think like really getting this drive of supporting working people, especially in this election cycle, is really important. And I think that's the majority of what they spoke to, and the need of solidarity, which I mean, we all understand. We always need solidarity.
One thing that didn't get passed that, Fain's wing of the union supported was enshrining direct elections in the Constitution. So could you explain right now the mechanism by which it's the case that there are direct elections? How is it that happens? Why does that happen? And why did that resolution ultimately not pass on the floor?
So when we went under the federal monitorship, that was one of the requirements, was that we went to one member, one voter direct elections. I believe the background on that was the monitor was going to force it. A union, the UAW at the time, said, let the members vote on it and we'll go by what they decide. So we had a referendum vote of the entire membership, and the entire membership voted 2-1. It was actually, I think, a little bit higher than 2-1 to go to direct elections. I mean, it was a very popular thing. So that's how it got in the Constitution by the monitor. But currently, delegates could vote to go back to the delegate system when the monitor leaves. So we're still under the monitorship. Passing this amendment, when we wanted to pass this amendment, would have enshrined that. So if the delegates, for example, voted, okay, we want to go back to the delegate system. Well, that would trigger a referendum vote of the entire membership, which is only fair because that's how it was passed. The membership's the highest authority in our union. That's what every activist is told through their entire UAW career. So that resolution was just seeking to honor that, because it's a little messed up that, you know, the delegates that were opposed to going to this one member, one vote system can vote to go back. And it creates this weird power dynamic of, you know, delegates wanting their power back. So I think it gives us something to organize for in the next 4 years or 3 years. And it's definitely something that we got to get added because there are people that want to go back to the delegate system. And I mean, I'm opposed to that. I don't think it's right. And I think the membership should have a say. They're the ones that voted it in.
So coming out of the convention, what has the reaction of the members been? You know, when you go back to your local and you talk to people, you know, how have they reacted to the resolutions that were passed, to the business that was done at convention? And then as chair of UAW Member Action, which is the largest reform caucus in the UAW, is the reform caucus that's aligned with Shawn Fain. My understanding, I think. What are y'all moving towards? You know, what are some of your action items coming out of the convention? So how have members reacted, and then what is the Reform Caucus looking to do in the next few years?
Yeah, so I think like it's a mixed bag. Like people there's some argument about, you know, the dues staying the same. There was a lot of people that were looking forward to having that back. You know, a lot of people are disappointed. They feel like the goalposts are being moved, which I kind of get that argument. I'm a labor nerd. I'm happy to pay my extra half hour. It's like $15 a month. And that's just the price I see as being in a fighting union. I'm glad to pay that. But overwhelmingly, I think like a lot of people were happy with the majority of the things that were passed. I know there were a few things that weren't able to get pulled out of committee that other people were looking forward to, and there's people that are upset about that, understandably. I wish our conventions were longer so we could tackle and chew through more business. And then for like member action, we gotta get ready. We're gearing up for this election. You know, re-electing Shawn Fain, I think, is one of the most important things that we can do as a reform group. You know, it's been inspiring to see what he's been able to accomplish and push through, from like running our first contract campaign to how the stand-up strikes were handled, and seeing the contract campaign strategy explode through the UAW. And now like everybody's winning record raises. And we're really raising the standard of living inside of the UAW. And that's really inspiring and good to see. And I think overall healthy for our organization. And then for like outside of the election, education, educating the membership. That's like one of the biggest tasks, because there are still locals out there that, you know, are still coming around in the new ways, I guess you could say. And that's one of the things that like having this group of activists was able to do, because in the stand-up strikes, we saw that our network of activists were able to push leadership to action. There were some leaders that, some locals that didn't want to do a practice picket. So our activists just said, okay, well, we're going to do a practice picket. And it just forced the leadership into action, because they didn't want to be left behind or seen as not doing something. So they just joined the fight. And I think that's like one of the biggest things, is just growing that network and growing your ability and the activists, and creating that rank and file anchor that you need to counterbalance the power that gets concentrated in local leadership, regional leadership, and international leadership. Because without that counterbalance, I think that's when you start getting back into like, oh, well, there's no organization of rank and file. So like, you know, it's it just becomes a lot harder to push back when there are moments of corruption or concessionary agreements, and having that organization that's balanced in the rank and file, I think, can keep union officials honest. Plus, paired with one member, one vote, that really helps.
We're talking right now to Nick Livick. He is a member of UAW Local 31 and chair of the Reform Caucus UAW Member Action. You talked earlier about the monitor, and that's the the monitor that was placed in to supervise the union after the corruption scandals of a decade or so ago, they have released another report critical of Fain's leadership. In broad strokes, what has the Monitor alleged in this report, in the most recent one?
So the Monitors continue to allege that Sean Fain is retaliating against Rich Boyer and Margaret Mock. This has been a long-standing thing that they've been alleging, because Sean essentially had the executive board vote to remove the departments from Margaret Mock and Rich Boyer, except for the ones that were constitutionally required. So all of their extra department assignments got removed. The Monitor saw this as retaliation, even though, like, the UAW Constitution specifically says the president has the right to assign departments, and Sean did it in the more democratic way of having the executive board have voice and vote on it.
Unanimously, by the way, for the audience, unanimously.
So it's I see it more as like, so when the issue of the ceasefire with Palestine came up, the Monitor, in my opinion, acted improperly. He called Sean Fain and said, "I'm not calling you as the Monitor," and then spoke to him about union politics, which I just think, like, that's improper. But ever since, like, that issue, when the UAW took a stance on Palestine and the ceasefire, that's when, like, it kind of became more of an axe to grind, in my opinion. And that's what I see it as. And the members for the majority, like, I don't know, this is different than the previous administration, because we were coming out of the corruption scandal. A lot of the members aren't talking about the Monitor's reports. They don't care what a corporate lawyer has to say. They want to, they care about what's going into their pocket. They care about the cost of living rising. They care about, like, winning back retiree health care, because without retiree health care, one heart issue, one cancer diagnosis, and there goes your entire 401k, because we don't have pensions, and they want pensions for all back. And they want to continue winning record contracts. I think that's what members are going to care about, is the activity inside of our union, the fact that we organized the first transplant of VW and we got their first contract, the fact that we're unifying locals and getting people to, finally coalesce their contract dates, especially those that are in the same sectors. I think that's what people care about, is their bread and butter issues and winning record contracts. I really don't think they care much about the politics at the international. I know at the local level, like, it's something that, whenever there's local drama, people just roll their eyes, and, they want everyone to play nice. But at the end of the day, they want results. And I think they'll stand behind the people that are giving them the results.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't read the most recent report. I've read some of the others, and my takeaway has always been, that even if everything happened exactly as alleged, and there's no other important context, which I think there is. I think there's reason. It's not just that Sean Fain didn't like Rich Boyer and Margaret Mock. There were political and strategic reasons that Sean Fain wanted them removed from their posts, and the entirety of the executive board agreed with him. And so, and that's legal. It's totally legal to do that, because unions are political. It's legal to be political about unions, and about the leadership and the direction of a union. And so, but my thoughts has always been that even if everything is exactly as described in the monitor's reports, I'm not reading about anything that's illegal or improper. It's just that, Borofsky doesn't like what's going on. He doesn't agree with the direction. And ultimately, yes, as you said, all of this started happening after, the UAW told him to kick rocks when he said that the union needs to support Israel. And so I think it's very improper for the Monitor to be doing this. And so Sean Fain responded actually for the first time. He's never responded to a Monitor report in this way before. And so he is coming out and explicitly saying that there are false allegations, that this is improper, that actually Borofsky is in effect retaliating against him and the union. And so I think a pretty aggressive response from Fain. And, you said that the members are, for the most part, not really paying a whole lot of attention to this. And I think that's probably the right thing to do. Nick Livick, thank you so much for taking the time. Is there anything else that you wanted to say before we let you go?
No, just that if you're a union member and you want to reform your union, just start talking to people, pull people together. Because if we had reform caucuses in every single union, not only would we be able to reform our own unions, but we'd be able to work together and coordinate and maybe eventually reform the AFL-CIO. So it'd be great if more people would pick up reform caucuses, especially if their unions aren't doing much. It's a hard road, but it's a great road once you get there.
Yeah, I've got it. You reminded me of something. I was talking to somebody the other day who is in the letter carriers union, who is sympathetic to the need for the union to be a more fighting union and be more militant and fight harder and be more aggressive. But he was very reticent to support the idea of creating another institution. He almost kind of saw it as like a parallel union that could be potentially competing with the NALC as an entity. And he thought that maybe wasn't right strategically, that it potentially harmed the unity of the union to be creating these separate organizations, these reform caucuses that are legally distinct entities, as opposed to, kind of he put it in contradiction to building up the union. How would you respond to somebody who is, in good faith, has that sort of reaction to the idea of creating a legally distinct entity to push a direction in the union?
I think you're always going to see, even in the UAW, we have, some of the detractors accusing us of trying to build another union, but that's just simply not true. We're all UAW members. We care a lot about our union and the direction of our organization. We're a lot of us, almost all of us, are activists inside of our own local, inside of the international, inside of our communities. So there are ways and moments that I think you can promote unity while still being in a reform caucus. And I think the goal of a reform caucus should be to build your organization. And in everything that you should lead from that example, like educating the rank and file and trying to make that as inclusive as possible, trying to reach as many people as possible. And I think over time, as long as you're not specifically trying to out yourself as I'm this reformer, or you get up to the mic at the convention and the first thing you say is, I'm part of this other group. Those are all strategies that don't really work. And as long as you're leading by example, as long as you're, doing the work inside of your local, as long as you're championing the right things, I think it's really easy to just say I'm a member and I really care about this organization. And that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. I have no intention of, starting my own union. I don't want to decertify the union that I have. I just want to make the union that I have better and work for everybody. And I think regardless of your organization, that's an argument that will work. But also you need some sort of anchored group, regardless of your union. You need that ability to organize and coalesce and discuss and come up with solutions and debate and build that contact list, regardless of, if you're at the local level, that contact list becomes immensely important for winning elections and making sure the right leaders win elections, all the way up to your international level. And I don't see how you accomplish the work that needs to be accomplished without organizing into some sort of reform group. But I definitely think there are a lot of ways that you can clamp down on the argument of like, oh, we're trying to create another union. Like, no, I really love the UAW, and I'd give my life for this organization because it's given me so much. I want to make sure that this organization is the best organization it can be, not just for me, but for the generation coming after me. And if we don't have that organized power in the rank and file, I think we could quickly go back to the old ways of doing things, and end up. The end result of that would be selling out future generations, and I'm just not okay with that.
Nick, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
You just saw a clip from the Valley Labor Report. We are live every Saturday morning from 9:30 a.m. till 12:30 p.m. And we pride ourselves on keeping all of our content free to everybody so that we can talk to as many working folks as possible. If you support the work that we're doing, you think that it's important, you think that it's good, then consider making a monthly contribution to the project, and you can do that on our website, tvlr.fm.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Good morning, comrade. You listen to WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3. Jeff and Robert here on the show. Here to celebrate America 250, right?
I haven't given the 4th of July or America 250 or any of that thing two thoughts.
One of my favorite things that's happening right now is that they're going to have somewhere around like 50 different flyovers on the 4th. Just like, I love a country that is just like, you know what, we can never ever in a million years give universal health care. Like, that's impossible. What we can do is bomb schools abroad and have just like infinite displays of like, not even like, it's basically just a triumphal parade. You know what I mean?
It's not even, yeah, I mean, you don't even have to go that far. Like, if you want to take the actual normie approach, like America A, like that, how is that even impressive? We have that for NFL. We have that for NFL wild card playoff games, not even conference championships. So what are we talking about? I thought it was impressive for the Super Bowl here in New Orleans that we had 2 years ago. We had Ospreys do a flyover of the Superdome, which is funny because if you're in the Superdome, you can't see them anyway. Yeah. I just think it's funny how like the Ospreys are no longer a death trap. Because they were killing Marines. If you don't know what an Osprey is, it's a VTOL plane,
vertical takeoff and landing.
Yeah, and it was just falling out of the sky, like just killing Marines. Like there was actually a Nicolas Cage movie that talked about it called Snake Eyes, and it's actually really good. But yeah, that thing was just one of those things. Like it was one of the things we bought because we have to pay homage to the military
Boeing
industrial
or
complex.
Northrop,
it was.
I'm sure Boeing or Northrop Grumman.
It was Bell, I think.
Bell?
I think
one of those like manufacturers. Like we have the coolest, most cutting edge, thing. I mean, what the Osprey was like the early 2000s originally. Like the F-35 was in development for what 20 years.
Yeah,
and cost trillions of dollars.
Absolutely. Yeah, but we're a dying empire. I don't want to sound too much of a bummer, but yeah, I mean, it's just it's cool. It's cool to deal with.
I embrace the fall of the American empire.
Oh God, yes.
I mean, it's not a bummer at all.
I told my mom once, who is, for some reason, I don't understand how you're a single mother who raised a child who had to make poverty choices about going to the Marine Corps. Yeah. I don't understand how you become a right winger after that, but okay, it's fine. But she's like an evangelical Christian too. And I told her, I was like, oh yeah, I think Donald Trump's God sent. And she's like, absolutely. I said, but not the way you think. I said, if there's a God in heaven, he's more Pharaoh than Moses. Like, we couldn't get the rise of the DSA and democratic socialism without Trump. The fall of the American empire, we could not achieve without Donald Trump. Like if there was, you said this a million times, JD Pondon, like if there was, you know how liberals will be like, oh, he's a Russian agent. Like, of course he's not. But if you were going to create a Russian Chinese agent in a lab, he would look like Donald Trump. He would look and govern like Donald Trump.
Well, I would also say at the same time is like, yes, I agree that like the horribleness of Donald Trump and like all of this sort of complete, like, not only like the third world country with the Gucci belt thing that you always say, and like,
people much smarter than me say, but yes,
you're gonna die with student loan debt, or I am. And,
I am too.
Yeah,
mine's about to go into default, and I haven't gotten a letter from them yet, but I'm sending them pictures of dead Palestinian children.
Right. That was my point. I'm not is that, like, we have we're gonna die, and we're never gonna have universal health care, at least not under the system that we currently have. And like all of that stuff is true, and like the having the America 250 where they're having a state fair where nobody's going because it's 109 degrees and it sucks anyway. But like at the same time, like the only thing that I think like it's not just that is what sort of like actually kind of gives me hope for people to actually wake up and have there be an alternative. But the fact that the liberal political class is so inept, they're so incapable of even challenging any of this stuff and like at least providing a patina of an alternative. Every time it comes down to like, how it was with Iran, or how it's been with Gaza for the past 3-4 years, or however it's been a long time.
Yeah, sure.
But like essentially the conservatives are just the ones that like smash the thing, and the liberals are the ones that are like, oh, we don't disagree with you smashing the thing, but we don't like how you did it. We don't like the fact that you didn't fill out the paperwork, or whatever it is, when you decided to just openly just start a war with Iran. And like the political class, like by and large, not just the right wing, but the liberals as well, have been completely discredited in eyes of working people at this point. And that's why you're seeing like basic I don't want to like undersell how exciting a lot of and we just had another one this week when Malat Kiros won in Denver, her primary for the House of Representatives. But like I guess what I'm trying to say here is that what they're doing isn't like super duper special. There is a lot of like organizing work that goes into like dislodging establishment figures, and that's great. But the messaging that they're putting forward is basically just common sense. You know what I mean? Like the political class is so completely and utterly just like feeble and discredited that like the messaging that you have to do is just like, hey, yeah, you might not have to die in debt if we could change this stuff. You know what I mean?
No, I mean it's 100% true. It's that it's really not that complicated.
No,
I mean I'm not trying to like you get it, and you're just like you're a good explainer, but it's just not that complicated. It's Milton's Paradise Lost. It's Democratic Party rather reign in hell than serve in heaven.
Mm-hmm.
It's another analogy I would give. It's if there's two restaurants in the town. One restaurant, the food will literally kill you. And so if you can just serve up food that it tastes awful, but you don't drop dead after you eat it, you're going to have a successful restaurant business if that's your only competition.
Yeah, all you got to do is be better than the other guy. But
the Democrats just marginally better too.
But well, I guess my point is that like the Democrats are like they operate under that thought process or whatever, but they constantly like can't even beat the people that food's gonna kill you.
Well, they don't care. They don't want to. That's the thing. It doesn't. It's like they can't beat them. It's like, why beat them? Why do you want to be the only restaurant? Again, going back to my restaurant analogy, why do you want to be? You don't want a monopoly, because then now you're it, and now that's all
you're the target.
Complain about. Yeah. So why not be the permanent opposition party? I mean, even I would say to some point, there's a lot of Republicans that want to be the permanent opposition party too, but then they have a lot of capital. Both sides have a lot of capital behind them that, actively just want to kill you. That would support the Peter Thiels of the world who are actively trying to be the Antichrist. Or whatever.
Buddy.
But it's just like,
are you talking about the secret like society or whatever?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't even thought much about that, because it's like, yeah, of course, these people think that we're subhuman. They think that somehow, because they failed up, they're better than us, and they're not. But
that was one of those things when I saw that like Peter Thiel had like a cabal of people, including like Cory Booker and like a lot of right wingers, a lot of liberals, and like even weird ones like Joseph Gordon-Levitt, the actor, and whatever. And like the thing about that is that to you and me, that is completely and utterly like unsurprising. However, in like when that stuff does kind of become public, I think the way that we talk about it can't just be like, we told you so, stupid working class people who didn't see this thing coming or didn't realize that this was reality, even though they might have like subconsciously done it. I think it's just to be like, wow, there is a secret island where they basically do Epstein stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you kind of have to play it up a little bit. But yeah,
I mean, it is disgusting.
It's absolutely disgusting.
It's just what you're saying.
It's just not a shock. The question is, how do you take these things that like normal people? Because you don't want to be Alex Jones either, right? Like the whole reason Alex Jones exists is to make basically like conspiracy theories so easy to write off. And this is not a conspiracy theory what we're talking about, but like having any kind of actual conspiracy and any kind of like conspiracy theory be so like mixed up together that you can't really tell one from the other. That makes sense?
Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah, we've talked about that many a time, and that's one of the many plays. But if you want to talk about, you alluded to the races in, golly, so many. New York, Maine primaries, Denver, Colorado. You want to talk about these, and when the freak out between, if you watch CNN and especially MSNBC, if you watch MSNBC, MS Now, and Fox News, how they're repeating the same talking points. What we should all learn from this is that like the uniparty is like it's exposed. When both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party are mad at you, you're hitting the spot. Like you're hitting where you're supposed to be hitting. You're doing your job.
You're not even right. You're not even just right about that. Like I was watching, there was a appearance that Sheikh Sadiq, who's actually a former guest of Good Morning Comrade, he's one of the national co-chairs of the Democratic Socialists of America. He appeared on Fox News. I think it was on Thursday, the 2nd, and he was on the show with Will Cain. And basically, like, Will Cain does one of these, like, 5-minute segments where he talks about how bad democratic socialism is and communism and all this other stuff, and trying to make it seem like it's extremely, like, scary. And he's talking about, like, oh, yeah, healthcare, and then they have a Sheik on who, I don't know if you ever met the guy. He's like one of the most normal people you've ever met. And he's also he's Bangladeshi American, right? I don't know like what generation. I don't know if he's like second, first, or whatever. But like he's a brown guy, right? And the thing that made me like come out, like my soul left my body in this whole thing, is when Will Kane, the host of this Fox News television show, starts looking at a sheik, a Bangladeshi American guy, and saying like, "Hey, the organization that you represent is 85% white. Why is your white organization? Why is your white organization? Do they speak for the working class?" And it's just like Fox News just went way woker than like Hillary 2016. It's crazy.
That's the thing, though. They are spinning themselves in the ground because they do not know. And I have to eat some crow myself here too, because I had completely written the DSA off, and it's just because of my, of my actual on the ground. And I'm just an opinionated guy. I don't know anything about anything, but I mean, I do. That's not true. I do know a lot of stuff.
That's part of why we like you, though, because you're
but it's just like because of my micro view of the DSA, I was not aware of like how DSA National had been organizing, and so I have to eat some crow there too. And especially as a guy who's like, I'm really happy that the DSA, I don't want to say got their act together, but they've built into a place of actual real power. And then talking to a guy like me, who's, again, I will say a million times, we talked about it last week. I said something. I don't even believe in electoral politics, but I will vote in every stupid election. Sure. And the same thing, I had something snarky to say about AOC, which I will hold. I will definitely hold on to that. I would tell her that to her face if like we ever ran into her in the street. But the thing is, the way, and I would finish this with the way I would walk on bloody stumps to go vote for you if you were running for president of the United States. Like, I'd do it in a heartbeat. I wouldn't even think twice about it. But that's how you should be. That's my whole thing of how you should be with anybody running for office. Anyway, you should always critique them. But my point of this whole rant,
I don't disagree with any of that, by the way.
My point of this whole rant is that I have to eat some crow too, and it's cool to see how DSA has mobilized and actually has gained real power. And but the thing is, it's like the centrists, which are just right wing anyway. Centrist Democrats are right wingers, and right wingers are spinning themselves in the ground because they don't even know how to address or talk or fight the DSA, because at one point they'll say, "Oh, it's full of like non-American, it's full of anti-American third worlders." Like literally, that's been said on Fox, but also it's too white. And it's just like whatever, and it gets to a point where you're even watching, the big three: MSNBC, CNN, Fox, and you're just like, who is this for? Is this for people waiting on their flight in the airport? Is this for me, mom? This got to be for grandpa and pop. Like, that's what this isn't for anybody who's thinking about anything.
Yeah, no,
it's like it can't.
Cable news is for so cable news is for, at this point, high propensity voters who are disproportionately like over 70 years old.
Yeah,
essentially. Like I don't have the Nielsen statistics in front of me, but one of the things I'm sure you've been paying attention to media for a long time, and one of the things that a lot of liberal and left media have constantly said about Fox News is that their age demographic has gotten, basically the average age of the Fox News viewer was Social Security and older. You know what I mean? Over 65. And that's not something that's going to get younger as media develops. So, and again, that's not to even say that media what we're doing or what Hassan Piker or whatever is doing is necessarily going to replace that. But how people interact with politics, which has probably since the 90s, probably since the Clinton era, since CNN really came on the scene, it's going to be fundamentally different.
I would also say there's something I haven't. This is actually is my own idea, because I haven't heard it said anything anywhere else, and I think you and I have, and the people in our friend circles have. Are you still there?
I'm still
all right. Cool. You and I and the people in our friend circles have, obviously lived experience with this. Is that I keep hearing all this talk about, oh, the young voters, the young voters, the young voters. But I was told in my 20s, I was told when I out of the Marine Corps, I was like fresh out, and I was not even 30 years old yet. I had some boomer, some Gen Xer, it wasn't a boomer, some Gen Xer trying to tell me, oh, your attitudes will change as you get older. As you get older, you'll be more conservative. And I'm like, excuse me. I'm like, I don't know if you know this. I'm a Marine Corps vet. I've been around the world. What are you talking about?
Well,
and it's just like the thing about this talk about young people. We are not young people. Like these demographics, like we're not. We are not we're not the ones being advertised to like by Capital anymore, except if our music that we grew up with is now on the the classic rock station, which it's It's not even a joke.
We're a nostalgic now.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like we might be the dominant culture because of our age, but we are not these young people. So even as people are now old and aged out of being young, whatever that is, that cutoff is, our politics has not changed.
No,
we did not go from hippies to yuppies. That did not happen.
I'll say that if my politics personally, and I we can sort of like talking about mine personally and extrapolating is probably not fair, but like just speaking for myself in this sort of situation, like when I was in college, I was like a MSNBC watching, like Young Turks watching, oh my God, basically a liberal.
I was definitely a liberal.
Yeah.
I was like an Obama liberal.
And by the way, in that era, I was never an Obama guy, but like in that era, like calling yourself a socialist was not like a thing. That was not a thing that people did unless they were like actually committed and organized. And when that sort of developed was really probably, I want to say probably around 2012, I would guess. That's when that sort of started, right? At least in the popular idea of it. And then like Chapo popped up in 2016. That popularized a lot of that stuff. And then post Bernie is when DSA blew up. So like the landscape, when you think about it, over the past 15 years has been almost like it's unrecognizable, I guess you could say.
Yeah, and then like my politics personally.
I remember Keith Olbermann was like the number one guy.
I used to watch Keith Olbermann like every night. I used to watch him and what's her face. She's still on
Rachel
MSNBC.
Maddow.
Rachel Maddow. I used to fall asleep to Rachel Maddow. But like the thing is, like my politics were, and I feel like not as extreme. A lot of people our age, but my politics was like built backwards from the way that we were told it was going to work out. Like, oh, we're going to get the house with the pool, and all of a sudden we're all going to be voting Republican. My first real job that wasn't like a kid job was being in the United States Marine Corps. So I saw firsthand how socialism worked. Like it works. Everybody, you get housing. You don't have to worry about where your next meal's coming from. If you need more money, then the government gives you, if you need more money to rent an apartment because where you're living costs more, the government literally runs your information through and the zip code, and they give you more money based on where you live, so you can rent decent housing. So it's like, I understand how healthcare, I understand how socialism works. And then when I got into the real, I don't say the fake job market, the capitalist job market, I was like, what is this? Like, why does anybody in America live like this? Because I've seen how you don't have to. And like, that's kind of the bedrock of my politics, to where they've just gotten more and more left over the years, because I'm like, yeah, socialism works. Like, I lived it for 4 years. It absolutely works. What are we talking about? Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. And again, another one of those sorts of things. And I do think it's important to sort of like we're talking about our generation, and I think it's also important to talk about some of the experiences that we've seen, because I think you're just like a couple of years older than me, right? I mean, when I was
5 in a couple days, I can't believe.
Yeah, so you're like 3 or 4 years older than me, whatever. But like, what I'm trying to say is that you were. I was in a junior in high school when 9/11 happened, right? I was in college when Hurricane Katrina happened. Basically, when I had just gotten out of college was when the financial crisis had happened. And it's just like watching one calamity after another happen, where the government absolutely craps the bed over and over again, and watching how not the government operates not to help people or to serve people in any meaningful way. In fact, like especially when it comes to Iraq and Iran, it's like, how can we kill as many people as we possibly can?
Mhm.
And I mean, I don't think it's like a universal perspective that people who come from an age cohort similar to us, and a geographic cohort to me too, because not everybody in the country, got 8 feet of water in their house, but everybody did see the government fail in 4K. Or whatever it was at the time, the highest resolution at the time. But the way our society is constructed has been proven over and over again to be a joke. And when you say that we're not even young people anymore, because I remember even after that, like I'm in college, like back again the second time in like 2011. That's when they're just like I'm probably in my like late 20s, early 30s. And that's when the hand wringing around like, oh, look at all these millennials eating avocado toast became a thing. And then now even like that hit me in a very similar way to when Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonder from Shark Tank, a billionaire like jackass, right? Starts running around saying like, hey, if you don't make, if you're making $70,000 a year, you shouldn't be spending $27 on lunch. That's exactly the same kind of thing, and it's all targeted at like this perception of what young people is. And $70,000 when I was a kid was like real money.
That's a lot of money. It's a lot of money now.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at, I just did a little Google search. Zara Mondami's 34 years old.
Yeah.
Abdul El Sayed is 41. These are not children.
Abdul is the same age as me. He's the exact same age as me.
These are young. I mean, these are old people. These are old people. Average.
They're adults at least. If you don't want to call them older, or adults.
Yeah. These are not children. This is not some kind of like go out and get the youth vote. These are people who have worked jobs. These are people who have been beaten down by capitalism, and they know what to do. Like they know what it is.
AOC got elected at 28. I think it was 28 years old. That was in 2017, maybe 2019. 2019 is like 8 years ago, or like 7 years ago.
Yeah.
So she's in her 30s. She's actually able to be old enough to run for president potentially. Whether or not she does it, that's a different thing. But like what I'm trying to say, the president thing is the fact that like she is what like you would think that older people would consider to be middle age, and the political faces that we've seen our entire lives are exactly the same.
Exactly the same.
Exactly.
That woman who went down, I don't even know her name. Because I've never heard her name in Colorado.
She was alive longer. She was alive longer than Malat Quiros was alive.
Yeah, just having a seat in Congress, doing nothing. Literally doing nothing but aiding and abetting a genocide. And the reason we don't know her name is because she did.
Her name's DeGette.
DeGette, she has nothing to hang her hat on of how she helped her constituency. Just keeping the seat warm, waiting, just getting the campaign funding, and then she can go be a lobbyist somewhere. Like that's how this works in America. And if you think that, you think, again, my non-belief of electoral democracy is because of stuff like that. Like we don't have an electoral democracy, but that doesn't mean we can't build one, and that's what the DSA and Democratic Socialists are doing now. But it's just like, I mean, look how quick you and I remember a million years ago of 8 years ago when Bernie was running for president, when dinosaurs roam the earth. It's hard to think back that far, but it was like, hey, you got to vote blue no matter who, and how quick after Zorman Mondami's victory, after these victories in Colorado, after Plattner's about to win his race,
New York
Al
City.
Sayed is way ahead in his race. How quick have we gone from vote this is the Democratic Party now, vote blue no matter who, to where actually corporate bosses and should run the party, and y'all shouldn't really get a vote in the Democratic Party. Like, you shouldn't be in the Democratic Party. You shouldn't be allowed to run it. Your votes actually shouldn't even count because we should decide who gets to run and win in this party. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, cool. Thanks for letting me know exactly what people like us have been saying for, I don't know, forever now, but nobody wants to hear it because when you're a leftist, you're just way too early, but you're always correct. And no one's ever there. That's the thing about being a leftist. Like, no one's ever there to give you your flowers to be like, oh, you were right, Jeff, because blah, 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 blah. No, they just move on to the next foolishness.
Yeah. And again, it's not even just that. The degree, because again, the vote blue no matter who, this is the most important election of our lifetime, like these same exact people. Again, like, I don't want to get into all of the particulars of Graham Plattner or whatever, but what Neera Tanden is doing. She's the head of the Center for American Progress, and she's like one of these people who is like, I'm a progressive, I believe in all these things, Medicare for all, and they always are. That's always like the first thing they compromise away. She's basically done nothing in the past month since Plattner won his primary. She's done nothing except just talk about why he's so bad, while also like she's basically moving in such a way that it's very clear that she's trying to keep the kayfabe up that yes, I have to support Democrat and vote blue no matter who, but it's also very clear that she's decided that it's preferable for us, for corporate Democrats, to tank progressives like Plattner, like Avila Chevalier, like Valdez and others. It's preferable to tank those people and have a Republican sit in those seats than to have them win, because what's less important to people like her, people who are consulting class, people that are in charge of these organizations that are that essentially are power brokers. What's more important to them is not the actual balance of power of the government. It is maintaining control over their backyard, which is the Democratic Party. And so, and I think I've said this, I do feel a little bit vindicated in saying that we need to sort of take their turf away, take their power away. Because right now we are at least in, fits and starts, and it's not over. There's a long fight ahead, but at least we're moving in that direction. And there's been a lot of talk in DSA and in leftist spaces about something called the dirty break. You remember when they had a lot of dirty break conversation years ago? The way that was always framed to me, the way I always thought about it, like that people described it to me, was that it would be the leftists that break away from the Democrats to create their own party or whatever it is and do that whole thing. And I just always kind of thought that seems wrong. That seems backwards, because when you take these people's position away, when you take their when you beat them essentially at their game, they're just going to take their ball and go to the other side, and they're going to be the ones that do the dirty break.
I mean, Louisiana's own piece of garbage, James Carville.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll catch you in the street again and yell at you again.
Old Shrekhead.
Yeah, it's
I've never seen a man with a head like that. He's a crazy looking guy. I've never seen anybody look like him.
After DSA victories in NYC in New York City, he literally went on TV and said, I'm not in the party. I'm not voting Democrat again. And it's you were always a right winger, dude. You always you and Bill Clinton have always been right wingers. This is not a surprise. This does not shock me. So go with your people. Go to the right wing with Trump. We always knew this. It's the difference between a Carville and a
let me find
what's his name on oh man, God dog it. on MSNBC, Joe Scarborough, is that they're right wingers. They're reactionary. They're reactionary fascists. But what they want is they want to be socially accepted. So they can't have both. And it's like these people want. So the right wing, you got people who just like most of them want power. Like they want power. And the ones at the very top, I'd say like a Hexith. Like you got the hardcore guys who are like, I don't care about what you think about me. So I'm just going to be fascist. But then after that, it's just a steep drop off to being like, oh, well, I'm right wing and reactionary, but I want to go to the cool parties. I want to be socially acceptable. And you can't have both. Those two rabbits, you can't chase both those rabbits at the same time. Like, I don't care. Like, I saw a thing, and I'll let you go after this, but I saw a thing that it said, it was some poll. Who cares? And it doesn't matter if it's real or not. It said something about, LGBTQ gay issues or rights or something is at the lowest, like polling at the lowest it's been since XYZ. And I'm like, that means nothing to me. If there was one gay guy in New Orleans during Pride doing his own private pride parade because nobody wants to be associated, then I will be the only one out there waving a flag for him. My personal politics in my soul do not depend on what is acceptable, socially acceptable or not. I know my positions are correct, and I will push them until I die. I don't care. I don't care about being liked by these people. These people are demons.
Again, I do want to also sort of like back you up to a certain extent too, because and we see this happen a lot when it comes to identities, like black identities, gay identities, all this stuff. And it's easy for me to say as a white guy or whatever, right? But you will see people like Jamie Harrison, who was the former, Democratic Party chair, or all these other things, essentially use their identity to push for an elite identity, an elite version of like that kind of politics, right? They're essentially like doing identity politics from a perspective of a consulting class, ruling class, whatever it is, and making that be sort of the default, right? Like, we have one representative of the Democratic Party who's black or something like that, or gay, or whatever it is, and essentially using them to be the voice of that identity in the working class, which does not work. It just does not translate that way.
Yeah. I just said, to give you an idea, and this isn't like a humble brag. I'm not trying to be like, I'm so righteous or whatever. I'm just like, I will, the things I hold as a position, like I'm not, they just do not depend on the worst people on earth liking me or not.
Yeah.
When the new version of the Palestinian genocide kicked off after October 7th, I went right on to whatchamacallit, 3 years ago, went right on to Amazon and got my Palestinian flag, and it's been flying out front of my house for 3 years, and people have been trying to take it down and rip it down. And I'm like, I'm putting signs outside of my house that says, I will be home at this time. If you have an issue with this, we can take it wherever you want to go. And then all of a sudden that stopped. And all of a sudden, you start seeing more of them pop up. And I'm not saying I'm better than because I was there first. It's that right is right and wrong is wrong. While you're sitting here, and again, I'll let you go. I'm looking at this thing right now. Axios is reporting that Kamala Harris privately called New York Mayor Zoran Mandami last week and has been holding lengthy closed doors meetings with other prominent progressives, including pro-Palestinians. And it's because she's trying to make a run for presidency again. And I'm like, you see what you can get from her, Zoran or whoever, but you absolute scumbag. You wanted to stand on the bones and the bodies of these people. And now that it's not popular anymore and it didn't get you the power that you wanted, where I made a TikTok about this years ago. I go, this idiot, all she had to do was to really, it's like Marvel comic stuff. To get the Infinity Gauntlet was to say, hey, maybe we shouldn't murder Palestinian people with taxpayer dollars. And she couldn't do it.
Yeah.
And she couldn't. Now she wants the Infinity Gauntlet again. And get her out of here. I'm done with this.
I'm fine with that. I'm
fine with it too, but just don't take whatever you can from her.
Absolutely.
And shift her in the back.
And
but she gets no place at this table.
You don't even need a shiver in the back. I mean, if you remember 2020 when she had run for president the first time, she didn't even make it until 2020. You know what I mean? Like she was such an embarrassment of a candidate that she like the only thing that she did, if I recall correctly, was made one comment during one debate about how Joe Biden was against busing and or whatever, and she was like impacted by that, and that was like her one big yas slay moment.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that I remember from that election, well, I remember two other things. One was that she wanted to have like, you know, oh, we need to do student loan forgiveness for like small business owners of a particular identity in a particular like, geographic zip.
We
code
love
in
means
certain-
testing
yeah,
in this country.
Yeah, like the most mean tested idea that
Yeah.
I've ever heard in my entire life. That was three things actually. That, the videos of her, like laughing about throwing parents in jail for truancy, for their kids being truant, if you remember that. You remember that video?
I do.
And then the third one was like when she was asked about if she supported Medicare for all or any kind of like socialized health care, and she raised her hand in a debate. And then when she was asked about following up, she totally walked it back.
Yep. I remember that.
Like this is something that we knew, she would not have gotten through. She would never have been in an actual primary type situation. She would have never been the nominee. The only way that could have ever happened is if she had been named the nominee in a firehouse situation like what happened with Brandon.
The thing is about her and people like her even say like, I would say she's worse than Hillary Clinton, because at least Hillary Clinton's evil. At least like right wingers and like
she's an absolute cipher. No, yeah, she's an absolute.
Yeah, she's
cipher.
nothing. She's nothing. Like evil people are interesting at least.
Yeah.
Because you get to do a whole character study. Like you can't even watch a good movie or play a good video game or with a hero's journey without like a good villain is like, a
good villain's better than a good hero.
Yeah, exactly.
You're a
And,
professional wrestler. You're a professional
Yes.
wrestling fan.
Yes.
Like baby faces are boring. Like good guys are boring. Bad
But
guys are awesome.
Guys like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are nothing. They're just dust. They're just the flotsam and jetsam of human beings. They're worse, they're worse than jellyfish, because at least like you call a jellyfish spineless, but at least a jellyfish has like ambition to get its next meal. They're not just like kudzu or sea, just like seagrass, just flowing back and forth.
All right, I do think kudzu's cool. Just
With no
it takes
ambition,
over everything.
No principle, nothing they'll stand for. Nothing. They stand for nothing.
They stand for like the only thing that they respect is motion. And like they're not even particularly good at getting that motion themselves. They need to get like a boost to get their motion. That's the problem. Like at least Hillary Clinton was able to generate some motion on her own.
Yeah. No, I mean I get that, but like at the end of the day, like she's more interesting. Biden is more interesting because they're like, Biden will be like, you brokies, you can't file for personal bankruptcy, but we can bail out the banks all day. At least Bill and Hillary like hate black and brown people. Call me, call black children super predators. Like
have slaves in their Arkansas mansion when he's
and Bill will kill a emotionally a intellectually handicapped man from in Arkansas using the power.
He'll personally attend the execution.
Yeah,
that's how much he cares.
That's evil, man. That's cool. Like you at least you're like, wow, that's crazy. But Kamala Harris and so many liberals just believe in nothing, and they believe in nothing. And what they're not understanding is the thing. And I say this a lot about to stick with the Palestinian genocide. And I say a lot of these people out here, I said, y'all have a limited time to change your tune, and you better do it right now, because the difference between this and even South Africa, or like the pictures of the sit-ins during the civil rights movement, where like white people were throwing food at the Woolworths counter on stick activists, is because they had your picture, but you couldn't link that to really anything. You could just fade away.
Yeah.
Anybody talking anything in the next 5 years about, it's going to be a shame. It's a shame.
We got their LinkedIn, we got their Facebook, we got all.
I want to see your socials right now before you tell anything about anything. I saw a great clip. It was some Democratic operative on MSNBC or something, and they had they're sitting Republican guys were talking about, we don't want to race to the bottom with politics with this whole socialist thing like this. And he's like, and the Democratic operative guy was just like, y'all support Donald Trump. That's over with. Like the whole idea is like people are supposed to play nice and not say mean like y'all killed that. Like it's over. It's done. I don't want to hear you talk anything about anything ever again. That's where we're at now.
And again, that reminds me of what we were talking about kind of at the top, is like when you have a Fox News host who's essentially like, look, Fox News is basically Klan TV, right?
Yeah.
Complaining to a brown Bangladeshi guy about how white his organization is on national television. Like we're seeing that. And I do want to circle back to the no motion thing really quick too. Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, shout out to her. She she proved one thing, and Chiose posted about this too on Twitter. He said that S posting will not hinder your political career anymore. But when Kamala Harris did her comments about don't come to immigrants at the border, trying to do that, Daria Lisa in her old tweets that they tried to use against her said F Kamala Harris. It was such a big deal that her opponent's campaign mailed out mailers that basically had Daria Lisa's a picture of her with F Kamala Harris on it, and it went out to the entire district or whatever, and she still won. I want one of them flyers. If you are listening to this show and you have one of those flyers, give it to me. It will be right behind me in the background. That would be so
saw
sick.
Fox News with no irony, no smile, no nothing, sitting there and saying the same thing. Like, oh, can you believe she said F Kamala Harris? The Saint Kamala that we just love here at Fox News in New York City. That we just, every night as a Fox News analyst, every night I go home and I pray the rosary and I look up at my picture above my bed of Kamala Harris.
I pray for my
who I have not said I've not used the most racist, sexist attacks to describe her. And it's like, what bizarro world is this? Where Fox News, like you said, are sitting here trying to out-woke each other.
Yeah.
Woke 1.0
right.
each other.
I love it. It's not even woke 2.0. It's 2016 woke over again. They're you're gonna have Fox News complaining about Bernie Bros any day now. It's gonna be awesome.
It's so pathetic.
But what I do want to say that and this is actually going to be it's another one of those things that's so ridiculous that even normies can sort of see through it. Where you're going to see liberals close ranks with the right on a lot of this stuff. We're already seeing it, and this is a good thing. This is creating space for people, not even necessarily organizationally speaking, like the SA, though I am biased. But people who are in that lane, that sort of anti-establishment lane. To step in and be like, look at these people. They're all on the same side. What's going on? And they're going to try and keep that kayfabe up as hard as they... Well, I say that, and I do think they're going to try and keep that kayfabe up, at least to a certain extent. But, there are lines that Neera Tanden and, MS Now and all these dork balls won't cross, right? And that's the thing. That's what needs to be exploited. Gaza is, a number one on that. Whether or not you not just call it a genocide, it's pretty uncontroversial to call what's going on in Israel a genocide at this point, or what's going on in Palestine and Gaza a genocide, right? It's very not controversial. But whether or not you take money from Israel is that is going to be the a major determining factor as to whether or not you are in like it, on which side of the fence you're on. That's the divider.
I mean, the thing is, because the counter argument to that is guys like James Carville and like the rest of centrist Dems will just turn to the Republican Party.
Yeah.
But
bye.
They
Have
won't.
fun.
Here's the thing is they won't. And it goes back to
they're
what
divided. If that's the case, then they're divided and we can split them right down the middle.
Well, I don't even think that's ever going to be the case, is because I think blue, no matter who, maybe they won't vote, but blue, no matter who, will eventually take over, because it goes back to what I said earlier is they have the same reactionary politics, but they don't want to be seen as those people.
Yeah.
They don't want to be seen as Hillary Clinton put, the deplorables, which she was right about, the 30% base Trump support. So they never fully, they want to be lanyard boys and girls. They want to go to open bar cocktail parties. I saw, for the people in our radio audience who are cursed to know who Nick Fuentes is, I saw Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes is a self-described Nazi.
Yeah.
I saw a clip of
even
him.
though he's a Mexican twink.
Right. But I saw a clip of him saying that somebody said, well, you should move. If you're upset about where you live, come live where I live in Oklahoma City. It's nothing but white people and this and that, or some city town in Oklahoma. And he goes, absolutely not. He goes, what I'm supposed to do? Go out there and eat barbecue 7 days a week, and get the meat sweats. He goes, those cities suck. He goes, truthfully, and he said this with no irony. He goes, I like living around liberals. I like their culture. The cities are cooler. There's stuff to do. And I'm like, there.
You know why? Because he actually is one. He's a
Yes.
liberal.
Yes, he's a liberal.
Liberal.
No, 100%. But that's what it is. Like, they'll never. What is MAGA right-wing culture at its core is the Great American State Fair. Nobody wants that. They don't even want that. What they want is to infiltrate our culture, which is cool, or to get them to like theirs, which will never happen. Those two things will never happen. So they're stuck in this thing where they have, again, the right wing right now, their power's waning, but there was a time very, very, very couple months ago where they have all power, all cultural influence, all woke was gone. The video games, the movies, the TV shows were no longer woke. Nobody wanted to do, Target wanted to disavow themselves from gay pride and whatever. How quickly that turned around, because they were like, nobody wants to be associated with the people pushing for that. It's just, and I don't even mean morally it's disgusting, but just on a surface level, no one wants to be out here thinking that you're that trashy. They just don't. Sorry, your culture sucks. Your culture sucks. And I'm not talking about poor, because like Appalachian hill country culture is awesome. I'm talking about MAGA. I own a boat, flying my MAGA, wearing my
beautiful boaters,
big beautiful boaters. These people are like what's left of the middle class, small business tyrants. That nobody wants to be around that.
Yeah, the people that would go to January 6th.
Yes, that. Nobody wants to be around that.
I also do think that it's worth pointing out as well, because you just alluded to this, and I do think that because of the way that we have sort of and the way that like government, especially at the local level and the state level, runs roughshod over people, it gives the idea that people in a lot of these like red states or whatever are all just like 100% like MAGA chud or whatever. And it's just not the case. There's great people at every part of this country. It's just the policies that are implemented from the governments, which is not, again, you don't think governments are necessarily representative of the people at any level. Like there's a lot of great people in Florida. There's a lot of great people in Appalachia. There's a lot of great people all over this country. And it's one of those sorts of things where liberals who can only see this stuff in red state, blue state, just sort of like, oh, there's Florida, F everybody in Florida. You know what I mean? And that's very elitist, and that's like another part of the problem.
Yeah, I mean, that is the. Yeah, absolutely. And when you look at, to my point, is Florida's a great example. I remember during the last, when Biden ran against Trump, if you look at the Villages, how much like drama and like people are like, oh, this is like funny enclave of old people, in this like retirement community of the Villages. Well, like I only saw a couple times. There was like a full blown like almost civil war in the Villages of people who are just like old people want to fight each other because the guys like they're like, I'm a liberal. They don't want to be associated with these. They don't want Vice coming down there and doing a story about like the people in their gated community are all scumbags that think that brown people should be like melted for bone tallow. Like, they don't want to look like that. They might even think that.
Yeah.
But
they
they
don't want the image.
They don't
and at
want
some level
the
they're
image.
just like, hey, and even like when it's that level too, it's like they're kind of like, hey, my lawn guy, I don't want him to get deported or whatever.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Oh, the housekeeper or whatever, I don't want them to get deported. Like it's not necessarily like they're not even necessarily coming from a good place, but they actually understand and recognize that like immigrants are workers and they make their lives better, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, even I saw an interview where it was a cantankerous interview with I hope I used that word correctly, with CNN and El Said, and he said they asked him, well, what are you going to do with there's a lot of, Michigan's a red state now and there's a lot of Trump voters, and how are you going to convert them? And he's like, well,
Michigan's a red state.
Yeah, he's like, I
Hilarious.
talked to people. Well, they did go for Trump in the last election.
because like huge swaths of it are like Michigan is one of the heaviest populations of Muslim Americans in this entire country.
Right.
And the Democrat that was in office was just basically just
Terrible.
allowing a genocide to happen and
Yeah.
funding it the whole way.
He went into this whole thing about like, I talk to people on the ground and I deal with the material issues, which is the right question, but a snarkier, quicker answer that, I was watching thinking, I was like, yeah, it's like if I'm asked that question on something like, those Trump voters were also 2-time Obama voters and 1-time Biden voters. The same way that Trump won them, I'll win them back.
Yeah.
Except I won't lie about fixing their material conditions.
Yeah.
It's really not that hard. There's so many. I mean, there's so many people in this country who are just like, yeah, that guy's got a vibe.
Hello, everyone. I'm so close. It's Kristina's Corner. It's a Tuesday, and I'm still adjusting and loving my new computer with 2 monitors. So it's like, Anyway, hope everyone is doing well. There's a lot to cover because Graham Plattner needs to drop out, and I got some local news that is that's become more like national news. It's so sad. I might as well just, get that out of the way as well. Also, tonight, Movie Night Extravaganza, we're doing our blockbuster / James Cameron month. I mean, we're doing 2 Terminator movies and Titanic, so we're doing it. We're doing it, which makes me excited. Because I'm a huge James Cameron fan. Yeah. I'm looking forward to, because Conan's never seen Titanic. Conan has never ever seen Titanic in his life, and I'm like, how do you go? Hey, Snaps, how do you go through your life and never see Titanic? I judge you. And I know what you're thinking, Kristina. He's a man. So when I saw Titanic for its 25th anniversary in theaters, I was the only female in there, and all the other dudes were not gay. They were straight men, mouthing the lines, saying that the Titanic needed to move, 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 move. I'll never let go. I'll never let go. And like I'm like, oh damn, guys fuck with Titanic apparently. And I like that. I like that a lot. So yeah, that's where we're at. Oh my god, why? Okay, so here's what's gonna happen. We're probably gonna watch it in the Movie Night Extravaganza Discord, so that should be exciting. Yeah. Also, last week I was doing a few streams at Applebee's, and I got Majority Report raid while I was tipsy midday at Applebee's because I was dog sitting 3 feet away from the Applebee's. So I was like, why not? So that was fun. So what I probably would get DM shade for that. Okay, so my town has dealt with a very sad loss. So June 30th, a 4-year-old girl named Javea Harris was reported missing by her parents. And the community searched. We searched 5,000 acres. We were looking everywhere we could. And from the beginning, I had a feeling something was wrong. I had a gut feeling because they interviewed the parents on the phone. And the way they were referring to her was past tense. Was, were, Casey Anthony did the same. Susan Smith did the same. A lot of parents whose children go missing always end up referring to their child in the past tense for some odd reason. Well, after no leads, her own dolls couldn't find her scent, nothing. Well, her parents have been charged with homicide by child abuse. I'm beyond furious because if you guys saw, this is so here's an article. So Javea Harris's parents confessed, warrants show, 911 call released.
The parents of 4-year-old Javea Harris confessed to killing their daughter and getting rid of her body in newly obtained warrants. Plus, we're hearing the 911 call from Javea's mother the night she went missing.
Sweet little girl.
He was outside playing, and I came out here after cooking dinner a little bit, and I'm looking for her, but I don't see her nowhere.
And tonight we're continuing to follow the investigation into Javea Harris's death and the search for her body that's still ongoing.
Warrants say both parents failed to get medical attention for Javea after suffering an injury from physical abuse between May 1st and June 15th. Her parents, Jamoria Harris and Michelle Herring, are both charged with homicide by child abuse, with Herring also facing a charge of filing a false police report. They were both denied bond over the weekend. DSS says the couple had another baby the same night Javea was reported missing. They say that baby is in the custody of another family member.
And tonight, your Sydney Hood joins us in the studio to break down the warrant.
So the reason why they reported her missing was because of the fact that the mother gave birth to another baby. The family's gonna be like, "Where's Javea at? Where's little Javea at? Why is she here for the birth of her baby sibling, right?" And so they concocted the whole. She went missing. They thought they even suggested she might have been abducted or something. But it's just the reason why this is really impacting my community is just look how cute, look how adorable, look how sweet she looks. Like she seems like this is like you would see a photo like this on the back of a milk carton in the 70s. my town's been holding vigils. There's going to be another one on Thursday. I'm probably going to bring all my old stuffed animals that I don't use anymore and bring them to the vigil. That's going to be at her house. 4 years old, guys. 4 years old. What does a 4-year-old do? You know, it's just so sad.
And the 911 call, which tell two very different stories, Sydney.
And in that 911 call, Will, Javiva's mother was very descriptive, from describing what Javea was wearing the night she reported her missing to what she was doing at the house as well. In that call, Michelle Herring tells dispatchers she stepped inside to cook dinner, told 4-year-old Javea it was almost time to come in, and when she came back outside, her daughter was gone. She says she last saw her no more than 20 to 30 minutes before that call. She tells the dispatcher she checked the chicken coop, where she says she finds Javea every day, and she wasn't there.
Oh my God.
Okay, I'm on the way to you. Just to confirm, where was
So she's at the hospital making this call. So again, you know, a lot of people are like, you know, it didn't take long for cops to put some stuff together. I'm like, yeah, because you can trace calls now. They can trace, oh, you know, she's not at home. She's at the hospital. Well, why? She had just given birth to another baby. So, and the fact that no dogs could pick up her scent. And apparently they had lived in Union County, which is upstate in South Carolina. They had recently moved here. So Javea's body might still be in Union County. Because they confess, why not tell us where the body is?
Was she in the house when you saw her last?
No, she wasn't in the house, ma'am. She been playing outside today. And she asked me, can she play for a little bit more before it got dark? And I said yes. And I literally, her bath water is in the tub, ran, and dinner is cooking, and I came out here to get her, and I can't even find her.
Okay, is there a certain place she likes to play outside?
Usually in the chicken coop, and that's usually where I find her every day. And I just looked in here, and she's not in here.
From there, the questions turned into where Javea might have gone. Herring told dispatchers she had already checked the chicken coop and then checked in the wooded path behind their home. Herring also tells dispatchers that Javea is friendly, not afraid of strangers. Dispatchers asked if Javea had any health issues.
They kept going back and forth saying she was nonverbal, she was autistic, she wasn't autistic, she was verbal, she's shy, she's not shy.
Herring mentions autism, but no formal diagnosis had been made. She says, quote, she is very smart. She can carry on a full conversation. In the call, Herring also says that she is 39 weeks pregnant, telling dispatchers she cannot keep up with her daughter the way she normally would.
Me and my husband just now purchased in this house. I don't know about this area much, but it's not a good area. I'll tell you that. It's not good.
Okay, you say you searched the woods. Is that behind your house?
Yes, it's like a pathway right behind my house. And we usually take the dog sometimes in the woods.
Again, the dog can find her
and
smell.
she'll come, so I know she knows about the woods. And but I look down the same pathway that we walk, and I did not see her.
We now know that everything in that call is not what happened. The arrest warrants that I have here say everything in that call is not true. Will, the warrants use strong language here, saying that both parents showed, and I want to read quote for quote here, extreme indifference to human life by not seeking medical attention for Javea after knowing she suffered physical abuse, which the arrest warrants say were at the hands of Herring.
And both parents are charged with homicide by child abuse, like we know. Herring also charged with filing a false police report, and on her warrants for that charge, they also mentioned that the mother had said that Javea was abducted. They conducted interviews. They found out that that wasn't true, and then that's when the mother also said that that she had gotten rid of Javea's body in another location. But going back to that 911.
No. The cops realized that she's been dead for about a month, a little over a month. And that's why they came here in Aiken from Union County. So her body might not even be in Aiken. So they're fairly new. No one knows who they are. And apparently some relatives were worried that the parents, particularly the mother, was unfit to be a mother, that she was abusive, that she was troubling, that she was not a good mother. You know, neighbors in Union County were like, you know, I feel bad for this little girl. Her parents are not good parents. They're not good people. And then, you know, this happens and more people are coming forward with stories of their own. Again, 4 years old, guys.
Call. It is completely not true. So you hear the entire story as she's telling dispatchers. It's just unbelievable and shocking to hear that entire story happen, knowing what we know now. And she gave an entire description of Javea that night, even saying that she talked to her and that Javea said that she wanted to play outside a little bit longer and didn't want to come inside. The mother also saying that Javea was wearing pink Minnie Mouse pajamas and had pink beads in her hair that night. So giving a very descriptive image of what Javea looked like when she had gone missing. We know that's not true at this point and that she had been deceased for at least a month before that 911 call happened. It's just unbelievable.
And knowing what happened in response to that 911 call, the massive search that started that Tuesday night, the hundreds of law enforcement that showed up to Bethel Baptist Church, which is the staging area that they met at before starting the search each day, knowing the amount of resources that went into the search, the thousands of acres that they covered, and the strangers that were worried about this little girl, wanting to find her, holding on to hope that she was out there somewhere. And well, we've said this time and time again, but the community response to this, I mean, even right now, you can hardly go on social media and not see Javea's face or her name. And that just goes to show you how worried this community was for this little 4-year-old girl who none of us knew this time last week. I mean, the memorial that is set up outside of our house, you see it right here with the Mickey Mouse and Minnie Mouse balloons, the pink candles, the stuffed animals. Really touches your heart to see how she has brought just a group of complete strangers together, all who were just worried about this little girl and wanted to find her.
And they still want her to come home tonight as the search for 4-year-old Javea Harris continues. Zaina.
And for the parents, here's what comes next. Her parents will have a bond hearing in circuit court within the next 30 days. They have another 9 days to file paperwork for a preliminary hearing. Herring's first court appearance is September 18th. Harris's first appearance is September 19th. As for Javea, authorities believe her body is located nearly a couple hours away north near the edges of Chester and Fairfield counties.
Yeah, they've been searching around the Great Falls area for several days and still no sign of Javea as of yet. Your Meredith Anderson is out there once again with the latest.
Also, another thing, they wanted to get a public defender. But the judge was like, let me look into that. Oh, you guys make too much money. You guys make too much money. You guys are going to have to hire your own, attorneys. Why do we know she's gone? Because they were using her in past tense terms. Only 10 times out of 10, when a parent does murder a child and file a missing report or a kidnapping report, they always use their child in the past tense, not is, as, or current tense. It's always, or even future tense. It's always past tense. No one, yeah, they confessed to killing her. They just haven't said, where her body is. Now, if no relatives have seen her in a month, and the fact that her own pet dogs couldn't find her scent anywhere, there is no hope at all for her to actually be alive. Because there's no way you can scour 5,000 acres of Aiken County and not find a sweet little black girl in all pink. Minnie Mouse. You just can't. Even 30, within 30 minutes of her missing, there was already search warrant. People were searching. So it's not like she wasn't going to be found if she was alive. It's sad. This is the second time in the span of 2 months my town has made national news. Yeah, we were hoping for a miracle too. We were hoping and hoping and hoping. But they ain't getting no public defender, that's for sure. They're going to have to get their own lawyers.
This appears to be the concentrated area where investigators are searching for 4-year-old Javea Harris's body. I'm standing at the entrance. It's access to the Debutary Creek. It is a creek that feeds into the Rocky Creek Lake. It is an area that is also known as Stumpy Pond here, and it's because of all of the stumps and trees that are in the water. It makes
that's probably
the
what
area
happens,
good for
Snaps.
fishing, but it makes it difficult to navigate, and that's likely what investigators are dealing with. The problem today has been rain. When we first arrived, there were thunderstorms. We've been looking at radar, and it appears as though some more weather could be coming in the area. So this is a break in the action, which is allowing investigators to get drones in the air and have better access to the water that they're searching. We have seen a number of cars coming and going. No one is getting down this access road unless you are law enforcement. So to give you an idea, we are outside the search area and we're kind of monitoring who's coming and going. I can tell you DNR has the biggest presence here, at least from what I've seen, but we've also seen the Fairfield County Sheriff's
tonight at 8
Office.
o'clock.
We've seen Fairfield County firefighters going back and forth, and we've also seen a number of unmarked cars. So we're not sure which agencies are involved, although we do know that SLED has also been here as well. Something else too, when I was here Saturday, when I first got here, I wasn't alone. Javea Harris's family members, who actually live not too far from here, just up the
Movie
road,
night extravaganza
came
tonight.
here as well, and they came here in tears. They were heartbroken. They wanted information. Some of them had found out about this over social media. So
Yeah,
they
some
saw
relatives didn't
law
even know
enforcement
anything.
presence and they came to ask questions and get answers. Sadly, they have not been given any answers. We have not had any updates. I'm just able to tell you what I've seen as I've been out here. And I will continue to stay out here and monitor the search efforts today. But for now, that's the very latest here at the Fairfield County, Chester County line in South Carolina. Meredith Anderson, on your side.
Meredith, thank you. And outside of Javea's home, a memorial grows to remember her there. People left candles, flowers, stuffed animals, Minnie Mouse balloons, and more. We've been talking about the community outpour in Javea and the search for her. Will, you were actually there at the vigil, which also had a lot of people there
downtown.
come out.
Yeah, there were hundreds of people there last night. It was just incredible to see that community support. And if there are any more in the future, we'll keep you guys updated.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what's been going on in my town for the better part of a week. Yeah, so now we gotta talk about Graham Plattner because this is a really sad stream. I wanted to be upbeat, but I'm trying. I don't know. I've been everything's bad right now. Hassan Piker is being blamed for the Graham Plattner thing, and I'm like, it's not like he openly endorsed him or campaigned for him or told people to donate to him. He always proceed with caution when discussing Graham Plattner, but the discourse on Twitter is so fucking annoying that it's like I just want to just. Oh well, Snaps. The thing is, I got a bunch of old stuffed animals that I don't have, and if I go to the vigil on Thursday, I'm gonna bring some of my old stuffed animals because I have a pink elephant. I got a few pink things that I don't have anymore. I was considering giving them to the Goodwill, but I was like, might as well because they could be used for the baby. You know, Javea's little brother or sister. We don't know the gender of the baby yet, but So that's what I'm thinking of doing. I even told my mom this. I'm like, we got this black bag full of, old stuffed animals that I don't, have any use for anymore. Might as well, or take them to Helping Hands, because that's another place where kids who are abused, go and stay and whatever, because I volunteered there as well. I don't know, maybe I'm thinking maybe do a fundraiser for her family. Perhaps, the parents who or the relatives who are going to take care of the baby, at least. I mean, it's just everyone's like, this sweet, cute little girl, But back to the Graham Plattner thing. It's so weird not having earbuds in my ears. I got to get used to that. So with the Graham Plattner thing, hey, what's up? We had a feeling something bad was going to come out. We just didn't think it was going to be this. first of all, I want to say when it came to Grand Platter, my whole thing was like, okay, it's Maine. We need the Senate. It's Maine. They're weird people. Candidates are going to be weird that come across against Susan Collins, perhaps. Oh, this guy worked for Blackwater. Oh, he was an Iraqi Marine who killed people. Yeesh. Reddit post, whatever. We're all online at one point in our lives. Oh, Nazi tattoo. That's a little odd. Oh, he was a problematic boyfriend from time to time. Okay. But then when it comes out that he actually did rape a woman, I was like, you know what? I'm all about wanting people to change. I'm all about forgiving people. If you're someone who's like, I'm trying to better myself every day, like Grand Planner was, I'm like, okay, cool, I guess. Still would be iffy about voting for you if I was a Maine voter. But again, I don't live in Maine. It's not up to me. It's not up to us. It's up to the Maine voters. And they still love the guy for some odd reason. Right? But the amount of I told you so that's been going around on Twitter and Blue Sky and has been insane. It's like, you guys, your first reaction to a woman saying Grand Platter raped me is, I told you so. He committed a serious crime. And you're gloating and being all giddy about being right about something. I mean, the thing snaps is that, okay, so the thing with Grand Platter is that he's like a walking red flag. Like, he has a whole litany of issues depending on what you find the most offensive. If you're a Muslim and you're Arab, you learn about the shit he did in Iraq, that's bad. If you're a woman, I guess, but also too, like, if you're someone who struggled with substance abuse addiction and you see him making that as an excuse for his behavior, again, like there's black people obviously have issues with him. Like, it just really depends on, you got to pick your poison on what issue, what red flag he's waving that connects with you and concerns you the most. For me, it was like, oh my God, there's like a little bit of everything. This is why, how did he get this far, you know? And the way I came about it was like, I'm trying to be strategic here. I'm not trying to flat out defend the guy. I'm trying to be strategic when it came to like, oh, he's definitely probably the best choice to beat Susan Collins, right? But why didn't the people who found him vet him? See, this is why we need activists running. We cannot be finding a random dude who gave a good speech one time and say you should run for office, because that's exactly how he got recruited. There was no big background check into him, but he was like, I did some things, but he didn't reveal everything that he did. So that's the problem we're running into right now, right? And of course, she claims he was drunk, but he's claiming he doesn't remember and that she's lying. So a lot of people are yelling at Hassan because apparently Hassan endorsed Grand Platter, advocated for him, said people should vote and donate for him, when none of that's true. People are putting Hassan's analysis on Grand Platter as it's like an endorsement, which is not true. A lot of people were still proceeding with caution when it came to discussing him, myself and a lot of others included. And the fact that so many people of color were being dismissed by some people, I'm like, okay, guys, I'm like, if a black person doesn't want to support Grand Platter or even, that's not up to us. It's up to him. You know, he has to do the convincing, and he didn't convince. Okay. Like, we got to listen to the concerns of other people. But once again, I'm coming from like a strategic, I want to win the Senate thing. Now, the liberals were wrong, in my opinion, when it came to him, comparing him to Fetterman. Just because he's not wearing a suit doesn't mean he's going to be in the Senate and have a right-wing voting record, right? Obviously. However, the stuff just couldn't stop. Because after a while, I was like, okay, this is it. We haven't heard anything about Grand Platter. Awesome, cool, he's got this. And then everyone's like, something's about to drop. And then people were guessing. Like, what I don't like about this too was when so many right-wingers were like, it's going to come out that he raped children in Iraq. And I'm like, wait, what? I'm like, first of all, it got out what he did. And I'm like, you don't have to make something up because you're not one to believe women when they come forward about rape, right? So that is the issue here. That is the issue that I have with Republicans where they're like, this is what he did. And it's like, no, he didn't do that, but that's still bad. But also he actually did something bad, but you're not going to make a big deal about it because your president's also a rapist. See, another thing that bothers me, seeing all these Republicans say shit about Graham Platter. I'm like, your man is on paper a rapist. Republicans, you have no room to talk, and neither do liberals. Liberals are like, oh, leftists have bad judge of character when it comes to these candidates, and it's like, Andrew Cuomo, Bill Clinton, Anthony Weiner. Need I say more? Like, there is a whole laundry list, even Eric Swalwell, even after allegations came forward against like people like Eric Swalwell and Andrew Cuomo, Democrats to this day still defend them, still defend those men. Meanwhile, leftists are like, oh fuck, you know what? We can't keep defending him anymore. He's actually committed an actual crime. That could be like we're done with him. Meanwhile, when it can Eric Swalwell and Andrew Cuomo, it's like pulling teeth to get these liberals to say, yes, Andrew Cuomo is a sex pest. So is Eric Swalwell. They are rapists. They are sexual assaulters. They are sexual harassers. They are pigs, and we should not be supporting them and uplifting them. But for every Graham Plattner I told you so tweet, there is still a tweet from that same account saying, Andrew Cuomo is the best choice for New York City's mayor. Mamdani, bad, problematic. He can't, right? That's what's happening. Like, I'm sorry, but liberals and conservatives have no leg to stand on because, again, conservatives, Trump's your guy. He's a rapist. Liberals, you're also supportive still of people who have done the same shit Graham Plattner has been accused of. Okay? So you don't get to go, I told you so, when you still tweet about how Andrew Cuomo still should be mayor of New York City right now. Also, Abdul El-Sayed is being compared to Graham Plattner because... And the fact that there are some white liberals who say that Abdul has all the baggage and issues unlike Graham Plattner, I'm like, first of all, just say you're Islamophobic. Just say you're Islamophobic. How does Abdul El-Sayed have more baggage that could be worse for him than what Graham Plattner has? Graham Plattner has been a walking red flag since the moment he first announced he was running. Abdul El-Sayed's only issue is, I honestly don't know what his issue is. What is it? Is it because he's Muslim? Is that it? See, and we see the videos, like we see, like, this is something that always drove me nuts when it comes to white liberals and when it comes to facing the fact that there are going to be people of color running in the Democratic primaries, right? They have to appear non-threatening. Okay, I can get away with doing a very aggressively mean, bitchy campaign ad because I mean business. But Raphael Warnock had to do a campaign ad holding a puppy because he's like, I may be black, but I'm not like that type of ad. Like, seriously, he's literally like, I'm a non-threatening one. It's like, why do they have to do this? And then, Mamdani's always smiling, and then Abdul's, doing like country western rodeo, square dancing, TikToks, because people of color that are running in the Democratic Party have to seem non-threatening. And so they have to do the cringe shit. See, when white people do it, like Mallory McMorrow, it looks bad. It looks weird. Don't do it. But when, the hot Muslim candidates do, the weird cringy TikToks, it's cool because it shows, hey, they're not extreme jihadists. They're not terrorists. They're not gonna do another 9/11 on us or whatever. I hate that they have to do that, but that's what works for these candidates. It's so weird. It doesn't work for the whites, but any person of color, it's gonna work, right? And again, something that someone, I think it's Eric Michael Garcia, I think that's his name. He's a journalist that I follow and he follows me back. He pointed out, he's like, for all the talk from liberals about Bernie Sanders and like white candidates, Bernie's candidates that have been winning and doing so well are the women of color. Some of the white male candidates that Bernie has endorsed don't always win. This might end up being problematic. I was like, he didn't even endorse Fetterman. He endorsed it for lieutenant governor, but he didn't endorse it for the Senate. But for all this talk of Bernie Sanders, you know, looking out for the white dude bros in the progressive wing of the Democratic Party, it's all the black women that are winning that he's endorsed. Also, are we going to let Elizabeth Warren endorsing Plantner slide? Because I'm seeing a lot of that. And again, there's no receipts of Hassan endorsing Graham Plantner because his whole thing was like, okay, if he's a candidate, then people should, you know, people in Maine, it should be up to them to decide, okay? Not up to me. Meanwhile, Hassan tried getting an interview with Graham Plantner, but Graham Plantner said no. Because it's almost as if Hassan could have pushed him on some of his behavior towards women. We don't know. We'll never know because that interview's never happened and it's never going to happen now, right? But again, guys, Hassan streams like 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. He's going to get a few things wrong, right? Because people are like, well, look at Fetterman. Fetterman had a stroke. We didn't know Fetterman was going to be like this, like, I mean, like worse when it came to like his voting record. He memed his way into the Senate. And the left has to own that for the rest of our lives. But God forbid liberals own up to it. Liberals can never, they're never going to own up to all their mistakes, which is a laundry list compared to at least we own our mistakes. The left owns it. Liberals can't even do that. They can't. They still have like issues with Mamdani still. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Right? So, oh yeah, this is just a Beetlejuice sandworm top. And I'm sweating in it. So the fact that everyone's like, Hassan Piker owes women an apology. I'm like, for what? He didn't campaign with Plantner. He stayed the hell away from Maine. AOC sure as hell didn't have, you know, bad instincts and stayed away from it. Why are we putting all this on Hassan when all he did was just cover the race frequently? What the fuck did he do? What I mean, even say with like Majority Report, I'm like, again, they were like cautiously optimistic about Graham Plantner, and they were disappointed. Nothing wrong with that. It's not like this is the end for the left media sphere. It's one candidate, and again, and I've said this before. It is difficult for the Democrats to take the Senate because there are more red states than blue states. All hands on deck for Abdul El Sayed and James Tallarico now. Maine, we don't know her or him or whatever. I mean, Stephen King's like, hey, if the problem with people like Stephen King, again, he lives in Maine, but he's like, if they get a sex pest criminal, we should get a sex pest criminal type of like argument. And I'm like, yeah, that's not a good excuse, Stephen King, but are you doing cocaine again, dude? Okay. So all this about Graham Plantner has been so mind-numbing because there's so many different arguments. Because the thing is, again, like when it came to Graham Plantner, I was always Switzerland. Because in the end, I was like, Nazi tattoo, what the hell? But then some people are like, well, Sam Cedar didn't know what a Totenkopf tattoo was. I'm like, yeah, I'm like, yeah, that's all. There's so many different layers to Graham Plantner's problematic, checklist that is like, some people knew this. Other people who should be offended by this didn't know what this meant. Like, it's like you cannot put this thing in a single tight box, you know what I'm saying? So like when I'm seeing people just at each other, it's like, guys, unfortunately there's more nuance to this because, again, like I said, you just have to pick your poison when you find the most offensive thing he's done. And it's just like, my whole thing is, Don't apologize. People are like, again, with all the apologies, as Forrest pointed out, he's like, apologizing is weak. And he's like, apologizing for this is weak. He's like, just white knuckle it, move on. Say, oops, my bad. Be authentic as you can. Not say, I owe everyone an apology for this one minor thing I did by saying something nice about Graham Plattner once or whatever. Like shit like that. And so that's where we're at now. And I think Forrest and I are going to talk more about this tomorrow on Absurdity Space because, he and I have the same conclusion that it's Maine. What are we supposed to do? Most discourse on social media is done by liberals who don't live under Republican rule like some of us do, okay? They don't know. We don't know what it's like in Maine. All I know is that if it could be a southern state, it could. It's white. Very rural, very white trash, there's a lot of meth heads, it's a weird place. It's a weird state. I always hear, oh, people in Maine are weird. Right? So even with everything coming out, are we going to decide? No, it's gonna be the people of Maine, unfortunately. Like that's why that's been my whole thing this whole time. Like when someone like that comes around as a candidate, it's like, oh yeah, okay, there's a lot to unpack here, but at the same time, it's like this is their guy. They're still seeing Graham Plattner as this guy who's like trying to be taken down by the establishment. And that's kind of how we're seeing it. And from like what I'm, hearing from relatives who I know who live in Maine, a lot of people, they're still going to be very supportive of him. And I'm like, okay, great, I guess. Now Fetterman can stop being jealous. Because there for a while there, John Fetterman couldn't stop talking shit about Graham Plattner. And I'm like, are you jealous that he's not going to end up like you, a reactionary, like, blowhard? Like, what's happening here? Why are you coming after him when he's not said anything about you? Like, it was a weird thing, right? So, again, with the Graham Plattner thing, it's bad. Let's focus on other Senate seats like Abdul's and James. Is the Senate a long shot? That probably at this point, yeah. I mean, it's always been that way. It's just so hard. You just have to actually flip some states, Politics, man. Discussing politics on the internet is like a nightmare because again, people expect you to be like picking sides where it's like, I don't live in Maine. Why is this important? Why this should be so important to us? Because here's the thing, guys. This is what happens when maybe liberals are like, well, this is why we need polished suits and rehearsed talking points with no emotions. I'm like, no, that's not what we need. What we need is to recruit activists, not nobodies who gave a good speech one time. Because again, like I mentioned earlier, that's how Graham Plattner got recruited. They saw him give like a passionate speech at an event. And they're like, oh shit. Have you thought about running for office? Like, no, man, do better. Give a bigger, make sure they have a bigger footprint. And again, with the Democrats going after like Darlisa's old tweets, when I run for Senate against Cory Booker, when I move up to Jersey, I'm just hypothetical, though it could happen. Kristina's old tweets.com. I'll be like, you people think Darlisa's tweets were bad? You ain't seen nothing yet. I've been on Twitter since 2011. Technically, 2009, but I deleted my old Twitter account. Here's all my old tweets, and I've even categorized them so you can see who I talk shit about. Oh, but I also still voted for Kamala Harris and Hillary Clinton. Oh, you're not going to highlight all the shit I said about Donald Trump, all the stuff I said about Democrats? Go figure. That is how you're going to win, in my opinion. Just insert your name here, oldtweets.com, because that is all they're going to get on people who haven't lived a long life. I mean, it didn't work for Graham Plattner. His Reddit post didn't do anything to him either. Because I feel like you're scraping at the bottom of a barrel if you're looking at online posting. The fact that there are people who are dedicated, whose whole entire portion of like their opera research is dedicated to searching shit online is just so funny to me. Oh boy, chat. What are we gonna do? Again, they couldn't find someone better. They couldn't find someone better. And of course, we have bad faith actors who are using this as an excuse to, to kind of like either deny rape is a thing, Michael Tracy, or be like bad and Panada and use like a woman's pain to like shit on Hassan and other like lefty creators. Because they were not that supportive of Graham Plattner, but again, we're trying to be very fair and nuanced in their analysis about the main like political landscape, like a lot of us were. Are there any good faith actors left really that just don't have an agenda when shit like this comes out? Because even his, the woman was like, I struggle to come out because he's someone that I would vote for. He supports he's everything that Graham Plattner stands for. I support and I would vote for him. And it's like, see, even she's struggling with this. This is not a political motivation. Unlike because the Republican operative who was like, he grabbed my arm roughly one time in that New York Times article, which, by the way, the victim of the rape was also in that New York Times reporting, but the New York Times did not dig enough to do the rape story weeks ago. New York Times. They were like, let's do a nothing burger instead. Let's just dangle the idea of like something bad. And I hate that too. They're like, something bad's about to happen. I can't say. Something big and bad's about to drop about this person. I can't say anything. I'm like, okay, then why are you dangling stuff? Just say it. Rip the Band-Aid off. Tell us what the fuck is going on. I hate people like that. I'm like, you're just using that for clout and engagement farming. And oh, I hate it. Like Mitch McConnell, is he dead? I don't know. Tell us. They're weakening Bernie's him because they don't want Thomas Massey to fill his seat. That's my conspiracy theory about that whole situation. And again, yeah. Anyway, oh god, I gotta stretch. So yeah, there's just a lot of just this too much discourse happening, and people just can't use their brains. And I'm just trying to, again, stand back and, like even I've got shit wrong, but do I double down and be like, yeah, I'm like, I was wrong. Is it that hard for people to do? But then they expect you to, to constantly like apologize and mention the fact that, oh, you were wrong about something. And it's like, why can't liberals ever confess that they were wrong about Hillary Clinton? Why can't liberals ever confess, be like, yeah, you're right. The DNC did cheat. The DNC did prop up Trump as a joke to be as a legitimate candidate. And look where we are now. Liberals and Democrats never have to atone for their actions when they fuck up, but the left always has to. Every time. It's just so baffling to me. It's just interesting. I'm never going to get it. I'm never going to understand it, y'all. So hopefully I did the best job of talking about the Graham Plattner thing without offending anyone and going on people's, I don't know. It's just, I feel like, again, I'm a white woman. What do I know? I've been a victim of men, but like at the same time, it's like there's so many different parts of the like the political landscape where it's like none of you really care what the main factor is here. He raped a woman, and people who we need to be cautious of who we recruit now, because it goes to show we can't be looking for average Joe white male dude bro types who who wear flannel. We need like Darlisas. We need more AOCs. We need more Claire Valdez. We need more. I feel like the only few white dudes I feel like we depending it's like Oliver Larkin who's running against Jared Moskowitz in Florida, who I'm trying to get to come on Kristina's Corner to discuss his race. But it goes to show that for the most part, we need activists running these primaries. We don't need people who just came out of nowhere. People always say Obama came out of nowhere. I'm like, nah, man. That was a calculated very calculated political career move on his part, so yeah. That's how I feel about that whole situation. And I even discussed it last night. I mean, I just had a lot of different takes that, a lot of people are like, you're right. Yeah, and again, I just think it's stupid to try to score political points when, like, even the left wasn't like, nah, told you so, but Eric Swalwell. It was like, liberals, open your eyes. This man drugged and raped women, and you're still supporting him. You have a track record of supporting men who have done this multiple times to women. Why do you do this? And they never respond. They never respond to, like, you still support Andrew Cuomo, despite all the things he did. You still support Bill Clinton. Here's a photo of you with Bill Clinton in your profile picture. Why should you guys get to brag and gloat when you're still supportive of these men to this day? Meanwhile, the left drops people like a hat if they find something that they does at the criminal. Why do you think Hassan Piker no longer associates with Destiny and all his ilk? Because there is nothing to gain when you associate yourselves with sex pests, with criminals, with racists, with rapists, with very, very problematic people who are definitely, in court dealing with very horrendous personal shit. And I explained that too in my interview with Steven about the Hassan Piker fan thing that I partook in. I'm like, he's like, why do you think so many of these people hate Hassan? I'm like, well, he used to be associated with a lot of these people, but a lot of these people's characters ended up not being so squeaky clean and kind of terrible. I wouldn't blame him for not wanting to associate with people like this, because it also shows the type of person you are. If you're not willing to drop friends or associates or people in your corner who have done very, very problematic stuff, that looks more on you if you don't drop them. And now look, a lot of people are mad at him because he gets to be all successful and famous and hot and they can't. So that's kind of where that's at. I can't wait for that video to drop so I can show you guys. So also, probably the first week of August, I think I gotta check the calendar. Taylor Lorenz is coming on Kristina's Corner to discuss Prop 230 and the Kids Act. So that should be fun, because even though Taylor Lorenz will say stuff and I'm like, girl, chill out, it's fine. Go step back a little bit, you're saying something weird. I still respect her as a journalist because she's done the core. She revealed the core stuff. She doing all the journalism about tech, showing how fucking weird libs of TikTok is, so we I'm gonna be talking about that stuff with her when because there's gonna be a Senate hearing that she wants to discuss. So I'm like, okay, cool, we'll do that. So yeah. A lot of people are like, how can you be friends with Taylor Lorenz but Anna Kasparian? I'm like, Anna Kasparian completely changed her political views. Taylor Lorenz has always been like this. So like, that's my thing. Like that's like my thing. Like I can have disagreements with some of the women in the left that I know and love, but still like know that their heart is in the right place in the end. You know what I'm saying? Like her with the immunocompromise and the mask thing and all that. Like I get it. Sometimes she overdoes it, but it's like, okay. I understand her point of view. I understand but like her journalism is what, to me, was what really matters. So, yeah, I'm excited to talk about this stuff with her because as someone who grew up and I discussed this last night on my Twitch stream, as a younger millennial, I feel like a lot of us younger millennials had it very good growing up in the age of the internet being young, because we were still outside. We weren't living on the internet. It was a place that we visited, and we knew how our parents had to learn with us, and grandparents had to learn how to keep us safe on the internet, keep us safe when watching TV and stuff like that. So knowing that kids are being banned from having social media makes absolutely no sense to me, because you could just bing, bang, boom, do settings on your child's apps and make sure they don't see harmful content. Apparently, the younger Gen X elder millennials, which are the parents that are raising these kids, missed growing up in the time period that we younger millennials did. Because the younger millennials, older Gen Z folks, we grew up having to learn along the way how tech works. They didn't. So that's gonna be fun discussing that with her, because I'm all for, like, kids should have cell phones in schools. Look what happens with mass shootings. You should not be banning kids from accessing the internet or social media. There are ways to keep kids safe while letting them have access, limited access to these things, you know? So that's gonna be a fun discussion, I feel like. And also, once again, tonight, guys, 8 p.m. Eastern, Movie Night Extravaganza, we're going over The Terminator. It's gonna be a big James Cameron night or month, because then we're gonna end with The Odyssey. We're gonna do The Odyssey. Christopher Nolan's more like the Wokesy. It's a fictional story. None of those characters are real. Why are we mad? Why are we mad? I want my Greeks to be white British people with British accents, not diverse woke Americans with American accents, because the Greeks sounded British. God damn it. I don't know, but that's a thing that's happening on the internet as well. So that's great. Kill me. Anywho, also, guys, I updated my internet. I got 2 gig now, not just 1, but 2, because I noticed a few things. When you get a new computer, you also have to update your internet, I've noticed. I didn't know that, especially since I want a game. So yeah. Also, if you watch me on Twitch, you'll know that Shadow Saturdays are back. We are at a good point in Dark Shadows. Barnabas has Maggie. He's trying to brainwash her and torture her into being Josette. And again, Sim Sundays. We're going to start doing more gaming on Sundays. I'm excited about that. I've been downloading a bunch of Sims 4 content because I like the custom content, the CCs, the script mods, you know, the shit that slows the game down, technically. Whatever. It makes the game more realistic and fun. Okay, I like the Wicked Whims mod. I've actually done like my Sims have, like, you can make your Sims have like an orgy party. Like, it's so fucking funny. And then they get STIs or pregnant. It's so fun to watch. Anyway, why don't we ever see ancient Greeks that speak like New York Italians? Yeah, we don't see that anymore. Hey, what's a coming to go? Anyway, I'm lame. Also, I'm still in contact with Zora Mamdani's team. You know, he's still my little Twitch protege. I want to get in contact with New York City DSA to help them with their Twitch channel so they can really, like, because now the time is for them to do the organizing, which they've been doing on the ground, but also on, like, streaming and podcasting. So I really want to contact them because I did a stream with them one time. So I have a lot of ideas, you know, stuff to do, you know. Also, once again, Oppie, my mom was, I'm playing, you know, I'm going, little fun little story because we talked about a lot of morbid stuff today. I'm going to, you know, put the dishes away in the dishwasher, you know, and you know, take them out, to put the dirty ones back, you know, in the, and then I turn on Michael Jackson, right? Oppie's in my mom's room, and my mom's like, Kristina, come here. I'm like, what? And she's like, the moment you played Michael Jackson, Oppie went from like this to this. And kept staring at the door because he heard Michael Jackson playing. I don't know what is it with this cat and his music, but it's so, you guys don't understand. If you guys watch my stream, we will watch Michael Jackson concert, right? On stream on my Twitch. He gets up on the desk right here. And like, I posted videos of him. He just stares and then follows Michael on the screen. And then, like, he's like scratching at the screen. I'm like, oh my God, what are you doing? Like, what? I'm like, dude, are you really him reincarnated as a cat? Like, what? Give me a sign. You know, it's so weird how this cat is like, he's so obsessed with Michael Jackson. It's the weirdest phenomenon. I've never seen anything like it. Yeah, Wanda, that's right too. So it's like, this cat, he's funny to watch. And then he lays in my lap and he just wants to watch Michael Jackson all day. And it's like, this cat, what am I going to do about you and your love of this guy and his music? It's so weird. It's so crazy, y'all. Pop music and noise. It depends on the noise. It really does depend on the noise, I feel like. But yeah, it's just Oppie's cute. McGraw, he couldn't care less about any of that. But Oppie, he listened to Michael Jackson for the first time, and he's just been hooked ever since. Your cat loves the Backstreet Boys? Yeah, that's what's up. Yeah, it was funny. The lady at Publix saw my old Backstreet Boys t-shirt, my washed out Backstreet Boys t-shirt. She's like, "Oh my god, I went to that concert, the Never Gone one, from like 2005." I'm like, "Yeah, I went to their 20th anniversary one." She's like, "Oh, how was that?" I'm like, "Third row. I got their attention. I knew all the old choreography. They noticed me. Loved it." Yeah. Oh my god, I cannot wait to go to New York City. I cannot wait to move back up to Jersey next year, y'all. That's gonna be fun. That's going to be so much fun. Fun, fun, fun. So anyway, lots happening on stream. Again, tomorrow, Forrest and I do an Absurdity Space. And also, I think tomorrow, Wednesday at 9 p.m., I'm going over Moonwalker, a Michael Jackson short film starring an up-and-coming Joe Pesci. I've heard good things about that guy. Remember Moonwalker? That's where the Smooth Criminal short film is part of. Sean Lennon's in it. Anyway, crazy stuff. I'm excited. I want to talk about Ghost. If you guys don't know Michael Jackson's Ghost, you gotta watch my stream because we watch it like every week now because it's like standard content for Cosmopolitics Broadcasting. CBS, the Cosmopolitics Broadcasting Station. I'm the real CBS now. Anyway, y'all, I'm gonna head out now because Alex, future Mom Donnie affiliated streamer, Alex over at Devil's Advocate Productions, is going to entertain you guys for the next hour, and I got to eat dinner. So I will see you guys in 2 hours for Moon Night Extravaganza. See you later. Bye.
Hello, folks, and welcome to Devil's Advocate Productions on this space. I'm Alex. I'm the Devil's Advocate. I talk about movies, music, TV, video games, whatever I feel like talking about on this channel. And today is a very special day because I am joined by a good friend of mine who I met during the Lindsey Boylan campaign for city council, which she dropped out of the special election after she lost the special election, then she dropped out of the race. But then during the primary election, she was still on the ballot and still gained ground after not campaigning for 2 months. The first person to teach me how to canvass, Mr. Josh Aaron. What's going on, Josh? How are you?
Hey, thank you so much for having me, Alex. Appreciate a flattering introduction.
So yes, welcome. This is this space. I told you about it when we were doing the campaign. We were out canvassing, walking in the cold and the rain, and almost getting kicked out of buildings, and sometimes getting kicked out of buildings. But yes, Josh, tell people who you are and what you do.
Sure. So I'm Josh. Nice to meet everyone. I'm a lifelong New Yorker. I've been a DSA member for about 7 years now. And I really got into politics with the Bernie Sanders campaign. Last year, I actually ran for office myself at the end of last year, beginning of this year. And I'm really proud of the work we did. We got more. We got more individual donations than our Democratic competitors combined. It really built a grassroots movement. And then my city council member decided to enter the race. And the way that Manhattan Democratic politics worked was that everyone just lined up behind him, and there was no real path to victory. So since then, I've donated my funds that I've gotten as donations from when I was running to like DSA candidates, to people like Lindsey Boylan you mentioned, to primarily Manhattan because it's where I'm based, but just New York in general, trying to further the movement. And now I'm here. So thank you for having me.
Yeah. So, DSA has been in the news a lot. And on Wednesdays, I do a show co-hosting with DSA member Dieter Make a Business of the channel American Wasp, which his channel, it breaks down the WASP ideology, where he comes from in Boston or near Boston, and the prestigious circles that they run in, and what's going on in JD Vance's head, what's going on in Donald Trump's head. And he's a DSA member in Los Angeles. So I've heard about DSA quite a bit this past year, having known him, and got a little bit more information when I was, on the campaign with you and asking you questions all day. I have a motor mouth. So there's a bigger spotlight on it. And I'm kind of just wondering, like, where, I don't know if you heard Kristina talking earlier before the show, that like now the spotlight is really on DSA. Even before with Mom Donnie, that there was a bit of a spotlight there. I remember the first time I voted was in 2021 for, I think, Maya Wiley, or there was another candidate, Garcia maybe.
Yeah.
And there was a little bit of like rumblings, hey, the progressive movement here in New York is really kicking off. And I was kind of wondering what you think next steps should be. I know you're one member, but what do you think next steps should be going forward for the DSA to really become a mover and shaker in politics in this country?
Yeah, I mean, I think that DSA has been doing a really great job of that in New York City. And we've been seeing it extending nationally to an extent. Like Denver, I'm actually friends with Mila Kiros, who just won her congressional race, and that was really cool. Like when I was a candidate, I remember she introduced herself in a chat. It's like, hey, I use she, her pronouns. I was just hired by my law firm for speaking out about the genocide against Palestinians. And she was like, I'm probably going to run, or like I'm starting to run for Congress. And I remember when she was endorsed by Justice Democrats and then DSA, and I was like, okay, this person is clearly a big deal by that point. But yeah, you see it starting to extend its influence nationally, and also races. You see it explicitly choosing not to endorse a candidate strategically, which I think is different than a lot of other organizations. For example, like you see, like I feel like labor unions, I feel like progressive groups like WFP, Working Families Party, tends to endorse in every organization. In every race they possibly can. A lot of the time, as long as they have a candidate that is somewhat aligned with their values. And in DSA, you've seen recently with the California governor election, you see now what's happening in Maine. They chose deliberately not to endorse a candidate in the Senate. And a lot of people now online are trying to connect them to Graham Plattner, which is, because Bernie, I guess, endorsed him before all this stuff happened. And Bernie, is the poster child for some people for democratic socialism, but DSA's organization decided to stay out of it. And now back, that made a lot of sense. But yeah, I mean, it's a really exciting time. I just encourage people to join because, the best time to join is now. And yeah, it's just a really exciting time to be a socialist in this country.
The best time to join was yesterday. The second best time to join is right now. And speaking of like choosing to endorse or not, and I spoke last Wednesday with Danielle Welch, who ran here in New York in the 3rd district against Tom Suozzi to primary him, who Tom Suozzi is one of the Democrats coming out saying, here's the promise to America. We promise to be centrists and maintain the status quo and not change anything. So she ran literally the week before petitioning began she jumped into the race because she looked around and she said, that's why the thumbnail on this video I put is, fine, I'll run myself with the Thanos fist, because she looked around and was looking for local people to run and who was running, who do I support? And no one was running. So she said, I'll do it myself. Put together a campaign, ran, did on the ground canvassing in those early months when it was blizzards and freezing cold, and with no name recognition, chose not to reach out to DSA. And I asked why, and she said, well, because the district, there's part of it in Queens, but it's mostly Long Island, rich Long Island. And she's like, that word, it still holds weight there. So while, yes, I agree with these policies, all these policies, I just didn't want to say that word. And there are studies that show if you just talk to somebody and explain some of the Democratic Socialist policies and don't say this is a liberal idea or this is a conservative idea up top, they'll most likely agree 90% of the time. So it is interesting thinking about who they choose to endorse, who chooses to identify as a Democratic Socialist versus who doesn't, and how that can help or hinder. And I think, like you're saying, pointing out that in Maine, it was probably a good idea for the organization as well as AOC. People are going, well, maybe she had a sixth sense about this as a bartender, could recognize, kind of problematic dudes. But speaking of Kiros in Colorado, I thought that was a perfect way for you to segue into this clip of her literally talking about getting fired for speaking out against Palestine during her winning speech.
I want to tell you something about why this campaign matters, because it matters for what comes next. When I wrote a letter defending students' rights to protest the genocide in Gaza, my law firm told me, take it down or you're fired. I didn't flinch because I stood by every word, and I always will. But I know that will not be the only moment where those in power will tell me to change my tune, to not rock the boat. That seems to happen a lot in Congress. But here in Denver, we stand by our values and we stand with our community. We are days away from embarking on the 250th anniversary of the founding of this country. I've been thinking a lot about what that means. The promise is made, the promise is unfulfilled, that this country belongs to everyone who loves it and what it stands for, not just the people born here, not just the people who look a certain way, but everyone who believes that democracy is worth defending and that every person is deserving of dignity.
I mean, that's pretty amazing to go from talking to her in the group chat to see her winning that race.
I mean, I hope she'll still respond to my messages, but yeah, I mean, she was really cool. She actually connected me to track APAC when she was endorsed by them. I sent her a DM because she's in the chats I'm in. So I'm like, hey, I saw you endorsed by Track APAC. How does one go about that?
Yeah.
And then she connected me to them. And then in my campaign, I reached out to them and they were like, hey, we really appreciate the work you're doing, but we deal with federal candidates, not like local ones. So they actually connected me to Organize for Peace, which then later endorsed our campaign.
Okay.
Which is a really cool, like full circle moment there.
Cool. Yeah. So, I've gotten a lot of questions, and again, after the New York City, the big election primary 2 weeks ago, that was only 2 weeks ago. Last week was this night. I can't believe how much news happens in a week. But 2 weeks ago, after the New York City elections, there was a lot of talk of, so what are all these other separate leftist groups? Just get all on board on one page. And I thought of you. I was like, well, I'm going to talk to you in in a week or two. So let me ask you, what is the difference between Working Families Party and DSA? As someone who's like new to a lot of this, I just see the Working Families Party on the actual ballots a lot, and it's actually like a political party versus DSA is more of an organization. That's my looking at it. I don't know.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. I mean, they're similar. So a good way for me to understand it personally is, and a lot of this reporting comes from me referencing Peter Stern's work, who's a journalist at City and State. I recommend reading him if you aren't already following him. But he's written about how in the 90s, really, in New York City, the Working Families Party, from the 90s to like 2015, like it was for like a while, the Working Families Party like was the left here. It operated like a political party, like you're saying. And because it is a party, you need to get a certain number of votes on the ballot. It needs to get a certain number of votes on the ballot every, I think, gubernatorial election. It's a really weird law. And actually, Cuomo, when they went against Andrew Cuomo, when they decided to endorse Cynthia Nixon instead of him in, I think, 2018, Cuomo specifically made it so they have to get a certain percentage of votes. So that means that they basically have to choose to endorse certain candidates. I don't remember whether it's off the top of my head, whether it's presidential, gubernatorial, but that sort of thing. So essentially they have to like endorse or have on the ballot as a Working Families Party candidate, like Kathy Hochul or Kamala Harris or something, because they need that percentage of the votes in order to be legally recognized as a ballot, legally recognized on the ballot as a party. And there used to be like, 10 political parties in New York City or something. Right. And then recently there have started to be some qualifications, for example, like you can't use the word independent in your ballot line anymore because people would sign up as thinking they are like, okay, I'm a political independent, and they would sign up in that. And because we have closed primaries, meaning that people can't vote, for the Democratic primary, for example, if they're registered Republican or independent, it was very misleading. And so this is all to say that it operates as a political party. So they are constrained in certain ways that DSA isn't. And it used to be the left, really. It was, I think that it was 2018 when DSA really became a force in New York City when they elected their first socialist in office in the state, Julia Salazar. At the same time, they elected, around the same time, they elected AOC to Congress. And that was really a combination of Justice Democrats and DSA. And actually, AOC was considered so non-viable that I think WFP actually endorsed against her the first time that she.
Oh, really? Interesting. Okay.
Crowley, because he was like one of the chairs in the Democratic Party congressional leadership. And
seniority, all this.
Yeah, it's a seniority, and you don't really want to be like you don't really want to have to face the wrath of someone who has power. If you're a political party that's like a third party in New York, your ability to exist hangs in the balance. Right. And WFP tends to endorse a lot more races than DSA. And DSA in New York City specifically has been a lot more selective and also has in my opinion, a larger base of like on the ground canvassers. And so WFP will be like, okay, we'll give you our name. We'll have some people show up to certain canvassers, certain events, and we'll pay for your mailers, because those things, as I know someone who ran for office, mailers can be, well above $100,000.
Oh my God! Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, it's like a huge portion of the budget, because even though everyone says I hate mail, I hate getting political mailers, it's been shown, like study after study, that the people who get the most mail are the ones who, subconsciously are like, oh, I've heard this name before. So then when they go to the ballot box, it does make a difference. WFP will pay for that. And their leadership also is composed of nonprofits and unions. They also get a vote for endorsements and things like that. In contrast, DSA is a very member-driven organization. It can be a little bit more chaotic because it is so democratic. And again, they still have people in certain like leadership positions who have certain abilities. So it's not like every person has the same ability to do whatever. But as a whole, it is a very democratic organization, and I'm proud to be a member. And there are like there's Party of Socialism and Liberation, PSL.
Yeah. Who have their own candidates for like president and stuff.
Yeah. And they have Yeah, they actually are, in my opinion, it's maybe a little bit of a hot take. I think that actually they are very good at showing up in terms of protests. Like I see them at every major protest I go to. I just think that electorally, they are committed to running third party. And right now, our country is at a two-party system. And it's just, unless we have a dramatic change, it's just not going to be effective. Like,
Yeah.
just, like the first time Jabari Brisport ran for state legislature, he ran in the Green Party ballot line and he lost. And then since then, DSA in New York City has just been running on the Democratic Party line.
Yeah. And I think ultimately that's the strategy to go with. I like, like you said, Working Families Party endorses kind of a lot more people than DSA. That's why when they were calling it a sweep, as all the candidates won in New York, I was like, but this candidate didn't win and this candidate didn't. I was looking at WFP endorsements, not DSA endorsement. All the DSA endorsements won. So maybe it's more strategic to be like, and now I could put that on the board and say everyone we endorsed won.
I mean, and DSA, well, there was one person in DSA, Comrade Blackburn, who ran Upper Manhattan, who lost his race.
Okay, yeah.
But overall, it was like a 9 out of 10 sweep, and it was very impressive. And I think every candidate that Zoran himself endorsed won, which is also really shows that he's like becoming a kingmaker essentially.
Yeah. And, I heard a lot of criticism of AOC and why didn't she endorse? And I think we've since heard stories come out of they were actually in a lot more communication than previously thought. I saw the obvious, she endorsed state legislatures and assemblymen and council people, and he endorsed congressional candidates. I don't have to deal with Hakeem Jeffries every day at work. You don't have to deal with Julie Menon and the city council every day at work. This is a perfect way for us to be like, my hands were off. I didn't break my promise. But technically, playing politics in a good way, So I think they're doing good work, and I hope we keep it up. And, I just wanted to point out to some, well, speaking of AOC, this was her last week. And there's been a lot of talk. She's going to run for president. Maybe she'll run for Senate against Chuck Schumer. And to me, this video was the most clear, I'm definitely running for president that we've gotten from her. And I want to get your analysis too.
JD Vance just said in an interview that he thinks you are going to be the leading Democratic candidate for president in 2028. What's your response to that?
I mean, I hope he is. That's what I'll say.
So he's the Republican nominee?
So that little smile, the look down, to me, that goes, oh, she's definitely running. And do you think that's a good idea?
Well, I mean, I've seen that video before. I think that it could be interpreted that way. Also, it could be interpreted as being like, it would be the best chance for the Democratic Party to have a Republican like JD Vance as
Sure. Yeah, I think that's her implication. I think she's saying, "Oh, I can beat him. I can beat him."
I mean, I think that she's been, since she was first elected to Congress, she's been asked about if she'll be like Bernie's successor.
Yeah.
And I think that at a certain point, the question, from what I mean, I've been from like reading interviews with her since like 2018. It sounds like after a point she started to get a little bit annoyed about it because it's like, it's just at first she like legally wasn't like old enough, and then all these things happening across like with Trump's government, and it's like, are you going to run years and years later? And now it's like, I think she's still being a little bit coy with it. I think that she should run. I think that if the left had a viable candidate besides her, it would be fine for her to run against Chuck Schumer. I personally like I don't know about a lot, but I like some left candidates in Congress but I don't think any of them are serious candidates for Democratic nomination. Like, I personally am a big fan of Rashida Tlaib.
Yeah.
I think she is, like, in terms of the best political views of any Congress member, I probably agree with her the most.
Me too.
But I mean, she's like a Muslim woman, and people are going to be racist. And also she was reprimanded by her own caucus, Democratic caucus, for saying like from the river to the sea.
Yeah.
AOC has always been, whether you call it tact, whether you call it trying to play it safe, she's always tried to steer clear of like certain things that could be considered controversial in that way. And so I think that, I personally would be fine if like Rashida Tlaib or Summer Lee ran, or even one of the people who just, ran for Congress and won, like Melat, Daria Liza. I'm a big fan of Claire Valdez. If any of those people wanted to run, I would be supportive of them. But, they were just elected to Congress. Like literally, they haven't even taken office yet. And so, like pragmatically, because even though I'm a socialist, I try to think pragmatically, and I'm like, that leaves AOC. And even, she is like, a lot of people have been weird about her since she started running. Like on Fox News, if you ever see anything about them talking about her being a woman of color, bartender, socialist, people have all the, they will say lots of weird stuff. And it's just, and also she's a young woman. And so I don't know if she wants the attention necessarily, but I feel like if the left and DSA, like you asked what's next for DSA, I feel like if DSA nationally wants to continue this momentum, this is really the only chance they have for the presidential election.
Yeah. If you had asked me months ago, and I did talk about it on this channel months ago, or even last year, is there anybody else, someone who's been in Congress for 8 years, maybe you get into a leadership role and then you run, or you get the Senate and then you run, the classic idea of how politics work and how politicians work. But we're not in a classic era anymore. We're in the era of reality show TV stars being the president. We're in the era of comedians directing national policy via billionaires who come from South Africa, just lunacy. And we're at an inflection point. Again, going back to my interview with Danielle Welch, she said part of her reason of being like, well, I'm going to run, aside from not seeing anybody else who's going to challenge Tom Suozzi, was she has a 3-year-old daughter and is like, I want the world to be better. I feel a sense of urgency. And I think we're all feeling that sense of urgency. I think I felt this in I feel like the whole world felt it in 2020 when it was lockdown, it was pandemic, the Black Lives Matter protest. There was like a buildup of pressure that I felt was relieved when it was announced Biden won and the entire world erupted into mass partying. Just a relief that this man is gone. He's not going to be on your timelines. And a lot of people, that was it for them, saying we're going to go back to brunch and everything's fine. It's Biden now. Vaccine summer the next year. But I feel like there's a real cleaning of the slate that the left has been begging for since 2016, like with Bernie. That even center, I don't know, independents or like right-wing people who voted for Trump in 2016 felt that need of like, yeah, we don't want Jeb Bush. We don't want Ted Cruz. We want someone who's going to say the words that Donald Trump said. I bought all of you. You're all fake. I fuck you on stage, just kind of like being brash. But he's brash for brashness sake. He's brash because he's a fucking asshole. And that's how he grew up in New York. Fine. Bernie Sanders is brash because he's tired of fighting the same fight for 80 years and having to explain all of these policies over and over again. And he's right. He's actually right about these things, and not about everything. Of course, Israel is a big blind spot for Bernie. But I think this pressure I think a lot of people attributed that pressure in 2020 to the lockdowns and the pandemic and not Donald Trump. And I think over the past year or so, people have been feeling that pressure again and not seeing the Democrats out there. We're going to resist and we're just capitulating. All the media organizations capitulating. All the politicians, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries. You can go to war with Iran. You just have to run it by us first. That's your only argument, is just not cutting the mustard anymore. The people at brunch are watching ICE soldiers walk by them and they're freaking out and they're looking for somebody else. And DSA is now winning and getting spotlight. Hassan, as ridiculous as it is that a fucking Twitch streamer is helping direct national policy too, just like it is as ridiculous that a fucking comedian like Joe Rogan was. This is where we're at. Like you said, this is the playing field in front of us. And yeah, should we have more than two parties in this country? Absolutely. But until we fix the rot and problems, until we have a clean, like get a good scrubbing in of the foundations of this democracy, there's no chance for a third party, let alone even a party opposed to the fascist regime who might just lock you up because you're anti-American at this point. They could just label you a terrorist. So I'm also wondering about that. Like, are you, God forbid me, try to get into a DSA group chat and I'm not in DSA, but like, are you guys worried about like, hey, do we have Democratic Party spies in here? Do we have Republican spies in here trying to thwart protest efforts or candidates? Or I don't know. Like, that's where my paranoid brain goes.
Yeah, I mean, it is like, it's just a fact now that there are people in DSA who will leak to like the New York Post and whatever. Mm-hmm. So it's like, if there is a closed meeting, I mean, the meeting could have 200 people, but if there is an, in theory, closed meeting only open to DSA members and information gets out, then it's like, sometimes even while the meeting is going on, then it's okay. There are people who are like that. So we try to treat the group chats, as if someone's always like, there's a joke that's not really a joke, that is the, act like there's a Fed always in here. Yeah. But I mean, yeah, there's a difference between like leaking things and like, arresting people for having whatever views. And yeah, like what you showed earlier about the Maylot video about her being fired, and Daria Liza is now going to represent Columbia University, like that area. Yeah. And she was one of the people who was arrested while participating in the encampments. So it's really weird and interesting. And I mean, it's a scary time, but also an exciting time. Yeah, it's interesting because you see a lot of these older folks at these No Kings events. That are generally, just opposed to Trump. That's supposed to be more of a middle of the road perspective. And you have a lot of younger people, who are getting arrested, protesting Israel's actions and things like that. So but at all levels, it is scary right now, but also an exciting time.
Yeah. There's a lot of hope going around, and I need some of that hopium because it's scary. It's scary out there. You mentioned Daria Liza. This was Josh Shapiro criticizing Daria Liza, says Dem Party will battle for identity. Josh Shapiro criticizes, says he thinks a battle is coming for the future of the Democratic Party as more Democratic socialists are coming in to upset the establishment. Like I said, Tom Suozzi is one of these guys who's also trying to stand 10 toes down on centrism, and we're not going to change anything. We promise we will not change anything. I think that's, it's been a losing message. And, here's another clip from AOC kind of articulating what this movement is really about. Because I think, speaking about her running for president, a couple months ago, she was overseas in Germany, kind of doing a little tour, interviews and stuff like that. And she was asked about running for president. And she said, the great thing about what I'm trying to do is I'm not a careerist. I don't care if I run for president and lose. I don't care if I just stay a congresswoman. It's about the movement. It's about getting more people who think the way I do into office. And maybe one of them will be president. Maybe one of them will be senator. But I don't care. I'm not, I took it as shots at Gavin Newsom of like, I'm not trying to climb that ladder like you, Gavin. I'm trying to help a broader movement get support and have people having their hand out for when they're reaching up to join you in the halls of power. Whereas when, she's climbing that ladder, people before her climbing that ladder, you just had to climb it by yourself. Nobody else is coming to help you up there. And I think her wanting to be that hand is a good framing, because whether it's as president or, staying in Congress, Speaker of the House, whatever it is, I think this sentiment is what people around the country are feeling right now.
And so I think right now the electorate is also changing too, if I'm not mistaken. I think that millennials and Gen Z combined for the first time are eclipsing the number of baby boomers at the polls. And so I think some of this is also generational. I think young people overall feel a tremendous amount of betrayal about the world that we've been left with. And I think that again, it's not to speak on any one case, because the reality is that that doesn't mean that every incumbent is a part of that either, but wave environments are what they are.
I think that's a good, again, I think she's a lot better speaker than people give her credit for. She's saying, like, not every incumbent is part of that betrayal. And even framing it as young people feel betrayed by the world we've been left. I'm not a young person, but I have been feeling that betrayal since I got here, since I've been aware of my existence. And I think that's a real motivating factor for, again, a large swath of people across the country of all voting stripes or non-voting stripes. I think a lot of people don't vote because they feel like, what's the point? There's one of two parties. Neither of them really represent what I believe. I don't even think either of them are going to help me at all. So why get off my ass and go stand in line for hours sometimes in certain states to vote? And I don't think it's going to matter if we have more of these candidates popping up around the country, mobilizing those kind of people who don't vote. First-time voters like me in 2021, who I'm like, I don't think it's going to matter if I vote for president, but it might matter to the socialist candidates if I cast a vote for you, because that's one more notch to show that you're more popular than people give you credit for. I was protest voting for the first time I ever voted, just because I thought I could help out these people who do reflect more my values and maybe show the establishment we want something else. And your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, that's I don't know where to begin. Yeah, I mean, what you're saying makes sense. Our country does have pretty low rates of voting compared to other, like, industrialized nations and things like that, like wealthy countries. It is. I know some countries even have mandatory voting, and you have very low rates, and a lot of people do feel dispirited. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I'm sure AOC has to keep dealing with this because she is a national figure in the way that very few on the left are. Like right now, like there's Hassan Piker you mentioned. There's Bernie Sanders, who isn't going to run again. Hassan Piker has admitted multiple times he would be a terrible politician, which is like, although to be fair, he is on stream like 24/7 for like a decade or whatever. So it's, say things at that point. It's not as terrible in that context. But and now Zohran Mamdani, like I do wonder sometimes if there weren't that clause in the Constitution, were written 250 years ago, that people have to be born here in order to run for office. Like, I mean, I assume that it must be something about having our country not being taken over by spies or something. So that,
that's what it is.
Yeah. And I mean, it made 250 years ago, there were lots of things that people wrote down that made more sense then than it does now, like the Electoral College. There's like, there are a lot of things. And I'm not sure that meets the moment that we're living in, but if there hasn't been an amendment to the Constitution in quite some time, and if that is the world we're living in, I think it has to be AOC or bust for the left. Like, I know there are some people who are like left center kind of candidates. Like, you mentioned, you showed Josh Shapiro, Gavin Newsom, Pete Buttigieg, et and those are the other people who have a national profile, essentially, or Kamala Harris could run.
I know. She's threatening.
And Yeah. But what I do appreciate about the left is that you don't really see establishment candidates like lose a race and then try to build up the movement. Like you don't see, for example, like Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris, or just who come to mind. But also, you could look at Josh Shapiro or Pete Buttigieg or whatever. Those people don't do what Bernie just did, which is he endorsed like 60 candidates or something.
Yeah.
Like down ballot local candidates. And so that's a crazy number. Like he probably got a team of people, staff to help him, or questionnaires and stuff like that. But I do really appreciate that he is a very old man at this point. And he's still trying. He's still attending rallies. He's still doing what he can. And like you say, I don't agree with him on everything, but it really made a lot of people like me wake up to the issues our country is facing. And the fact that he's still able to do this, and he has been doing this since the 80s, at least, about universal health care, is really impressive and inspiring to me personally.
And just letting people know. I mean, that's, I think, what spoke to me in 2016. Letting people know there's more than just two options. There's more than just Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump or whatever. The Democrats that you've been suffering under, or the Republicans that you've been suffering under. Yeah. There's a different way to do this. And, people have been, it's got to be third party and this and that. But I think at this point, the table's been set. And what I've been saying for a year now on this channel since its existence is we got to take over the Democratic Party. And I think it's happening now, to the point where Jamie Harrison came out and was like, stop running in our elections, run on your own ticket. It's like, no, because this is the will of the voters. Like you said, like we talked about, if you go to a voter and say, hey, would you like to go to the doctor and not have to pay $100,000? Would you like grocery store prices to stay fixed? Would you like free public transportation? They say yes to all these policies. And then you go, okay, vote for this person or support this organization. You bring up people losing a race and then going, okay, fine, I lost the race. Let me prop up this candidate over here, or let me use the resources that I've gathered during my campaign to help out. I think you're a great example of that. Using your campaign's resources to put back into DSA and to highlight other candidates and support other candidates. Kat Abou-Ghazala in Chicago tried running for Congress, didn't. She lost the primary, but she's using the campaign momentum to go, okay, I had a spotlight, I'm going to spread that around. The candidates who do win, they're already endorsing other candidates like Daria Lisa and Claire Vandel's endorsing candidates around the country. It's great.
Yeah, I saw that Chris Rabb was already endorsing.
Yeah,
like that's crazy. Yeah, and also want to give a shout out to Jamal Bowman, who now after my campaign I know personally and can call a friend. He is someone who lost in, I believe, the most expensive race, at least up until then.
Yeah.
Maybe still a congressional race in history, largely due to AIPAC and Israel-aligned money, and also corporate money. And since then, he's been going around and doing a lot of stuff in New York, and he's just been very active still with DSA, with these candidates. Like he was one of Daria Lisa. I think he endorsed Daria Lisa before DSA did even, which is something. So
he's all over the place, man. We saw him at one of the canvases for Lindsey Borland.
Yeah.
And I like that. I remember watching an interview with him. I believe it was Majority Report, and asking him, like, why don't you run again? And he's like, I don't want to. I don't want to. It's a lot. It takes a lot of effort and focus and energy that, frankly, I just didn't want to do. So I want to use whatever spotlight I have, still, whatever shine I have, to shine it on other people. Whereas it was the same election, and it was his race and Cori Bush's race in Missouri, I believe, St. Louis. So yes, Missouri. Hey, I had to remember where a city was. Geography, folks. It was both AIPAC took both of them out of Congress.
Yeah.
And Cori Bush is like, no, I'm going to run again. And her path is she's going to run back and try to beat the person who took her seat. And Bowman's strategy is I'm going to highlight other candidates and spread that around. And I think those are both perfectly viable strategies, and the more the merrier. Like, let 1,000 flowers bloom, man. Rising tide, all the metaphors I can think of.
Yeah. I don't know if you saw it today, but I mean, it may have been lost in the whole Graham Plattner thing, which has been terrible taking up my feed.
We'll talk about that in a minute.
Anyway, this morning I think it was announced that DSA, I don't know whether it's national or local, I can't remember, but actually decided to re-endorse Cori Bush for this newer run.
Yes.
Which is she has been a DSA member for a while, but some DSA still will like reconsider whether or not it makes sense to continue their relationship and stuff like that. And it's really great. I think she may also be endorsed by Justice Democrats, which I think not enough people are talking about, actually, because I think that Justice Democrats have been really impactful for congressional elections, and they have had a really good winning rate. Like, they endorsed AOC the first time she ran. They just poured a lot of money into Daria Lisa ads on TV, which was a really uphill battle. And I think that was
that was unseating like the Hispanic caucus guy, right?
Yeah. There was a lot of really unfortunate, like, racist stuff directed towards a lot of anti-Black sentiment.
Oh, that was crazy.
Yeah. So it's been really,
right at the end. It was like, you're Haitian. What?
The last week, it was like, what is happening? And even Zoran came to condemn it. And I think that shows desperation. I think that when people stoop that low, and you're not forcefully condemning it, as a if you're not forcefully condemning it, even though Espiat, her opponent, said the campaign was getting aggressive or something, and that's not really an apology for people who had worked on his campaign.
Blatantly racist.
Being blatantly racist, and it was really upsetting.
I want to point out this chat. Shout out Wanda. Says Zoran has more power outside of the presidency at this point. I think, look, even if he could run for president, I don't think he should. I think he should stay mayor, stay an example in the biggest city, greatest city on earth, that a socialist can run that city, because then you're the example that everyone else points to and goes, you want some of that here in Denver, you want some of that here in Ohio, you want some of that here in Missouri, vote for this candidate or that candidate. DSA endorsing and choosing who to endorse, how to maintain that relationship, re-endorsing, reaffirming, hey, this person, especially right now, I think is really, really useful and tactful. It helps. I mean, we're going to get into the Plattner stuff. Let's get into the Plattner stuff right now. It helps point people towards, hey, we need to pivot really fast. So maybe we can pivot this way. And let's start out, I guess, with Troy Jackson here.
I actually want to say something about Troy Jackson before I get into it too much, because what's interesting is, DSA didn't endorse any candidates for a Maine's election except for Troy Jackson when he ran for governor. So this would be, just consistent if they were to consider, endorsing him for the Senate seat. And I think that is a lot of people try to tie DSA to Plattner, which I get that they have vaguely similar, policies about universal Social Security benefits, things like that. But I think that this is moving quickly. I'm wondering whether Plattner might drop out within 24 hours at this point.
Yeah, I think so.
But sorry, I just wanted to.
No. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think the people trying to connect them it's mostly establishment people and media people, a lot of right wing and centrist and whatever. I lump them in all right wing, but just trying to confuse the general populace and be like, anyone who we don't like is DSA. Right. Anyone who we don't like is communist, they're socialist, whatever it is. And just trying to attach that to Plattner. He was one of those DSA style candidates, where we could just say style and that'll absolve us of being inaccurate or misinformation. But yeah, so Troy Jackson is, like you said, was endorsed in his run for governor against Janet Mills, I guess, right? So he put out this statement saying the allegations against Graham Plattner are serious, credible, and deserving of full accountability. They cannot and must not be ignored. There's a powerful movement of working class people in the state of Maine. For the sake of that movement and the millions of Americans who put their trust in it, Graham must now step down. To all of you who have poured your passion, dedication, and hope into this movement, I know you are hurting, and I want you to know that your efforts are not in vain. Your contributions matter, your time matters, you matter. Together, we can bring our shared progressive vision to life. We can pass Medicare for all, take on corporate power, create the future Mainers and Americans deserve, and can unseat Susan Collins once and for all. While I haven't made any final decisions yet, which tells me they're like behind the scenes having conversations, I'm deeply humbled by the outpouring of support and encouragement I've received. I'm currently weighing the best path forward to support a progressive movement and the working class political revolution Mainers are fighting for. More to come, solidarity forever. I think that goes great with the statement Plattner put out yesterday, which we can play some of. We don't have to watch the entire thing. But matter of fact, let's watch the second right at the end here.
Take back our economy, to take back our power, and to take back our Senate seat. Throughout it all, you never turned your back on me, and I will not turn my back on you now. Every one of you deserves to see that vision come to fruition and see Susan Collins defeated. And we will use every tool at our disposal to do so. As Maine goes, so goes the nation. As always, thank you.
So he did not drop. That was his addressing the allegations yesterday. He denied everything. But he also says in there, we're going to see what it, we're going to confer on how to move forward. Essentially saying, I might fucking drop out. Because it reminds me of the Eric Swalwell situation in California for governor, where he also put out I'm denying everything. We're going to see what it looks like. And then 2 days later dropped out. I'm sorry. What'd you say?
I was saying it's very similar. The videos.
Yeah. So, this sucks. But again, if I think silver lining here, devil's advocate, if you will, it would be an even bigger victory if DSA, this candidate, Troy Jackson, steps in, the movement is successfully shifted to him. They continue running Troy Jackson. He wins, beats Susan Collins, because then that shows the left can think on its fucking feet. You can try and take out one candidate. We have two more in the back wings.
Yeah. I think that what I think is important is less like what happens with Plattner, because I think that he seems like he's done some really terrible things, to put it mildly.
Yeah.
And it seems like, at this point, it's like he's a bad person, I would say. Because these receipts go back like 3+ years ago. And so I believe these people, and Hassan Piker was saying that the other day. And when Hassan says that, supporting the left wing candidates, generally speaking, it's really terrible. And I think what's important now is will the left, how will the left respond? Because, for example, when these things come out about Republicans, the right often doesn't really care, or that maybe can help them in polling sometimes. And with all the allegations against Trump, it's really terrible. And now what's important is how does the left respond? And I know some people were feeling possessive over him being like, I don't want to have him replaced by an establishment candidate. But I know some people who actually were involved in even from New York City, who were involved remotely in Plattner. And a lot of them are just really heartbroken. And I think that, my first reaction is I feel really bad for, I think her name is Jenny, the person who was accused of accusing him of this assault. And also the people who spent hundreds of hours, the people who donated thousands of dollars, the people who, really moved his campaign, propelled him to victory. And it's I don't really understand why he ran for office if he did these things. Like, I don't know if it's ego. I don't know if it's if he just thinks that wouldn't have been found out. Maybe he just wasn't, maybe it just wasn't a smart decision. I don't know.
Yeah.
No matter what it is, it's kind of selfish to the left to, do these things.
Yeah.
And it's just really disappointing. And it would be weird if we get a DSA governor through this way. I mean, I wouldn't complain about that part, but it's disappointing. And I saw someone joke the other day on Twitter that we should just run Muslims instead.
Right. Yeah.
Funny because we have on the other hand we have Abdul El Sayed just being like, running this very positive campaign with no controversies, and you have that, but yeah, I mean it's just a really sad situation, and I think that I just don't want him in politics anymore. And I think it's really important that the survivor said in the story that I had a hard time because she agrees with his politics, but not with him as a person.
Right.
And I thought that was really fascinating. And a really hard decision. Like, what do you do if you're in that position? And I really brave of her to come out and say this when she could be accused of trying to sabotage the left,
Yeah. I mean, trying to put myself in her shoes, which I could never do, but thinking of, you vote for, do you come out and publicly say about a candidate is getting slings and arrows left and right, because literally it's coming from the left and right of the political class in this country, and you're going to be seen, like you said, you're going to be seen as a spoiler. Why now? Why not months ago? Blah blah blah. All the things all the things victims always get called and questioned on all the time, and why women don't come forward in the first place, or victims don't come forward in the first place.
Yeah. And I saw that Lindsay Boylan had some, perspectives about this on already sharing, because, you had her on a while ago, I think.
Yeah.
And she was in a similar situation. I mean, it was different. It was a bit different because, Andrew Cuomo was definitely to the right of her politically,
right.
But it was similar in the sense of like, this is someone who's very powerful. The whole political system is going to attack you for saying you're, use a lot of sexist tropes or whatever towards you.
And the moment that Lindsay did that in was lockdown, and Andrew Cuomo had a book out and Andrew Cuomo's also on everyone's TV every day during lockdown, being like, I'm the counter voice to Trump, and I'm on my brother's show on CNN, which is a conflict of interest, but I'm doing the fireside chats with the American people, sounding more reasonable than the raving lunatic who's telling you to inject bleach. So he was also on a rise.
Yeah.
And she came out and saw that and was like, I'm not going to let this motherfucker ride this goodwill into a higher office than he's already in. And took the slings of fucking arrows. And it was a hard decision for her. And, this woman, Jenny, is going like, it's him or Susan Collins. And Susan Collins is helping protect the Epstein class and go to war with Iran and all this. But this guy fucking assaulted me. So we cannot, there's time to find somebody else. Maybe. I don't know when, again, it's a fucking impossible decision. And she's incredibly brave for coming out.
And I think now it's really, I think 5 p.m. on Monday is when the Democratic Party has the opportunity to replace Plattner.
Mm-hmm.
So it's coming up really soon. But I mean, it's, and I read some people saying that I agree that I think that part of the mythos around like the search for Graham Plattner being like, we need our gruff, white, strong man who is left. I think that sort of rhetoric has contributed a bit to the absence of vetting as much as like DSA usually would,
Mm-hmm.
And Graham Plattner doesn't identify as a socialist, and he has more generally, like, I hate to use the term populist because it could mean anything, but he just embodies like, what is popular, left leaning, I guess. And I think that it shows the importance of organizations like DSA that will get to know candidates for years before they consider having them run. Like JVP recruited Daria Liza. Justice Democrats and DSA recruited AOC. Zoran was recruited before he became an assembly member, and then was again for mayor. And these decisions were not easy. Like, I don't think people outside of DSA realize how hard or how thorough the endorsement process was. Like, even for Zoran as mayor, I'm proud to say that I was one of the people who voted for him to be endorsed by DSA. Now looking back, it's like, of course, but there were multiple elected officials at the endorsement forum who voted against DSA endorsing him. People who were DSA electeds. And it wasn't, there were a lot of talks about like capacity and about maybe that would make it hard then for them to support their city council candidates who were running at the same time and things like that. And so these discussions can be long and over the period of, you know, multiple meetings and can feel like a lot. But I think it's important to have this thorough endorsement vetting process because it seems very preventable looking back because it basically came out of nowhere and people were like, that's the guy. And it was like, is he really the guy?
Yeah. Why is he the guy? And I think that's a conversation that, you know, to point out to some other content creators, FD Signifiers, Sean the Black was having, going like, but why? Just pump the brakes a little bit. And not, because you're not even, at a certain point, people was like, oh, it's guaranteed he's going to beat Susan Collins. Let's start talking about him running for president. And it's like,
I remember that.
Why is he the standard bearer all of a sudden? Where did he come from? Is it just because he's a big, muscly white guy like Joe Rogan and he sounds like fucking Ron Swanson from Parks and Rec that you want to believe that you can change the chuds? I mean, speaking of FD, he put out a video today, and at the end of that video, I'm going to talk about it on Pip Talks in a couple minutes here, but he says a lot of like this is specifically a media critique. The independent left-wing media, who a lot of it is white, grew up on Reddit and 4chan and wants to believe, and BreadTube initially was like a response to the Ben Shapiro's, the Matt Walsh's, doing the Charlie Kirk's, doing the debates, and I'm beating you with facts and logic. And if I can just counter them with actual facts and logic, then the audience will come this way. And I think that's borne out to just not be true. They don't care about facts and logic. They care about what looks like a dunk, what looks like oh, you got owned. That's all. It's video game, it's sports. And the vetting process, like you say, I just point to this article. I can't read it because Wall Street Journal is paywalled. But this guy, Dan Moroff, seems to be the guy who like recruited Plattner and put him up. Mad scientist behind Graham Plattner's scandal-plagued rise. Dan Moroff rushed the vetting process of the Maine Senate candidate. Says he's trying to blow up the way Democrats run campaigns. Now, other people who say they want to blow up an industry or I'm trying to change it, Ezra Klein with abundance and Gavin Newsom with that same kind of rhetoric, I think to Elon Musk trying to blow up the way we think about electronic cars, or Grubhub trying to blow up the way we think about delivery, Uber trying to blow up the way we think about taxis. And it's just, I'm going to run and see if I can win and I'll apologize later. I think that's the kind of idea that this leads to. And we've been burnt. We've been burnt.
Yeah. And I think there's a difference between, like, for example, Daria Liza had these old tweets that came out and she said stuff that were like, fuck Kamala Harris or whatever.
Right.
And Esbiat, her opponent, tried to use that as like the gotcha. And I think that she was just a political left-wing young woman who was frustrated at primarily at our money that's going to Israel. And that she was, I think a lot of voters saw that and thought, I kind of agree with this.
Yeah.
And
they start making t-shirts.
Yeah. They were doing flyers. They were sending out mailers and people were like joking, like hanging them in their living room and stuff. And I think that, there's a difference between making, impassioned tweets and then needing to tone it down for being for running for office, because you like even Zoran, he said some stuff online like calling the police a racist entity.
Yeah.
But later, when he needed to run the police, he then apologized for that when he was running for mayor. But I think there's a difference between having somewhat impassioned opinions when people are like in college, and having this history of behaviors that are anywhere between problematic and literally sexual assault.
Right.
And that's a totally other level. And I think that, a lot of the stuff was preventable. Like a lot of the stuff was found out early on. Like I think even last year, some of Graham Plattner's Reddit posts were reported on.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it really just seems like it seems almost like his campaign was astroturfed in a way, in that it wasn't DSA, it was recruited by some guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some guy. Josh, I want to thank you so much for coming on here and being with me and talking to me.
Sure.
Devil's Advocate talks to New York DSA. I know you're not the entire DSA, but let's end this with a clip of this candidate you mentioned earlier, Abdul El Sayed.
Yeah.
On with CNN, talking about vetting, which is kind of what we've been talking about this whole time.
Yeah.
And I think this was a great little soundbite. Let's play this.
No answer about this embrace of him. Do you think people are making too much or too little about this?
Look, it's a pretty crazy thing.
Hassan, by the way, embracing Hassan.
So Hassan Piker was invited to stream from the DNC in 2024. We had a whole debate about whether or not the vice president should have gone on Rogan. The idea that we're going to tie people together and say, well, guilt by association, is just not in keeping with the way most of us think about the world. I'm sitting on a panel with a very diverse group of people. Did I vet all of you before I came and sat here because one of you might have said something I disagree with? I just think it's a ridiculous way to think
you're
about
running
politics.
for office, which is why you're in the hot seat.
Well, I'm happy to be in the hot seat, but let me just speak to
this
that.
is why you're being.
But like, I think that was a good flip. Going like, well, I didn't vet all of you. I don't know what you've said about Iraq or Iran.
Yeah. And to engage with people with different opinions, that's different than saying this is the hope of Maine, and
Right.
it just seems, it's just a little bit, this seems like it is a very preventable situation. But Abdul has been running a great campaign. And it's been almost the opposite of the performance he needed to put on compared to Graham Plattner, because Graham Plattner was performing this very, tough, white, gruff dude.
Yeah.
Well, Abdul, similar to Zoran, he's a Muslim man who's left-wing views, so he had to constantly be like, recently he's been like in videos like singing and smiling.
Yeah.
And he's been trying to be like non-scary, non-threatening to people there. So it's like the opposite almost of Plattner. But I don't want to go too much overtime. I really appreciate you having me here.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you so much. Anytime, man. Anytime. We'll do it again. For sure. But thank you, folks, for watching. Up next, Carlos with a difficult truth and some of actual news that's been going on in the world. Take care, folks. And again, thank you so much, Josh, for coming on and also teaching me how to canvas for the very first time.
I'm happy to do that with you again. I'm not sure when the next New York election is
absolutely.
now, but we'll figure something out.
Definitely. All right, folks. Take care.
day. Just keeping your head down and fighting to survive. We grow by each other like ghosts every day. Ignorant to the struggle, the fight with one another. Complacent with the fact that our systems are broken. With the fact that the top 10 will always be first in line. The fact that we are killing our planet and allowing them to keep us divided. We must stand together and rise up. It's time we wake up. And that is a difficult to grasp truth.
Welcome to the Tuesday stream. I hope everyone's having an awesome Tuesday, and I hope everyone can hear me okay. Welcome, everybody. Huge shout out to Alex of Devil's Advocate Productions. That was fantastic. I think we need more of that. Really appreciate that. So round of applause for Alex. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. Johnny, Too Late, Latino Mifun, Wanda, welcome. John Lithium, welcome. Etchbox, the reference frame. How's it going, everybody? Can everybody hear me okay? Is it good? Ladybug, welcome. Hello. Hope everyone can hear me okay. Yeah, just to kind of, I mean, this goes this goes without saying that at this point, Graham Plattner needs to drop out. Like, full stop. There's no excuses. There's nothing that there's nothing that he can say. There's nothing that he can do. It's just really bad. It's gross, and I think that in fact, I would probably say that he is going to drop out. The question, I guess, is who's going to replace him. But I have a very high likelihood that he's just going to drop out very soon, if not probably within the next 24 to 48 hours. He's cooked, and for good reason, But yeah, what a situation, folks. Let me tell you. But let's get started, folks. We have a couple of things to go through. Let's see here. Bruno, welcome. Hello. Mitch McConnell has been missing from the Senate for a while. Apparently, is not doing so hot. And they're trying to downplay this, in my opinion, but he's been hospitalized for weeks at this point. We're just going to talk about this briefly. Someone else is excusing Plattner via CNN. Nah, it's gross. There's no excuse for this. It's just no. There's nothing to say. Like there's nothing to say about this. There's no excuses. There's nothing to say. The guy's got to go. Period. Like he should step down and stop. Full stop. No excuses. Mitch McConnell is in his deathbed. I think so. Honestly, I think so. This guy has been in the hospital for weeks now. Apparently, I've kind of been out of the loop because I'm just kind of taking a small vacation. So that's why you see the small setup that I have here. So I'm just catching up on some stuff. Last week, by the way, when I had the unfortunate technical difficulties, we were supposed to go over some very important Supreme Court decisions, which unfortunately did not go our way, except for the birthright citizenship. So, um, but unfortunately, we didn't get enough time the opportunity to talk about that. Um, Let me pull up something here. Sorry about that, folks. Let's see if we can pull it up. Okay. So on that note, after the Supreme Court upheld birthright citizenship, Mike Johnson came out and is trying to legislate that. He said that they're going to deal with that in the legislature. I don't know how far they're going to push that, but we'll see if they're able to do any of that. The guy's already brain rotted with dementia, probably. The Senate's top two Republicans have spoken individually to Kentucky Senator Mitch McConnell, according to aides, as the former GOP leader remains in the hospital more than 3 weeks after being admitted for undisclosed health issues. Aides to McConnell have declined to release any information about the condition, fueling speculation about his prognosis and whether he will be healthy enough to be at the Capitol when the Senate returns to Washington next week after a 2-week recess. McConnell, 84, is retiring at the end of his term in January. Spokesperson for Senate Majority Leader John Thune said he had spoken with McConnell on the phone, and the two had a lengthy and substantive conversation that covered a variety of topics, including national security. As leader, Thune is generally kept up to date on illness, and absences in his conference as he has to navigate the vote counts and his narrow 53 to 47 majority. Wyoming Senator John Barrasso, the number 2 Senate Republican, had a 20-minute conversation with McConnell. According to a spokeswoman, the two discussed Senate races ahead of the midterms and election to the Supreme Court and other topics. Senator McConnell was fully engaged and eager to get back to the Senate. Another McConnell ally, Republican strategist Todd Jennings, posted on Twitter, oh, well, yeah, trust me, bro, that he had also talked to McConnell for 20 minutes and he's recovering in the hospital. Jennings said they spoke about politics, foreign policy, and even a little bit of Senate history. McConnell was admitted to the hospital on June 14th, according to the statement, and that only he was receiving excellent care. A statement a week later said that he would not be voting that week, and on Thursday, a new statement said that he appreciates the outpour of support he's receiving while he continues his recovery at the hospital. The senator continues to improve and is working closely with his staff on Kentucky and Senate matters while the Senate is out of session. Spokesperson for McConnell released the same statement with no new updates. The senator's unspecified health issues come after several hospitalizations in recent years. While he was still Republican leader, McConnell was hospitalized with a concussion in March of 2023 and missed several weeks of work after falling in a Washington hotel. He twice froze up during news conferences after he returned, staring vacantly ahead before colleagues and staff, including Barrasso, who is a doctor, came to his assistance. A year later, he fell and sprained his wrist while walking out of a GOP luncheon. McConnell had polio in his early childhood and has long acknowledged some of the difficulty as an adult in walking and climbing stairs. He also tripped and fell in 2019 and underwent surgery for a fractured shoulder. The Kentucky senator was also first elected in 1984 and the Republican leader from 2007 until last year, serving as both majority and minority leaders during that period. He has remained active as a rank-and-file senator, showing up for work when chamber is in session or using a wheelchair to get around. So nothing really updated on this. I think that he's really in poor condition, and it wouldn't surprise me if we get the longest 20 minutes ever. And it wouldn't surprise me if if we hear worse news coming down the pipeline, because the guy's been missing for weeks. We keep getting told that he's going to be okay, But honestly, the guy doesn't look like he's in very good health. So it wouldn't surprise me if he doesn't last very long. But that's who we have in the Senate. McConnell isn't the only one. Didn't we have and the Senate and the House? Didn't we have somebody in the House that was like gone? That was gone for a while, and then they found the representative in like a home care. Hmm. Shifting gears here, we have another ICE incident, an ICE murder, I would say, because I don't believe the official story. This is the same exact story that we've been told time and time again, that it's always self-defense, and then we find out later that it's not. So I just don't believe the ICE account of events here, because it's the same rehashed BS story used as an excuse to murder people. Man fatally shot by ICE during a traffic stop in Houston. ICE officers were trying to arrest Lorenzo Salgado Arujo, who the Department of Homeland Security said isn't authorized to be in the country. That's also like, you also have to take that with a grain of salt as well, because remember, we went over a story maybe a couple of streams ago here on this space, I believe, about a citizen, a Latina woman who was detained in an ICE concentration camp for 25 days, and who, till this day, by the way, DHS has not retracted its statement that the spokesperson at the time said that she was not permitted to be in the country when she was a citizen. So I don't even I don't even know or dispute the reporting that or dispute the ICE report. Another story in the ethnic cleansing chapter. Yep. An ICE officer fatally shot a Mexican national Tuesday morning in Houston during an attempted traffic stop to conduct an immigration arrest. DHS has said the agency said in a statement that ICE officers were trying to arrest Lorenzo Salgado Arau, who said was not authorized to be in the country, about 6:50 a.m. Which again, I don't trust any of anything that these people say until proven otherwise, because these people have lied and used the same exact story time and time again. DHS accused the man trying to evade arrest, not an excuse to murder. From information we are receiving, so this is the cop out. So from information we are receiving, meaning, oh, we were just, this is what we were told. Okay, this is what we were told. Okay, no, nothing concrete here. Very, very lazy cop out. He rammed an ICE law enforcement vehicle, refused to follow multiple verbal commands, and weaponized his vehicle. How many times have we heard this? How many times have we heard this? They can't even be bothered to use a different BS excuse. How many times have we heard this exact story? That oh, we're conducting, immigration arrests or whatever, ethnic cleansing project here, and they tried to ram us with their vehicles. How many times have we heard that? And how many times has that proven to be false? Because in all the high profile cases that we've seen where ICE officials tried to say that X person was trying to use their vehicle as a weapon has been proven false, both by video and witness testimony. I mean, we can just go back to the story of Renee Good. That was proven to be absolute nonsense. We all saw the videos. In Minneapolis, the other story where ICE agents lied after shooting a person. They didn't kill him. But after shooting a person, they said that he was trying to ram or use some kind of weapon, and that ended up being not the case. We saw in another story where ICE shot at a woman and they said that she had a gun. Never materialized. That gun never happened. And then they tried to lie to say that she was using her vehicle as a way to box them in. So that's why they had to do that. So time and time, my point is that time and time again, these people have said the same thing, the same story, and have lied about it. So I don't believe this until proven otherwise. I think that is a reasonable thing to assume that these people are lying because they just want an excuse to murder people. Right. The mother of 3 was an agitator. They're certainly taking lessons from the Israeli playbook. Yep. A nice officer fired his weapon in quote unquote self defense, striking the driver, Salgado Araujo, according to the agency, which again, I don't believe this at all. At all. DHS said the man was taken to the hospital where he died. FBI officials and again, these are just like the stories that we hear about. These are just the stories that we hear about. Unfortunately, we don't know like how often this happens, but I can assume that it's a lot more than we hear. These are just the ones that get reported. FBI officials said in a statement that the agency sent evidence response team from Houston to the scene, but clarified that the team is investigating a potential assault on a federal officer. It is not investigating the shooting. Of course not. Of course not. Why would they? According to the League of United Latin American Citizens, an immigrant advocacy group that has been in touch with the victim's family, Salgado Rajo was driving around the historically Latino neighborhood of Magnolia Park looking for day laborers when he was shot and killed. One of his sons witnessed his death, said Domingo Garcia, a chairman of the LULAC Adelante PAC, and several witnesses took photos and videos of the incident. Salgado Araujo is applying for legal citizenship status in the U.S. LULAC officials said it was not immediately clear how long he had been in the country. So again, clearly this is not about legal immigration. This is about ethnic cleansing. This is not about legal immigration. If you're trying to do the right thing and apply for citizenship, okay, this is not a case of immigration. Okay, this is a case of ethnic cleansing. LULAC called for an independent investigation conducted by local officials and compared Tuesday's fatal shooting incident to previous deaths associated with immigration enforcement, including that of Renee Good. Yep. This is not an isolated event across the nation, LULAC National President Roman Palomares told reporters Tuesday afternoon. We have seen a pattern of ICE involvement in shootings and excessive use of force each time a family is left without answers and a community is left in fear. Houston police have said they are not involved, and the mayor's office referred all questions to Homeland Security, collaborators, and cowards. LULAC CEO Juan Paraño said the federal government handed us a story about Renee Good, and the story fell apart moments after the video was released. Today in Houston, we're being handed the same story about Lorenzo Salgado Araujo in almost the exact same words. And that's exactly what I was saying, right? This is time and time again that these ICE thugs brutalize, assault, murder people, and so far, most of them, with the exception of a handful that are being investigated by Minneapolis, no thanks to the federal government. The federal government is not doing anything. The state government is barely doing anything. But save for those small handful of instances, by and large, these ICE thugs have been able to get away with it. That's right. Reimmigration pack repackaged and labeled in the US with a different name. Yep. Yep. And you can't claim that this had anything to do with illegal immigration, right? Quote unquote. Because the guy was trying to just get his citizenship. He was just trying to get his citizenship, and well, he never will because they killed him. Truly, truly sad. All right, folks, shifting gears here really quickly. Let's go to Florida, folks. Let's go to Florida, where I am. DeSantis backed the Stop Woke Act. Stop Woke law meets appeals court block, teeing up possible Supreme Court fight. So we might see this later down the road. Florida's anti-woke law restricting how professors can teach, the party of small government, by the way, about race and gender at public colleges and universities violate the First Amendment. A divided federal appeals court ruled on Tuesday it's a major blow to one of Republican Governors Ron DeSantis' signature culture war policies. I mean, that's what it is, right? And I don't want to hear these free speech warriors talk about free speech ever again, because lo and behold, every single time, an actual free speech issue starts to come up, those people are silent. It's also to be noted that anyone who pretends to be small government, this is not small government, okay? This is not small government at all. This is by no means small. This is not small government at all. This is an expansive, theocratic, authoritarian, fascist government. That's what this is. And a 2-1 decision from the U.S. Court of Appeals for 11th Circuit keeps Florida from enforcing the higher education provisions. Like you see, you know that this is all nonsense because they're trying to enforce this in higher education, like colleges. Okay, they're not saying like, oh, this is they're indoctrinating the kids, so we got to keep it out of whatever. There's nothing to do with that. Nothing to do with that. It's just culture war nonsense, designed to throw hate at minorities. That's right. This is how capitalism leads up to fascism. It's happened before, and history does repeat itself. Yep. Keep Florida from enforcing the higher education provision of the so-called Stop Woke Act, a 2022 law DeSantis championed as part of his broader campaign against critical race theory, diversity programs, and what he called, quote, woke ideology in schools and workplaces. Yeah. What is woke ideology? No clue. To these people, woke ideology just means things that I don't like, particularly when it comes to minorities. If the First Amendment offers any boundary of protection at all for public university classrooms, this statute crosses it. Of course, you're having the government come in there and dictate how you can run education. The split ruling gives Florida a path to keep fighting. The 3-judge panel affirmed a preliminary injunction, meaning the law remains blocked while the case continues. Florida can take this, can ask the 11th Circuit to rehear the case or petition the Supreme Court to review it. DeSantis did not immediately respond to a request for comment. The law formerly called the Individual Freedom Act. I love it. It's so Orwellian. The Individual Freedom Act, okay? Check that out. The Individual Freedom Act, where we, the government, tell you how you need to run your schools. Fantastic. Those barred instruction that espouses, promotes, or advances, inculcates, or compels students to believe a series of concepts tied to race, sex, national origin, and privilege. But we're going to call it the Individual Freedom Act. Those included ideas that a person is inherently racist or sexist because of race or sex, or that a person should feel guilt or psychological distress because of past actions committed by members of the same race or sex. Unbelievable. Grant, joined by former President Bill Clinton appointees Charles Wilson, called Florida's position a breathtaking assertion of power to ban unpopular ideas from public discourse. Yep. That's exactly what this is about. This is about trying to shoehorn their Christo-fascist ideology. Judge Barbara Lagoa, another Trump appointee and a former Florida Supreme Court justice picked by DeSantis, dissented. Of course. Lagoa argued that Florida acted within its authority to control what professors may endorse in a state-sponsored classroom. The First Amendment protects all viewpoints in the public square, whether they are conventional or controversial, but it does not compel all viewpoints to be worthy of state-sponsored endorsement. Oh, that's fascinating. So if it was the other way around, so if it was the other way around, is this judge saying that in a hypothetical, flip, that left that left-leaning a left-leaning government, say, I don't know, by again, this is like some alternate universe type stuff, okay? Um, some left-leaning government takes over Florida, that left-leaning government can can say that maybe we shouldn't honor, or maybe we should disregard conservative viewpoints when it comes to race because they're freaking racist. So can we say that about the right? Okay, since since the First Amendment does not compel all viewpoints to be worthy of state-sponsored endorsement. Hey, Fixer, welcome. Agoa said the majority was wrongly limiting state authority over public university instruction. This panel is not free to rewrite precedent simply because we dislike where it leads. The Florida Attorney General James Utmeyer praised Legault after the ruling, writing on Twitter that she may be the best jurist in our country and should be on the SCOTUS. Yeah, no, thank you. I'm good on that. Tuesday's ruling is the latest court defeat for DeSantis' broader fight over schools, university, and race, meaning that his Christo-fascist plan isn't going 100%. It's been doing fairly successful in Florida, but not 100%. The same appeals court previously blocked another part of the Stop Woke Act that restricted workplace training. Again, the party of small government, right? Am I right? Am I right, Republicans? I love the mental gymnastics that these people, like, you could see it. You could see the mental gymnastics going on in their head to try to justify all this nonsense. The latest decision came in two lawsuits brought by professors, students, and a student group who argued the law amounted to unconstitutional classroom censorship. Yeah, that's the whole point. One challenge was filed by the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, while another was brought on by the ACLU, a Florida Legal Defense Fund, and the law firm Ballard Spahr. This ruling was definitely worth the wait. It sets a strong precedent that higher education cannot be limited to the whims of politicians, said Leah Watson, a senior attorney with the ACLU's Racial Justice Program, said in a statement. So we're definitely going to take we're definitely going to keep an eye on this, because I've got a feeling that this is not going to be the last time we hear about this. So we're definitely going to pay attention to this. To this here. Sorry, folks. I think just some breaking news is happening. We're going to take a pause here. Apparently, this is just happening right now. The U.S. has launched an attack on Iran in retaliation for attacks on commercial ships, even though we were told by Iran to not. The U.S. military has launched new attacks today in retaliation for Iranian attacks against commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. Central Command forces have begun launching a series of powerful strikes in Iran to impose heavy costs for targeting and attacking commercial shipping crew by innocent civilians in an international waterway. U.S. strikes are in response to Iranian attacks on 3 commercial vessels that were transiting the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's demonstrated aggression was unwarranted, dangerous, and a clear violation of the ceasefire. No, the clear violation of the ceasefire is a out of control United States and Israel that has decided unilaterally to attack this country. What will happen to these political activist judges who are appointed by Trump after this term? I mean, they'll still remain. They'll still remain. The truth is, the oil reserves are being used and the prices are artificially lower. By the end of the summer, the real fuel shock will happen. Fantastic. The attacks come as U.S. and Iranian officials have been negotiating about maritime traffic in the Strait of Hormuz, a key waterway through which some of 20% of the world's oil passed before the war. Iran has argued that it has a right to charge a fee for ships passing through the strait. The military is targeting air defenses, coastal surveillance sites, surface-to-air missile sites, anti-ship cruise missile sites, drone launch sites, and port facilities. So yeah, I mean, this is not. It's very clear that this is not going to end anytime soon. We were told repeatedly that we have a deal, that everything is fine, that this war is basically over. We won, of course. Obviously, Trump has told us that we won, so therefore it's obviously true. And that's it. War's over. And here we are, bombing Iran again. I've said time and time again, this is not going to end anytime soon. My original thought was if they're signing this agreement that they signed a couple of weeks ago, it's because Trump is being pressured because our oil reserves are low. But apparently, anything related to logic has left the chat a while ago. So we are not dealing with any type of rational actors here that I can see. Because there's no winning this. This is unwinnable. This is an unwinnable situation for the United States. This is ludicrous. We should have never attacked Iran at all. We should have never attacked Iran at all. We should have never attacked anybody at all. Unprovoked like that. Oil prices surged from around $69 to $73, nearly 6% increase after weeks of relative calm in the oil markets with the latest Iran developments. A similar exchange of attacks took place in late June when Iran attacked a commercial ship in the Strait of Hormuz, and the U.S. military retaliated with 10 attacks, what it described as military targets in and around the strait. So this is a long-winded way of saying that there really hasn't been a ceasefire put in place if we're still launching attacks, right? But anyways, yeah, this is bad. This is really bad. Yeah, it's a fake ceasefire. This is really bad, folks. I think that we should probably prepare for the economic fallout from all of this. Because I don't see this going away anytime soon. So any preparations, financial preparations that you can take, I would start working on that. It's really bad. And to think that this literally just happened is breaking news. Sorry about that, folks. I found the article that I was talking about. So after the Supreme Court decided to uphold the Constitution for once, Mike Johnson has stepped in, saying that we're looking at all angles after Supreme Court ruling upheld the Constitution. Mike Johnson said on Sunday his conference is looking at all angles to legislatively address birthright citizenship after the Supreme Court ruled against the president's executive order restricting it. We do need to address it. We're looking at all angles. MAGA Mike Johnson told host Shannon Beam on Fox News Sunday. If there's a legislative fix, we'll advance it immediately. He added, but if it's a constitutional amendment, it takes a little more time, but we've got to address this. It's really a serious issue. Yeah, I know. It's a serious issue that some brown people may become citizens by being born here. This is obviously a serious issue. Not whether or not people can afford homes, whether people can afford gas, whether people have health care. All of that is not a serious issue to MAGA Mike. But whether or not some non-white people get to become citizens, that is a really serious issue for him. Obviously. The High Court last Tuesday upheld the long-standing precedent of birthright citizenship with 5 justices ruling that the 14th Amendment guarantees citizenship to nearly all children born in the U.S., even those born to parents in the country illegally. Yeah, meanwhile, he's a wavering red flag. Yep. Justice Brett Kavanaugh, meanwhile, ruled Trump's executive order violated the Nationality Act of 1940, which mirrored the amendment's language. In his opinion, Kavanaugh wrote that Congress should amend federal law or otherwise enact new legislation establishing exceptions to birthright citizenship for children born to foreign citizens unlawfully or temporarily in the country. Since the ruling, multiple GOP members of Congress have called to address birthright citizenship, with Trump saying a constitutional amendment is not necessary. Yeah, whatever. Constitution? Never heard of it. A day after Trump signed the legislative order, Representative Brian Babin of Texas introduced legislation to codify it. The bill proposes redefining the subject to the jurisdiction clause of the 14th Amendment, outlining that an individual is subject to U.S. jurisdiction and therefore a citizen at birth if they have at least one parent who is a citizen, lawful permanent resident, and a non-citizen with lawful status who is serving in the U.S. military. I mean, like, how racist and disgusting do you have to be to put all this effort into this? Again, there are people that don't have enough food. Okay, there are people that can't afford healthcare. There are people that can't afford a home. And and these people are arguing about some brown kids getting citizenship because they were born here. You could really see like where their priorities are at. This is the Speaker of the House. Babin's legislation would not apply retroactively and thus would not impact the citizenship or nationality status of any person born before the bill's enactment. Johnson, a constitutional lawyer, also said on Sunday that the 14th Amendment has been devalued due to birth tourism, which is not this is not a thing. This is some xenophobic nonsense. Or visiting the country with intent to give birth on the U.S. soil. Up to 26,000 of the more than 3.5 million babies born in the U.S. annually can be attributed to the practice, according to the review of the U.S. Census by the Migration Policy Institute. It's a threat to the rule of law and national security, the Louisiana Republican added. So the threat of a brown child being born here and being a citizen is a national security issue. Holy racism, Batman. And like if you take a look at this, 26,000 to 3.5 million. That is like that is a rounding error. Okay, that is like what 1%, just shy of 1%. Like, I mean, I can't do quick maths in my head, but that is that is nothing. That is nothing. And to call this statistical rounding error a threat to the rule of law and national security? That is dedicated high-level racism going on. That's what this is. Bird tourism is the dumbest claim I've ever heard. Yep, it's literally a non-issue. It's literally a non-issue. It's like trying to claim that we have a big problem, that we have a big problem with voter fraud, and then when you look at the statistics, it's like 0.0001% or whatever. Yeah, of course it's racism. Yep. F in the head, indeed. This is the kind of brain rot that Christofascism gives you. All right, folks, we have one more slightly good news. A federal judge has rejected the Trump administration's effort to get the names of the 2020 election workers in Fulton County. President Trump has long claimed without evidence that widespread voter fraud in Fulton County cost him victory in the state of 2020, in the election of 2020. Again, no evidence to suggest this. It didn't happen. It just didn't happen. The U.S. Department of Justice cannot have the names and personal contact information for every person worked during the 2020 elections in Georgia. In Georgia's Fulton County, a federal judge ruled on Tuesday. Today, the Justice Department in April obtained a grand jury subpoena seeking the names and personal contact information of county employees and volunteer poll workers. President Trump has long claimed without evidence, and till this day, there's zero evidence that widespread voter fraud in Georgia's most populous county, a Democratic stronghold, cost him the victory in 2020. Nope. Fulton County asked the judge to quash the subpoena, arguing it was meant to target, harass, and punish the president's perceived political opponents, that it was grossly overboard and untethered to any reasonable need. Agreed. This is exactly correct. This is a obvious and transparent targeting and harassing of quote unquote perceived political opponents, because in his demented head, in his delusional head, there was shenanigans in the 2020 election that cost him the election. When all in all, like, the shenanigans that happened, to the extent that they happened, were all under the Republican side, right? The Republicans were the ones that were trying to create a fake elector scheme to change the outcome of the election. It was the Republican nominee, Trump, who called the Secretary of State in Georgia asking if he could find the 11,000 votes necessary to win. It was Republican operatives and Republican operatives and state leader, representatives and whatnot, who acted as these fake electors. It was Republican operatives who made several attempts at this. In fact, one of them went to jail to try to, finagle with the election machines. I believe her name was Tina Peters. So to the extent that there was any type of election shenanigans, it was all the Republicans. It was them. Yeah, they tried to do the same in Arizona. Correct. Given the low need for the subpoenaed information and highly burdensome nature of the disclosure of the same, the subpoena is unreasonable and must be quashed, said U.S. District Judge William Ray in his ruling. The subpoena came after the FBI in January served a search warrant at the Fulton County election hub and seized hundreds of boxes of ballots and other documents from the 2020 election. A federal judge in May denied the county's request to force the federal government to return the ballots. The Justice Department argued in court, filing that the subpoena was the next step in normal investigative process and that it seeks records and identifying persons with relevant knowledge. Nah. You wanna talk about like an actual witch hunt? This is an actual witch hunt, okay? This is an actual witch hunt. Okay? But what was that saying? It's like, "Oh, find me the crime and I'll find the evidence," or whatever. What was the saying? Oh, man, that's gonna bother me. Um I forget who said it too. It was like basically a backwards, a backwards take on the idea that you need to provide evidence in order to prove a crime. Um that's basically what they're doing here. If anyone in chat knows what I'm referencing, um, please feel free to type it in chat because I can't. Off the top of my head, I can't think about it. But it's like it was a quote by somebody where find me was it find me the find me the crime or something like that. I don't know. Innocent until proven guilty. Right, but no. It's he said it in like the backwards way. Um Anyways, the logic is the exact opposite of that. Um, these people are on a fishing expedition to try to prove to try to appease or approve the delusions of a madman because Trump didn't win the 2020 election. Okay, it just didn't happen. You have to alter reality itself, okay? And the fact that we're in 2026 and this mad king, okay, this would-be mad king is talking about investigating the election that happened 6 years ago. Until this day, there's zero evidence of all the claims that he's making. Not a one. We have not seen any substantial evidence to the claims that Donald Trump has been talking about for 6 years straight at this point. Guilty assassin could be that. I don't remember. I'll look it up later. He knows he didn't. He has the mindset of a tyrant. His goal was to never leave office. Oh, I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that. And because things didn't go his way, and he finally somehow found his way into the White House again, is now investigating all of this for absolutely no reason. And the people doing this are just doing this because what they're trying to appease this mad king. Like, what exactly is Cash Patel going to accomplish here? Because Cash Patel and whoever's currently leading the FBI right now, they're not gonna. There's no. It just if they would have found something significant to the point where we would have to like go back and truly take a look at it, it would be massive. It would be monumental. Like it would be wall to wall coverage about this. But the reality is, none of this happened. The idea that there was a massive amount of dead people voting, that the votes by mail and the nonsense claims that Dinesh D'Souza was talking about in his 2000 Mules uh, uh, BS documentary, whatever. The idea that there was undocumented people voting and like all of this resulted in the 2020 election going to Biden. That just never happened. It just didn't happen. Okay, there's no evidence of any of that. The Justice Department argued in a court filing that the subpoena was the next step in the normal investigative process and that it seeks records identifying persons with relevant knowledge. Kamal Ghali, a lawyer for the county, argued that the subpoena will chill participation by election workers and the statute of limitations for any alleged misconduct had already lapsed. The department lawyer, William McComb, said that the statute of limitations is not relevant at the investigative stage. The point of the investigation is to figure out what charges can be brought. My point is, this is nothing. This is nothing. My point is, as we sit here now, we're not sure what charges can be brought. That's the whole point of the investigation. Yeah, okay. The request for election workers' contact information, McComb said, would simply be a pathway to determine and speak with and interview certain individuals who have worked at the polls, who have made, seen, heard, or done something in and of themselves. Not a thing. Okay, we would have already had evidence of this happening if this was true. This is nonsense. It's been 6 years. Jesus Christ. During a hearing in May, the judge said he was going to focus on whether the federal government's request for election worker contact information was reasonable. You know, an overly broad fishing expedition is bad and is not allowed, but one that's not overly broad is kind of okay. And the question is, how do I, as a judge, decide when it goes too far? This is obviously a massive fishing expedition to appease a demented, deluded mad king. That's what this is about. Right? He needs to make sure the right people vote. Adam Gordon. Anyway, folks, it's 8 o'clock. I got to get out of here. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. Thank you for your support. You guys are what makes this channel go. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. And again, hats off to Alex from Devil's Advocate Productions. That was a massive, awesome, epic content. I really enjoyed that. Thank you all. If you enjoy stuff like this, if you enjoy things like Alex from Devil's Advocate Production, please hit that subscribe button, like, share, comment, spread the word far and wide. It really does help us out. Seriously, folks, one of the best ways to support the channel is to spread the word far and wide. Bring a friend. Every Monday is news day, so Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, you get live and syndicated content like this. You can check out my show every Tuesday at 7 p.m. here on this space. I appreciate all of you guys hanging out. Thank you, Ladybug. Appreciate it. Barbara Disco. Thank you all for being here. As always, folks, please stay safe. Please take care of each other. Stay tuned for Movie Night Extravaganza. Thank you all. I love you all, and I hope to see you guys in the next one. See ya.
600 series had rubber skin. We spotted them easy. But these are new. They look human. Sweat, bad breath, everything.
Tonight, we're starting a back-to-back set of episodes on Terminator and Terminator 2 as part of our blockbuster summer episodes. We're actually planning to begin and end this month with James Cameron films, as our last episode for July is going to be Titanic. But tonight, we're starting with James Cameron's 1984 science fiction action classic, The Terminator, starring Arnold Schwarzenegger, Michael Biehn, Linda Hamilton, Bess Mata, Lance Hendrickson, and Paul Winfield.
All right, listen. The Terminator's an infiltration unit. Part man, part machine. Underneath, it's a hyperalloy combat chassis. Microprocessor control.
James Cameron came up with the idea for The Terminator while staying at a hotel in Rome to promote his directorial debut, Piranha 2: The Spawning. He was incredibly sick with a high fever, and in one of his fever dreams was the image of a chrome skeleton dragging itself from a fire like a phoenix rising from the ashes. He got up out of bed, sketched his image, and that became the first scene in The Terminator that he worked backwards from. It was also inspired by John Carpenter's Halloween, which was made on a low budget, wanting to make a science fiction slasher film.
Wasn't so much a theme as a kind of seminal image. I was in Rome. I was broke. I had a high fever, and I was just having these weird dreams. And I had this image of this kind of chrome skeleton, death image coming out of a fire, kind of phoenix-like. And I just got up and sketched it. And then around the nucleus of that, I started to create a story and sort of backfill. Okay, what is it? Where did it come from? Who's it after? And it all sort of fell into place fairly quickly.
Do you think that science fiction should always have underlying ideas, really quite strong themes there? And if so, beyond this idea of rage and, getting the world to work your way, what is it in Terminator?
It's not really about machines from the future. It's sort of about our relationship with technology, but it's really kind of about how our human potential for dehumanization ourselves.
The Terminator begins an exploration of the human relationship to technology. Co-written by James Cameron's future wife, Gail Ann Hurd, though James Cameron later stated that Gail did no actual writing, he really only suggested a list of edits to the screenplay. And produced by Gail Ann Hurd as well, after she was able to acquire the rights for Cameron's screenplay for $1, which was later a decision that James Cameron regretted. Gail Ann Hurd originally had been Roger Corman's assistant at New World Pictures. The Terminator brought one of the most important special effects artists of his generation, Stan Winston, to national prominence, as a combination of miniatures and stop-motion animation was used by a team led by Stan Winston and Gene Warren Jr. to create the special effects of The Terminator. This set up Stan Winston and James Cameron to work on Aliens, the sequel to Ridley Scott's Alien 2 years later. While waiting for production to start, James Cameron was also able to work on Rambo: First Blood Part 2, which James Cameron had been hired by Sylvester Stallone to write a first draft screenplay for. Cameron would later distance himself a bit and say he only worked on the action while Stallone added the politics. The Terminator was produced by Orion Pictures and financed by John Daly's Hemdale Film Corporation, as they saw the Terminator as a kind of stylish B-picture. Orion wanted a star for the film that had international appeal. So James Cameron wanted Sylvester Stallone or Mel Gibson to play the Terminator. Orion wanted to cast Arnold Schwarzenegger, or they originally suggested O.J. Simpson, which James Cameron shot down because he couldn't see O.J. as a killer. Cameron agreed to meet with Arnold initially to play the role of Kyle Reese, the human who comes from the future to reach Sarah Connor before the Terminator can, with the idea that he'd pick a fight with Arnold so he'd say no to the role like Stallone and Mel Gibson had. But during the meeting, it was decided that Arnold would play the Terminator.
Arnold came in to talk to me about the character of Reese. He had a great deal of enthusiasm for the script in general. He was waxing eloquent about the action scenes, but he kept talking about it kind of from the Terminator's perspective and how cool that was and so on. We didn't talk about Reese as much as I would have expected somebody pitching themselves for that character would have. I couldn't get over kind of how unique his face was. It just almost just projected this kind of raw power. My conception of the character had been that he was more of an infiltrator. My perspective shifted, and I would say it pivoted kind of on a dime. All right, if I cast this guy, how are they not all going to see him coming? How does he not stand out in the crowd? How do they not all look at him? And I thought, you know what? Don't worry about it. He would make an amazing Terminator.
There was a 9-month gap before filming could start because Dino De Laurentiis chose to exercise a clause in Arnold's contract finish Conan the Destroyer. The roles of Sarah Connor, played by Linda Hamilton, who had just finished Children of the Corn, and Michael Biehn as Kyle Reese were much harder to cast, as they needed to build pretty much instant chemistry, as they needed to meet and sleep with each other pretty fast, resulting in Sarah Connor becoming pregnant with her future son, John Connor. In the Terminator, both the Terminator, a hunter-killer robot, and a human named Kyle Reese arrived from the future to try to track down a woman named Sarah Connor, who was going to end up being the mother of the resistance leader, John Connor, fighting the robots who have plunged the human race into an apocalyptic event after setting off nukes. This human-robot war will decide who controls Earth, as both sides are determined to get to Sarah Connor before the other can. At this point in the past, the corporation Cyberdyne, which will eventually build the Skynet computer system that these robots came from, already exists. Although Orion saw this as a B picture, it pretty quickly gained $4 million at the box office on the first weekend, becoming the top-grossing film of that weekend, setting up a franchise which would continue with the 1991 sequel, Terminator 2: Judgment Day, which we'll be covering next week.
I'll be back.
All right, welcome to Movie Night Extravaganza. I messed up the intro, so I'm going to be introducing everybody on the fly right now, starting with Conan Neutron. He hosts Protonic Reversal and is the lead man for Conan Neutron, The Secret Friends, and is also an independent film critic, you know, and he's here, and senior producer for Movie Night Extravaganza. Let's give him a... All right.
All the things you said are true, and I'm surprised by how many you remembered. So, yeah, here we go.
I'm doing this on the fly.
I'm here to save the future, and take my job very seriously.
Save the future, erase the past. And Kristina Oakes, Cosmopolitics on Twitch. Follow her, twitch.tv/Cosmopolitics, and also the co-host of The Absurdity Space tomorrow at 6 p.m. We're doing that. And
there's absolutely nothing to talk about tomorrow.
It's because you guys are gonna have a field day tomorrow. I'm sure.
But it's the 5th anniversary of Movie Night Extravaganza. If you're not subscribed, please subscribe. Hit that bell. Get notified when we have something going on.
We're on goods for the occasion.
We're on Instagram. We are on Twitter. We are on Facebook. We are on Blue Sky. We are on Threads. We are on all of the above. So follow, and also patreon.com/movie night extra. We really need those patrons, and we're gonna have I think an after party tonight where we talk about 5 years of Movie Night Extravaganza. So know all of those things.
Maybe year 6 will work out the technical problems, but you know, hey, don't get your hopes up. That's right, Stevie. Yeah. Appreciate you. Appreciate our new fans. Appreciate our old fans. Appreciate anyone that is along for the wild and woolly ride of this irreverent and informed journey that we're all doing. By the way,
I do know that it's Cyberdyne. I and I know that but I don't know. So that's in the intro.
It's Cyberdyne, exactly.
I basically black out until I say whatever it is, and then listen back to it and go, "Oh, I got those things wrong." But then I go, I'm lazy. I don't want to re-record this.
There you go. That's how the sausage gets made, people.
How the sausage gets made.
Hey.
But,
it's me, the lazy producer.
So, can I start by saying thank God James Cameron wanted to explore the Great Sea because he can't afford it, so he became a box office sensational director to fund it. Believe it, that's what happened. That's a fact. He literally wanted to explore the sea, find the Titanic, go down the Mariana Trench, and he knew he needed the technology and the money, so he started directing films.
Yeah, the movies were a side hustle, basically.
Yeah. Right. I would trust that man with my life to go explore the Titanic's wreckage.
After doing this, and then obviously right after this, Aliens, he did The Abyss. And the tagline is, he made your heart pound with the Terminator. And then he stopped it with Aliens. Now, writer-director James Cameron presents this summer's most original adventure, The Abyss. And that's right. Michael, with Michael Biehn. Michael Biehn.
It's wild, though, that this was his second movie. Because, the ramp-up on this is, pretty considerable. To be clear, by the way, Piranha 2 was the movie he did before this. The ill-advised
The
Spawning, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Piranha 2, piranhing again.
Still biting. Right, because Joe Dante, of course, did Piranha in 1978, which is, a genre picture, but a good and respected one. We'll go ahead and say that Piranha 2, The Spawning, a little less respected. you know. Also a little less good. I'm gonna go and say it. I'm very brave to say this, but Piranha 2, not a great movie. It's
okay,
you know.
Not putting
Sorry.
and after putting it in one of the best sequels of all time category, just kidding.
Yeah. Well, and so that's what's so funny is that he makes this movie, which is epoch defining.
Yeah.
This is like when we think of the great, you know, science fiction movies, the great sort of dystopian future movies, we think of Terminator 2, but also this movie because there could be no Terminator 2 without Terminator. This is also quintessentially one of the films that I once made a list of, like where the movies where the sequel is better than the original. And
yeah, it's something James Cameron was kind of known for with Aliens.
Yeah, well, and that's one where Alien versus Aliens is not the one's better than the other. It's just they're very different. Like they did a very different approach. And I arguably, even though the conceit of it's the same could be said for Terminator. It's just too bad they kept going after that. But the Terminator 2 just made too much money. They were like, we're not going to let this. You know, we gotta recapture the magic. And but there is a purity to this one because this one kind of plays out almost more like we don't know what that is yet. Like this is this is before RoboCop. You know, this is before Aliens, plural. This is you know, we're in a time period that, you know, we have Blade Runner, but there's not like we don't like dystopian sci-fi isn't really a genre for like your average moviegoer. It is for you know, nerds, but this movie like was considered almost an elevated slasher in a way.
Yeah. It was given that.
Well, he was really inspired by John Carpenter doing Halloween. Or, doing Halloween. And then but he had also worked like right before this on Escape from New York. He was a special effects person on Escape from New York. So he had met John Carpenter and kind of like he was able to pick his brain before he was able to do this. He was working at Roger Corman Studios, which is also where
the training ground for every director that ever did anything, basically.
It was also Gail Ann Hurd, who he would end up married to, who produced and, you know, co-wrote, although afterwards he sold her the rights to the whole Terminator franchise for $1 during their divorce. He regretted that. And he also put her as a screenwriter for this, which I guess the thing is that she had a bunch of ideas and like they kind of pitched ideas together because she was the producer, because she was Roger Corman's assistant. You know, the person that kind of answered his calls and fielded all of that. So she was kind of his in while he was working at Roger Corman Studios. But a big thing that he did was he was working and he was working on like a bunch of these like Roger Corman films, including Rock and Roll High School was one of them. But
that's right.
In 1980, he did Battle Beyond the Stars, which was John Sayles wrote it, and it was Jimmy K. Murakami, like so one of the people in kind of the stable of Roger Corman's directors, and John Sayles obviously was, you know, So I mean, he's done like, you know, a lot of the lefty films that everybody talks about, but there was the so his big idea was, what if the spaceship had tits? Basically, he's sitting in a big room and everyone's like, what are we gonna do for special effects on this? And he's like, what about a spaceship with tits? And he draws a spaceship with tits, and they're walking around talking to all like the young people that are working on these things that they're trying to get to work on special effects. And they're like, you know what, you son of a bitch, you're the guy.
Oh, speaking of effects, Stan Winston. Oh,
yeah,
the goat.
that's right.
The king, if he could, he's rolling his grave right now thinking, what the hell happened to CGI? Because again, guys, people love it when I bring up Michael Jackson's Ghost, because he directed that. And those things from 1996, the effects you don't see today. You actually see cinematography with good CGI that is A12 4K restoration, whatever. But today everything's, you know, we see year in yellow, very sad looking, very bland. But for some reason, Stan Winston was able to mix, you know, practical with CGI, and the cinematography still ends up looking good. So you think like, what happened?
It looks like a way more expensive movie than it is.
Yeah.
And that's in a way that they're making like the dollars.
$6 million for
and I think I made like 10
Terminator.
times that or something, if I remember correctly. Which at the
gives-
time was like
gives
unheard
him,
of.
Which gives him the budget of just the shooting budget, not the entire budget. Just the shooting budget for Terminator 2 ends up being 60 million. So basically it's 10 times what they
Yeah.
have for this movie.
And just that for inflation, I feel like James Cameron's like the king of like the box office, like, you know.
Yeah.
every
Well,
movie's
Terminator
like
2 was the most
$1 billion.
expensive movie ever to that time, and it was something like $105
And then Titanic came along.
$105 million
Yeah.
at that time in 1991. And then Titanic came out. But at that point,
Which is funny that we're covering both those. But I mean,
Yeah.
believe me, Terminator 2. We could spend an entire podcast just talking like the box office for that and like how that basically birthed the.
Okay, settle
physical
down in
media.
the chat.
Jesus Christ!
Come on.
What are we doing here? Like, and how like the physical media, the DVD extra, like basically the many editions, like let's just like pump as much cash out of this as we can. Like all of that like came from Terminator 2. But this is before any of that. Like this again, this was just like the reviews of it were this is, you know, elevated slasher movie. And Harlan Ellison rightfully was like, yeah, great movie. Kind of reminds me of that story I wrote.
Yeah.
and later on he got a taste for that, which is good. But like, you know, it's one of those things where it was a cultural flashpoint that led to like things that we think of as just like genre tropes, like are kind of established here. And again, the practical effects of it, obviously there was no CGI, so what else are you going to use? But like just again using all of your money on blowing up cars in exciting ways, basically, and just using real tactile sets in interesting ways, and then you know, using the best you had with what you got. That, you know, some of it looks a little like, okay, that looks a little robotic. Well, it's literally a robot, so that's okay. You know, like you can suspend disbelief.
And Kona, you know that with part of the inspiration for Craig Ferguson getting a gay robot skeleton sidekick is the Terminator, because some of the tweet mail theme graphics had the Terminators.
Well, and that's what's so funny, and I'm glad you bring it up, because there's so much cultural immersion of Terminator that like we just don't even like think, like the fact that like, all right,
Just
every week
is all we think of. We don't think of anything else.
Sure, but when you think of like have you idiots ever seen like a sci-fi movie? We're thinking of like the Terminator franchise, or at least the first two, where it's like there's like, oh yeah, we're gonna let the computers do everything. We build these robots that run off human blood. Why would you do that? Like, you know, that sounds like a very bad idea. But like what we're thinking of in the modern age is Terminator and T2, and like having that oppressive future was like, do you want Skynet? Because this is how we get Skynet. Like, which is
on my third birthday, apparently, August 29th, 1997. That's when it gained sentience.
But what I'm getting at is it's been so absorbed by culture is that it's rarely actually given. Which is weird to say James Cameron hasn't been given his due, but it's like the inauspicious beginnings of the Terminator led to that. And I think that culturally, like that's actually a little bit underrated because of that. Because we had dystopian future, but not like this, and not specifically with the computers taking over.
I feel like two movies like, you know, right before this that kind of create this world that you can kind of create that's like obviously like created for the low budget. Like, I mean, I don't know. It ended up being, I guess, more expensive to shoot the entire thing at night by a tiny bit, but not by much. But I think like Tron and Blade Runner as two movies that kind of for not very much money in both cases create like this immersive world that you can kind of be in just by having it be kind of like retro futurist as like an aesthetic, which isn't the hardest aesthetic to create, and also by having this kind of like behind this a totally immersive kind of like colored environment that you can kind of create this world with not like you don't have to you don't have to like, you know, CGI is not obviously invented at this point, and it's just kind of like it's just kind of, I guess what Tron is kind of germinating.
Well, what's interesting is the same year the Terminator comes out, William Gibson comes out with Neuromancer, which is like the non-Philip K. Dick cyberpunk book. Right? Like, and that influenced so many things. And you know, we talked about when we did Blade Runner years back that, you know, that was, you know, ground zero for, you know, the cyberpunk, sci-fi, dystopian sci-fi, so on and so on. And it was, but this was like added the action element. This added the like, oh no, just this element of, and you mentioned him being inspired by Carpenter and Michael Myers are like, yeah, there's something coming after you and it's not going to stop.
Yeah.
It will get you. But the thing is, in this case, it isn't like a dude with a mask. You know, it's a killer robot that like has flesh and blood and what, bad breath is. I think they that's a that stuck out this time. Bad breath. It's like, you smell his breath
on a just on a basic level, right? Like the things that you think of as being human, like
human,
body odor, bad breath. You know, like
he can't be a Terminator. That man stinks. Yeah, okay, great.
Hey, that's no robot. I can smell it from here.
Yeah, I can smell the Listerine.
He smells like pennies. That can't be a robot.
but I think it's notable. Like same year this comes out, Neuromancer comes out, right? So we're looking at a big cultural change as to what sci-fi can be, and this first foray into mainstreaming, because Blade Runner was a hit in its way, but not like Star Wars level, you know. And so you get, I would say you get the Terminator first, then Aliens, then RoboCop, and then T2. And then you're like, oh no, this has like, everybody knows about this. Everybody can at least make a reference about it, even if they don't remember anything other than like, you know, the car chases. Which like him giving the thumbs up when he's going into the thing.
we'll talk about this with our good friend Sean next week, but like it's so interesting to me that they took it in such a different direction, you know, just thematically in such a different direction for Terminator 2, where it's like this one is highly based on, well, not highly based on, but like, you know, inspired by, I guess, something like, you know, John Carpenter doing Halloween. And then with Terminator 2, it's like he's thinking more about like family films, like, you know, creating this kind of messed up little
and
family.
westerns,
and also The Wizard of Oz too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, and in the same way that, you know, Cameron managed to pull off what was considered unachievable at the time, which is make a sequel to Alien. that wasn't just like,
what are you doing, dude?
Yeah, and
which is one of those classic movies that like you think that almost, you know, having a sequel would be like a death knell for it, and it's not.
Like, how do you make it? What do you just do 2 of them? No, you do like 200 of them is what you do.
Yeah,
and
with a little kid and a cat. You know?
Right, and so you have certain elements of that come out in this franchise as well. But it's like, well, how do you make a sequel that's going to be worthwhile? You can't just make it more of the same. You have to go a different way with the conceit, and build on what made it interesting without being worshipful necessarily. And that's why for me it's fascinating that both of those movies that I feel like are very flawed franchises that almost everything but the first 2 you could jettison into space, so to speak.
Of course,
nobody would care. Have amazing first movies and amazing sequels that do something completely different. Right.
I mean, look at the Godfather.
Right, exactly. Well, they're glad they never made a third one of those.
It's kind of crazy because sometimes I forget Ridley Scott did not. When I was younger, I thought he also directed Aliens because I was like, wow, you know, this is really good. You know, good, you wouldn't think, but it's like,
and then you discovered James Cameron, your life was changed. Your life was changed forever.
Yes, it was. I was like, what?
Would you call besides, I guess, somebody like Christopher Nolan, would you call James Cameron like your favorite director? Or one of them? Because
remember, you have to count the avatars.
I know. Unfortunately, I have to count the avatars.
I feel like.
Well, you get to count the Abyss, so you know.
Yeah,
I feel like.
I guess he is one of my favorite, you know, like directors, just because I feel like he really does take his like he not like he's a director that's involved in everything, like the entire process of like from the effects, from this, you know, script, from the acting. Like he's really like a director's, I want to say like director's director, but like everyone's like director in a weird way. Because like when watching, you know, Titanic, he's like, did I get the sinking right? Oh, let's test it. Oh, I might have to eventually fix it because I got one little minor detail wrong.
Right.
And
I mean, it's interesting that like you know, Spielberg really gets his credit for being that kind of director. I feel like with, you know, like a technical style director, and James Cameron, I mean, he does, but like, I feel like it's been overshadowed by, you know, his movies kind of having this like ubiquitous place, even like the Avatar movies. We don't even think about a lot of times like the technical prowess that goes into a lot of his filmmaking, the same way that people do with like Spielberg.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because when you think about like when they finally, because after this they give him a budget, right? You know, Aliens is like, you know, much bigger
like,
budget than Alien. And you know, then you get the Abyss, right? Which is, I hope someday we do cover, because I think that's a fascinating conversation to have. And T2, which just explodes the idea of what a blockbuster can be from, generally speaking, most of the 90s.
Yeah.
And and then you basically have him going along and doing these things and kind of having these elevated expectations, but still kind of like, wow, he's still blowing us away with what he's doing, because he's not just doing the expected thing or the thing he did last time or what
like
have
a
you.
romantic disaster movie. Who would have thought?
Exactly. No one expected that at the time. Certainly not me. That's why I didn't watch it. But the elevated.
We're gonna have to do that in Discord.
Conan, you're gonna.
Yeah. Are we pretending like we don't have this planned? Oh, what do you mean, Forrest?
Well,
I have no idea what you mean.
Oh, like that's the thing. Like,
It's not like we've talked about this 17 times on this show. But even like even with Avatar though, right? Like I don't care for them. But it's not what you expected from James Cameron. I didn't. I was like, he's doing what?
I feel like a lot of the interviews that I've seen with him, like more recent ones, people are almost like prompting him to get out of like the Avatar space. They're like, "Hey, you gonna do anything else?"
Do Titanic 2. Do something. No?
Titanic 2. The fucking boat sank. What do you want?
Yeah, one of the things that I think about with how much this influenced like everything pretty much in like the merchandising, I guess, of this of this franchise. I remember even in the like 2000s, like even I think in the mid 2000s or the like that like in every pizza place they still have the Terminator and Terminator 2 pinball machines, and those were like such a big and just it was like it was over a decade after that movie came out.
I mean, and we'll get into it, but I mean, honestly, not since Star Wars, really. Like, was there anything that was so just epoch-defining merchandise opportunities for like a cyborg killer movie?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Well, Carl, you might remember this, but VH1 had a thing called like the top 100 pop culture icons, and Arnold was also featured in one of the top. Actually, no, it was 200 pop culture icons, and Arnold was there, and this was that time when he was the governor. Like you cannot like
that come way later, and I can say that as unfortunately someone that was in a state that he was.
Because he was your governor.
Turner doesn't work without him.
Not great,
he's
by the way. Really
forever
bad.
tied and still doing whatever references to the original movie. Like it's like it just doesn't. Yeah. He's not the best at it's hard for him to do anything else because of his thick, his accent or whatever. But that just
look at like The Long Goodbye. They, he's in that movie, but it's like they didn't know how to deploy him yet, and that Conan the Barbarian, much to my eternal chagrin, was very popular. But like it's one of the things that brought him to the attention of people. But it was the Terminator franchise, specifically T2, but also for the nerds, this one, that like they started thinking about, that guy's, and then that led, Commando and Predator, which we covered on this very show,
and him doing some of the comedies because they really didn't have much range.
Yeah, that was later. That was like more early 90s.
Right? Patrick Ridgewood, he was in the scene with Chris Parnell in Jingle All the Way, where he's like, the Ultron, whatever, the action figures or whatever, and he's like, "Where's your Christmas spirit?"
Yeah. Getting away from Jingle All the Way for a moment, if we may.
I think it's
you have Commando next, and then you have Predator soon after, and those are all. So this is like a nonstop run of like. Well, first of all, movies that like, that are 80s quintessential action movies, but also movies that dudes are like, hell yeah.
Which, I mean, not to bring up Conan, but he was kind of, before this, he was trapped in that Dino De Laurentiis contract, where basically Dino De Laurentiis made him sign the contract where he has this option pretty much where he could basically cancel anything Arnold's planning on doing for the next whatever amount of time, because he has like a 9-month, the time it takes to gestate a life. Basically, he can extend out Arnold's contract on all of those films as like an option. So he throws that out there so that James Cameron's sitting there waiting to make this movie, and he's like, "All right, well, we've got Arnold on there," which he didn't even. Neither of them really saw the vision of the other one at the time. like early in, like there's like a famous interview he gives on the set of like Conan the Destroyer, where he's sitting there in the thing and he's like, I'm about to make this piece of shit movie that I don't, like he's talking like crap about the script for it even then. And then for T2, he doesn't like the fact that he's non-lethal. He's like, why am I non-lethal? This is my action movie stardom. Even though he's the one that pushed the hardest for T2 to get made in the first place. So it's funny that in both cases, like he's become these big things, but he has trouble seeing the vision that James Cameron puts forward.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and they even make that sort of ill-advised sequel, the Conan the Destroyer movie, that comes out the same year as this, and like one of them, doesn't really do so good, and the other one is like phenomenon. So it's like one of those things where, like, they can say you knew from the beginning, but he was pretty all in on the sword and sandals stuff, including the Red Sonja movie too, if I remember correctly, which also
Titanic the Destroyer.
Iceberg the Destroyer. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Titanic didn't really do that much destroying.
But for me, after this one, like 84, like you get Commando, you get Predator, I guess the Running Man too, right?
When did Twins come out?
Twins is 88. So so you get him basically doing this. He's action guy. He's action man. And then he kind of Twins is sort of like a playoff of that. Action man.
Sometimes
I mean,
forget
Red Heat too a little bit, but
remember he and Danny Vito did that the Oscars presenting together, and people forget, like, oh, they're both Batman villains, but I'm like, but no, twins. That's the right.
Yeah, it started with Twins, and that's, I mean, basically the whole middle to late 80s.
Batman.
It's like Arnold Schwarzenegger is like, oh, that's that guy. He's like the guy that's in the big action films, to the point that a movie that had the really ill timing of coming up against a little movie called Jurassic Park. Everybody, Last Action Hero was sort of like a play on that, right? And that was supposed to be, this is going to be his big, like, it's meta contextual and this and that and so on and so on. And it didn't go so well for him, did it?
Also,
but he's back in the game with True Lies after that. Again, another Cameron one, right? So
around the same time, within like a couple years, Carolco Pictures becomes big, which this Terminator is financed by hold on, the exact company. It's not one that I've heard of actually, but it's
I forget how big Orient Pictures was when it came to really.
Well, Orion Pictures. So Orion Pictures does the distribution, does not do the production. They're actually putting very little money behind it. Hemdale Film Corporation, which actually it's a British company. It's not one that I've actually heard of. But around the same time, so Carolco Pictures is the one that will basically buy out the Hemdale Film Corporation's stake in Terminator. Like it's basically they lose a bunch of money during the process of making this, and they have to cut their losses. And Carolco Pictures comes out with the second Rambo movie, which is co-written, the second part of First Blood, which is co-written by James Cameron. During the break,
that's right. For which you really could call it Second Blood, but yeah, they call the first movie First Blood, so that's
So he writes that while Arnold is finishing up this 9-month contract with Dino De Laurentiis.
Dino De Laurentiis.
So they end up putting out Total Recall, also Basic Instinct. They end up putting out Field of Dreams. Like, they have a bunch of weird movies around this time that they're kind of in charge of. And then they basically throw way too much money at the stars of all these movies, and they end up going completely broke by 1 year after Terminator 2 comes out. But so they do that. They buy out the stake from Hemdale Film Corporation to create the second Terminator, but they have this standing relationship with Arnold because of Total Recall, and they're like, let's do another Total Recall. Yeah, basically.
I mean, and there's a lot to, and there were the Terminator, not even Terminator ripoffs, but the Terminator style ripoffs that happened. Like Full Moon had, I think, a little cyborg or something. I can't remember. It was like
they still doing stuff too.
They are. It's mostly softcore pornography now, unfortunately. But yeah, like there was a lot of like Z grade knockoffs of this because it was popular, and it was very much like, oh, this is a scary concept. So again, remember, all right, this is like a dystopian future, and like they're trying to rewrite the past, and that's our present, and unstoppable killer. essentially.
Yeah.
It does not feel pain, and like has all these advantages and so on.
And
so
I mean,
of course-
it's the first Terminator, like the one we're talking about, the Terminator, shows you can make something like this for not very much money. I mean,
absolutely,
it's still $6
I mean,
million.
it wasn't like pocket change or anything, but comparatively to what it actually made, I mean, it launched a franchise of movies, including one of the most successful sequels of all time. But it also launched a cottage industry of this kind of movie. I mean, most of them are freaking terrible. They're really bad. But like, I mean, there was a lot of just like, suddenly everything, when we make jokes about, everything, it's got to be dark and gritty. Is it dark and gritty? It's like, well, it's kind of this one. And what's hilarious is, and we'll get to it, I'm sure soon we do the plot synopsis, the future that they're showing, mostly miniatures. Miniatures and like projected screens. And it works because it's like they show you just enough. And they have like the lighting is so
how far into the future it is. We're getting there. It's almost 2020.
Well, and you can really see why Stan Winston and James Cameron work together so well, both on this and Aliens, is because James Cameron comes out of the world of doing miniatures. And so he like,
and the miniatures rule. They're really good because you get these like really crazy looking hunter killer devices and ships and things like that, and they look futuristic because they look so like unnatural to how we would think of as that technology would look like. Does it work? Of course not. They're freaking this big, but like it works as a movie conceit, which is something that when that's done well, it's always worth noting because
like if I was a director, in that time period, I would definitely be like Stan Winston. No one else. That's who.
It's the man.
Yeah.
His attention to detail, making everything as perfect and seamless as possible. And even as time went on, where CGI was becoming, the new thing, he was trying to find ways to make it cutting edge while also still using practical effects. And again, we don't see that anymore because they're not. It's like give Stan Winston $100 million budget, he'll make a movie that's you wouldn't think.
Well, and it's crazy. He didn't. Sorry to interrupt, but he didn't get professionally lauded for this, but he did for Aliens. But it's almost like Aliens was as much very worthy in its own right, but it's almost like this is a deferred, like you've just been doing this thing that like no one else does, and we're going to recognize you basically. Because speaking of things, The Thing. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's another one.
That's what I was gonna bring up next. I was gonna say, like, we saw it on the big screen, and like, you and I
holds up
for my birthday last year, and it holds up, like including the miniature work on it, where you can kind of, I mean, you can kind of tell like so much of the actual the thing, like the alien part of it is it done that way. Parts of it, especially like, and also like I think the scenes where it's like they're fully in the Arctic, and you can, or the Antarctic.
Yeah, well, it's like with the again with like some you could tell when a film crew, just specifically when it comes to like the effects, that they're probably thinking this might get restored, quality might change. We gotta make sure it still holds up 40, 50 years later.
Yeah, they're using oftentimes low tech things to give like an unearthly sort of like unnatural feel, and then it ends up looking kind of timeless. I mean, because again, like going back to the Thing, right? Like it was a garbage bag they lit on fire. That's what they did in the opening, and it looks so rad. Wow, that's so amazing. And just the and we should get into it, but like it just everything they did with this movie as well. Again, he's not. The Terminator is not an Oscar nominating movie. T2, very much so. He actually won 2 Oscars for T2, which we'll get into next week.
Which I feel like by the time that comes out, it's like a very special effects heavy, like
more so even than this one.
Yeah,
I agree.
Well, also just in the 80s, right? Like there's a lot of movies that use special effects, but I feel like special effects got lauded a lot more in the 90s. Because I mean, you have Spielberg doing Jurassic Park in the kind of mid 90s. Like you have so many of these movies that it's like a huge amount of work goes, which is another Stan Winston project that he works on, is Jurassic Park. But there's so many like kind of big budget kind of stuff by then, which I feel like a lot of these kinds of things in the 80s are like lower, like weirdly enough lower budget.
I know we're gonna get into the plot synopsis, but you mentioned in the intro, somebody mentioned in the comments, O.J. Simpson as the Terminator is absolutely insane.
The fact,
Can you imagine?
That man as a killer, apparently.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got the
fact-
build for
that's
it.
the
Like, it's
fact
not
that
that he's not
blows my mind.
intimidating, but
Yeah.
Well, this is. I mean,
can you
this is-
imagine that? Like, you know, like whatever, someone's making their sci-fi like alternate dimension movie, and then like you know see the poster of the Terminator with O.J. Simpson.
I guess
Yeah.
it's 2 years. I guess it's 2 years before the Naked Gun comes out. But like they have you know, OJ still is kind of the celebrity that it's like he's like the friendly neighborhood you know, black football player, and it's like I don't know, like in your head it's hard at this point to like think of him as anything besides just like, oh yeah, that's the guy that murdered his wife. But, or like ex-wife. But at this point, like, you have to think about it in the terms of like OJ's on like you know, breakfast cereals, and he's kind of on commercials, and they have
he's
him
like an American
everywhere.
like icon. Yeah, absolutely. Whereas
Can
you know,
can you see him getting up and like, you know, being well, now you can, but
Or him going, I'll be back. You know, like
I'll be back. You know, I still think of OJ Simpson as talking his Naked Gun voice. Where Nordberg, where he's like, "I'll be back," and it's like,
yeah, but like that's got to be one of the craziest all castings ever, and it's so crazy because when you think about, you know, the career of Arnold Schwarzenegger, which we talked about already, but like, you know, it's not like nothing was happening for him, but he was never going to get out of sword and sandal fair if this movie doesn't happen, and he took it so seriously, like. And again, I got lots to say about the guy politically, but he worked with guns like every day for like a month to prepare for this. Like, and like he basically was stripping them and assembling them blindfolded, and like went to the shooting range and practice. And since he had to be ambidextrous, he'd like practice the moves and whatnot. And I guess like even you know, whatever.
You see him go ambidextrous multiple times in this movie, where he throws the gun in between the two hands, and he's like,
I mean, he got props from Soldier of Fortune magazine, which is freaking hilarious and but like who are never happy with anyone. They're like, that's not how guns work, blah blah blah, and they're like, actually
that's not how guns work. Now, who wants to go to Ghana and kill the
exactly.
kill the entire cabinet? No, there's two facts, I guess, that I wanted to bring up. One of them is by the time Terminator 2 comes out, Arnold's like political profile is big enough that James Cameron actually had to convince him to cancel a trip to Saudi Arabia with George H.W. Bush. And that's the fact that I put so he had to go, Saudi, I have to finish this movie. And the other one is that
terminate the movie.
They're shooting. They obviously shoot across LA for the entirety of the second Terminator, and they literally close down highways and stuff like that. But one of the things is that they go to one of the bars that's like, you know, this is just a bar, and people are going in and out. And somebody comes in, and Arnold's wearing like it's like around the time he's doing his naked scene, and he's wearing like a you know, one of those like underwear that kind of shows everything out, you know. And someone walks in and goes, "What's happening?" He goes, "It's Stippler's night." It's like, it's male Stippler's night.
All right, so we can talk all about that when we do the sequel next week. Let's hit the plot summary, please.
Okay. In 1984, Los Angeles, an imposing man appears naked in an alley amid electric flashes and attacks 3 punks for clothes. Later,
one of those punks?
One of those punks.
Would later clown on Forrest.
No, not Bill Pullman. Bill Paxton.
Sorry, wrong Bill.
But no, Bill Paxton is you know, when we had, who did we have on that was friends with Bill Paxton for the longest time? Was it Jared? Or
I don't remember, but yeah. Anyway, Bill Paxton, everybody. Let's give him a round
of
applause.
Yeah, not Bill Pullman. It would have been funny if it was Bill Pullman. But
come on. 44 minutes in. Let's get back to first sentence. Let's go.
Later, a man with scars appears in an alley the same way and evades police. The first man robs a gun shop, looks up the addresses of women named Sarah Connor, and begins murdering them.
Right. So this is, again, placing it very firmly in the culture. First of all, there were these things called phone books. Secondly, they would literally have addresses in them. And like nobody thought that was weird or crazy. But like people, like some people who like their privacy would not have their address listed, but you had to ask. You'd be like, actually, I don't want to have that listed. And then they would take
it. You had to pay too, right? If you wanted to get
at one point they decided to monetize it, but like it's absolutely nuts to think about, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna kill someone. Let's see. Okay, let's see
there's celebrity's address.
Well, I mean, because they still have like, if you go online, they still have like white pages, but now they've monetized it to the point where you need to pay them to look somebody up.
Oh, it is a hellscape without end compared to how you, because and like whatever. I was a kid when this was happening, but it actually was a functional, free quotation mark service that like if you needed to find a plumber or you need to find like a handyman or I almost said executioner. That's not what I meant. They kill the insects. What do they call them? An executioner, right?
Josh saying, man, it was so much easier to stalk back in the day.
Right.
Well, what was that one?
Exterminator is what I was thinking of. I mean, by the way, thank you. Yeah, everyone's too busy with their own thing. They couldn't help me out on that one. But yeah, like then you would like have the listen, and so the businesses paid for that, and so that's how they provide the free service of knowing what people's telephone numbers are. Which is
so they got to pay money on the internet now to get your stuff constantly removed. That's what I do.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, you're paying money to like not have it listed.
They're holding it hostage, essentially. I like the idea in this of kind of having it as like a spree killer that's going around killing the same, because obviously we don't know what's happening at first, and it's like, people named Sarah Connor keep getting killed, and he's going down the phone book, and it's like, wow, Arnold's going. So he goes to the woman's door, and it's like kind of like a fat woman who looks nothing like our Sarah, not our Sarah Connor. It's like Sarah,
not all Sarah.
Like Sarah, it's like or Sarah A. Connor or Sarah B. Connor or something like that. And he goes to the door and he shoots that fat woman, and then she's like, wow.
Always makes me think of a Whitney Brown.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm a Whitney Brown, not the Whitney Brown.
But it's like
talk about old material.
I liked it. I liked it. They kind of have the whole banter where the cops are bitching about it, and they're like, "Oh man, the press is gonna be all over us because this is another one of those like day spree killers where you can find a pattern between all of them, and they're gonna be up our ass about it." And
yeah, absolutely.
A waitress named Sarah Connor sees news reports about the murders and notices the second man following her.
Yeah, I mean, and we don't know anything about. And again,
going through a whole lot, really fast.
It really is. I mean, like we do get that first kill, and that's daunting, and that's crazy, and that's like, oh my god, how nuts is this? But then also remember, without the cultural biases of this being like a beloved franchise that has all this cultural cachet, you're like, I don't know, what are these guys up to? I don't know. Who's the good guy? Who's the bad guy? I don't even know. So. Yeah.
As she shelters in the nightclub, the first man kills her roommate Ginger and Ginger's boyfriend. This is jumping all over the place.
That's skipping so much stuff. That's like so.
Let me see if the IMDb one is better. Because this is kind of bumming me out.
Yeah, like that's skipping like I feel like half the movie. But so and first of all, the nightclub. The nightclub itself is worth noting because it's freaking one of the most awesome 80s nightclubs ever. Tech Noir, great. Tech Noir, everybody. Thank you. Yes.
All right. This actually isn't. I'll send it. It's not as long as they usually are, and I think this one is better than the other one because
it's almost like we should work this out before the show. But whatever. We've only done this for 5 years, so.
Oh, we only started doing this bit not that long ago.
All right, whatever. Let's go. Enough complaining. We're
over an apocalyptic battlefield dominated by robotic war machines in the future, humans will wage a long war against an enemy known as the machines. The final battle, however, will not be fought in this future world, but in the past, specifically our present. The year switches to 1984. An object is transported through a high-density energy field. The object is a man, Arnold Schwarzenegger. The man swats two punks aside. The third stabs him, but the giant tears open the punk's body and kills him. One man left alive is terrified enough to hand out the hulking killer his clothes. He later kills the owner of a sports gun store and takes a small arsenal of weapons, hot wires a station wagon, and finds a phone booth, throwing its occupant aside. He checks the phone book and looks up a name, Sarah Connor, finding 3 listings.
Right. So this is again. So first of all, he does ask for their clothes at first, and they're like, "Oh yeah, whatever, dude, no way." To be clear, they didn't put that part in, but yeah, I mean the phone book as like a plot device, common amongst this era of 80s movies, especially, but like none, I think, deployed in so terrifying a manner of just like, oh yeah, there could be someone trying to kill you, and if you didn't think to not have your address listed in the phone book, then. Yeah, too bad for you.
Mm-hmm.
Elsewhere, a young woman, Sarah Connor, lives the life of a lonely waitress, sharing the apartment with her friend Ginger. Sarah is living out a boring life that seems to go nowhere. Judgmental.
Wait, didn't we skip one paragraph already?
I mean, we kind of already did the other one.
No, I threw it on. I threw it onto an IMDb one because it's that I put in the.
That's what I'm saying. You skipped it. In a downtown alley, a scared naked man, muscular but small in size.
Oh, okay. In the downtown alley, a scarred naked man, muscular but much smaller in size than the other man, who arrived in a similar fashion, is forced through a portal and lands in the alley in obvious pain. He takes a pair of pants from a homeless drunk in the alley just as a police car pulls up and 2 cops yell at him to freeze. The man is able to surprise and attack one of the cops, taking his pistol. The cop becomes puzzled by the man's question of the date and year, which is not given. The unidentified man breaks into a department store and steals a coat and a pair of Nike sneakers. Slipping out of the store, he steals a shotgun from the police cruiser, finding a phone book in a nearby booth. He also looks up the name Sarah Connor.
Yeah, so this is something where not giving the year is sort of like hammers home the near future of it all, right? Like isn't necessarily tied to it being specifically 1984, but it's like, you know, it's like the near future, but it could be any time within reason that isn't there. So I think that's worth noting as well. All right, Kristina, you want to take the next one?
Oh yeah. Okay. So elsewhere, young woman Sarah Connor, Linda Hamilton, lives the life of a lonely waitress, sharing an apartment with her friend Ginger Besmata. Sarah is living out a boring life that seems to go nowhere. The Terminator steals a car and goes to a local sporting goods store and steals a gun. The hulking man goes to the address of the first listing of Sarah Connor. As he walks to the front door, a small dog barks at him. When Sarah Connor opens the door, the man forces his way inside and brutally murders her with the pistol he'd acquired. Not long after, Sarah's coworker drags her to the television where Sarah sees that a woman sharing her name has been murdered by an unidentified assailant.
Yeah, that's such a dick move that she does, where she's like, "You're not gonna want to miss this. Come here." And she brings it to the TV, and it's like Sarah Connor.
Someone with your exact name just got murdered. Great. Yeah. Also, it takes more than just the one gun. Like that. I mean, this is a much better synopsis than the other one. But it's like it's played for comedy, like how specific the Terminator is being about, like, and like especially like when he asked for a pulse rifle at the end, where it's like, and he's like, "Oh, I don't have that."
Yeah.
But like everything else, he's like, "Yep, you bet. Here we go, home defense, AK-47." You know, like he's just like.
And then he goes, the rifles I can give you today, but the handguns you're gonna need to wait a day.
And that's where he blows him away, right? Exactly. Yeah. And then also Ginger, Jesus Christ, girl, get off your headphones. I mean, come on. Like, we get it. You like to listen to it when you're having sex. You like to listen to it when you're making a sandwich. Like,
yeah.
I mean, it's to the point of like, all right, I get that this is supposed to be a commentary on people being, involved in their own world with their checks notes Walkman. Phase rifle.
Walkman, kids were a thing.
Yeah, it was the doom scrolling of its
Hey,
time.
Remember when you had to wrap the thing around just so you can listen to it?
And then also we're forgetting that there's that charming scene where Matt pretends to be like a fucking sex creep and is calling her up and you're like, what is this?
That's such a good satire of I mean, later I feel like a Scream would do it really well. But it's such a good satire of the killer movie, like like the psycho killer that calls.
Oh no, what's happening? It's like, oh no, it's like sex stuff. Okay.
A robot using the phone book to find specific people in LA and drive to their houses would have made a good cops episode.
Yeah.
Thank you for the super chat. $5.
Thanks, Stevie. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
$5, one for each year of doing the show.
Or $2.50 for each synopsis we've had to do.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Speaking of which, Kristina, please.
Yep. So Sarah and her roommate Ginger prepare for separate dates. Ginger's boyfriend, Rick Rosovich, will be coming over to spend the night. Sarah decides to go out for pizza and sees a news report where the police announced the death of another woman sharing her name. Sarah becomes worried. She tries to call Ginger from a small club called Tech Noir. However, Ginger and Matt, they do not hear the phone while having sex.
Yep. That's another horror movie slasher.
Oh
trope, right? Yeah, it's like absolutely the thing.
So Matt and Ginger are both attacked by the killer, who mercilessly slays them both before hearing Sarah's voice on a message machine saying where she is. Uh-oh.
Yeah, you don't want to give where you are. She's like you're leaving the message. She's like, I think someone's out to kill me. I'm at
this address. I'm alone. Yeah, exactly.
R.I.P. Ginger. You would have loved iPods if you had just hung around.
Oh my god!
You had just hung around for like 15 more years.
Yeah. By the way, my weaknesses are my knees and bullets. Yeah.
Interesting gap on the part of the props part when they made the T800 full-size model. They made it from steel instead of aluminum, so it's too heavy to move. So they had to break it down into two pieces, which is why they show it from the waist up only or from the legs down.
That's awesome. And then it's also, I'm sure why, and we're way ahead of in the plot, but at the very end where it's like keeps coming after even after it's been broken in half. Like it's like, and that's kind of like I think one of the most iconic parts of the character, and like the notion of the Terminator is like, oh yeah, like it's not going to stop. If it has any ability to get to you, it'll, if it's just a hand crawling at you, it'll be like, freaking cousin it over there,
Yeah.
not cousin thing. Sorry, excuse me.
Ginger's boyfriend was actually able to get a wrestling takedown on the cyborg. Pretty impressive. They're going at it, and he's like, gets it down, but then it gets right back up again. It's the most frustrating thing because no matter what you do to the to the T800, it just gets right back up.
It's just gonna get back up again.
Yes, I swept the leg
down. I get up again. You're never gonna get the leg down.
Johnny.
Well, it's also like, it's got a significant weight advantage too. So good on him for getting to jump on him with his like weird little European underwear only. Good for him.
And he wasn't even paying that much attention when they showed up. He also had his headphones on.
Yeah, everyone had headphones on. I feel like it was like a social commentary.
Yeah. All right, Conan, are you?
She's got the last bit of this first.
Yeah. So Sarah then phones the police department and is connected to Lieutenant Traxler, Paul Winfield, the detective investigating the Sarah Connor killings. He tells Sarah to stay put until he can get a squad car to her. The murderer arrives at the club, dispatches a bouncer, and works his way inside.
You never want to. You like imagine being the bouncer and Arnold walks up and you're like,
you'd be like, oh god.
You're like, oh, because everyone is a bouncer. Like they're like, oh, I'm
Patrick Swayze Roadhouse, that's for sure.
I'm the man for the night. I'm doing this, and then it's like Arnold walks up. You're like, oh no, maybe not. You're the bouncer now.
Yeah, the Lieutenant Traxler character is interesting. We have that proto Danny Glover, I'm getting too old for this shit kind of like, exasperation. But he also like clearly does about the case and, doing his best to understand it. It's very much it's before things got propaganded out, but also isn't quite a Hill Street Blues situation either.
Paul Winfield, by the way, big Star Trek. He's all over all the Star Trek movies.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is he really? Okay. All right. I know he was in Mars Attacks. He was like the general Mars Attacks, but I don't remember which star. Doesn't matter. Moving on. Sarah is spotted in the club by the killer and is immediately targeted. The second man who snuck into the club opens fire on the larger man with little effect. So this is a years and years before actual nightclub killings were a thing, right? But it's yikes! But crazy action scenes.
Interestingly, like only a few years though before the big rap beefs kind of started in LA where people would just get gunned down standing outside of the nightclub. That was like one of their favorite moves to do, like the drive-by.
Idiot, the nightclub had nothing to do with that shooting, and I'm like.
But that's also so it's playing on those kinds of unease and fears, as well as the panic, the crime panic that was currently happening. Terry Funk, yeah, that'd be great. I would pay to see that. Okay, after firing a burst from his Uzi, the man advances on Sarah, ready to kill her. The man wielding the shotgun fires several blasts, throwing the larger man through the club's front window, where he lands on the street. The smaller man, he has a name, picks up Sarah, saying, "Come with me if you want to live," which, of course, everyone attributes to the Terminator from T2, because the turnaround of the reference of Kyle Reese saying that is that the Terminator in T2 says that, and it's a clever callback, but people only think of the Terminator saying it as actually Kyle Reese's line. So Sarah watches horrified as her would-be killer rises from the street and runs after them. Sarah and her protector escape through the back door of the club, with killer chasing them, his vision revealing that he's not human. No.
What?
No, really?
I didn't know this.
I mean, again, I guess go back to 1984 without, knowing RoboCop and Terminator and all this. But it's like, all right, I guess he could be a Michael Myers kind of dude or something. But it's like, at this point, we've seen the future. We've seen the killer robots. If you, unless you we're getting popcorn or something, you miss those scenes. Like, I can't imagine how you'd be surprised by that. Sarah's new companion, again, he has a name, shoves her into a stolen car and speeds off while the killer subdues a cop. A cameo by the film's writer, William Wisher, and takes the car.
Yay, cameos. We love them.
So, yeah, William Wisher. That's a hell of a name. During the chase, her rescuer explains that he is Kyle Reese. Finally, he's got a name. Michael Bain, a soldier from the future sent back through time to protect her, and that she's been targeted for termination. Her assassin is actually a cybernetic organism, or cyborg, a sophisticated robot covered in human flesh. This Terminator is designed to infiltrate human groups mostly undetected and wipe them out. Reese further explains that Sarah is destined to give birth to the humans' future leader, John Connor, that a nuclear war that killed most of humanity was initiated by a new powerful computer system, referred to as Skynet, that was tasked with controlling all defense systems. All right, so this is the plot bomb that's, again, sets up multiple franchises, not just this one, where it's like, this is the bleak future that we have to prevent. Here's the details why. It's like it's a bootstrap paradox kind of situation, right?
Yeah.
And we think of this as being cliche now. It's cliche because it's this movie.
Yeah. Like, oh, there's some from the future that kill humans. Wow. Revolution. What's back then?
Yeah, it's pretty freaking groundbreaking. Nobody had done anything like that.
It's like, why? What do we do? I don't know.
Well, and it wasn't like they're.
Why don't we stop a terrible future from happening? Kill all the humans, duh. Like,
yeah, exactly. And interesting that in '84 we were, being warned about the dangers of AI too.
Ooh, where else AI? Any updates on that?
Well, the thing is,
I think it turned out fine.
James Cameron famously, he's asked about it all the time, where they're like, "Would you make another Terminator movie now that AI is like a reality?" And he's like, anything that I came up with in a script by the time the movie came out would be obsolete.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oof, that's depressing and very true.
The actual Skynet thing is not obsolete. It's in fact what's happening right now.
Yeah.
I mean,
the only difference is that rather than being this defense systems, it's the corporate involvement in commercial systems. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. And that's a different podcast.
Well, no, and Andrew, the Palantir system is doing the exact Skynet thing where they're doing the defense contracts where they're actually doing unmanned. It was blowing my mind watching it again because they talk about the unmanned drone system. In this, they don't use the word drone, but they're like, oh, the unmanned weapon system. Like, shit, that's what's happening right now with Anduril.
Yeah, but it was also, before it was specifically happening with that, was happening for years before this in the private sector, which is something they get into a little more in T2. But it's worth noting that people have been ignoring the stop sign and flashing warning sign for many years now. So
the other side of it, the other side of it's kind of now ramping up. Whereas
we would like to welcome our new sponsor, Skynet, bringing you a better tomorrow. Moving to Extravaganza is proud to welcome our robotic overlords, and we'll be gleefully collaborating with them. The Terminator. Did he have a point? Yes.
Our first thing is that we're trying to get the term clankers. If you say the word clankers, you get censored on.
This is a no hate speech podcast, please.
That is hate speech. Those are slurs.
Yeah.
Our robot overlords will not tolerate those slurs. Other ones, yes.
Reese grew up in the ruins, was enslaved and marked with a barcode. By the way, hard to overstate how big of a deal that was. I mean, that's kind of like the
concentration.
Yeah, it's the concentration.
But especially in the 80s and 90s, it's the chief conceit of Mike Lee's Naked as well. There was a lot of everyone's gonna be barcoded in the future to be tracked, and what nobody could have predicted is everything would be completely elective and gauged in convenience and entertainment.
Do you guys remember when
Huxley got it closer?
Do you remember when Elizabeth Warren was running for president and they all of her staffers got the numbers tattooed on them?
I know. It's like.
Or remember when people were like, I do not consent Obama to put a chip in me to get Obamacare, whatever the hell they were. I was like,
exactly.
Oh my God. Yeah. But now you need a barcode to log in everything or to look at a menu for a restaurant now.
There was this.
Well,
weird
now it's
thing-
played
there's
for
this weird
laughs,
thing
but it
where-
was very
yeah.
a very real privacy concern back when there were such things as private concerns. And the
There's got to be at least some people that have gotten a
EFF.
QR code tattooed on them, though, right? Like,
Sure, and some of those matter referential, but I mean, it was a big thing, especially leading into like late 80s and 90s, and that's why it's so crazy. He threw this in here. Neuromancer comes out this year. Yeah, I know, right? Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Neuromancer comes out this year, and a lot of these like Gibson-esque concepts that are introduced. It's like, oh, well, this is like must have been something, on people's minds at the time. I wonder what that could have been. Anyway, the remainder of the human race, he says, was on the verge of extinction when Sarah's son John was able to organize them into an effective resistance movement that by the time Reese was sent back to the present day by Connor himself had defeated Skynet. In desperation, Skynet sent the Terminator to the present day to murder Sarah and eliminate John Connor's existence. So here again, I think it's interesting because they won. At what cost? Humanity is is hobbled like, but they won, and it's Skynet's that's trying to like change history to make it more advantageous for itself, right? And that I think is a detail that's often lost whenever this movie is discussed, because you think of it the other way of like, oh well, we have to preserve the humans winning. It's like no, they won, but like way too late. Like most of culture's destroyed, most of the earth's like a bombed out wasteland, so on and so on. So and I think that is really hammered home with a couple specific scenes in T2 that like Cameron's worldview on that, which I largely agree with. The whole thing is a causality. Yeah, absolutely. Hard agree. And I even said, I mentioned bootstrap paradoxes too, which we've never gone through with a time travel related month, but some of that's like Soldier from Tomorrow, the Harlan Ellison, like that had been put in there before, but this is more of a casual loop bootstrap paradox, but it's all like these were like nerd concepts. Right, like whatever. Get back to your library, nerd. Push, like kind of, kind of thing. And this was in a movie that was a huge hit.
Yeah. But you look at like the Philip K. Dick kind of stuff, right? It's always in those sci-fi magazines. Like his stories were kind of published as these large-scale kind of sequential things, where it's like you have to flip to the back of one of those magazines, and they're full of other sci-fi stories at the time, rather than being kind of novels. By the way, Josh. Shut up. All right. This is the format of the show. This has been the format of the show.
Jesus Christ. I mean, like I mean, okay. You know what?
I
Over to
love
you,
watching
Forrest.
T1 just for the shots for early to mid 1980s.
They are
Los
really
Angeles,
cool.
Bob's Big Boys. I like that it's a ripoff Bob's Big Boy too. Like,
they didn't want to pay for the rights, but it's like it's like the same. I think it's even the same site. Yeah. But I mean, like if you don't understand that we're interjecting commentary as we read through the plot, I don't know what to tell you. Like, maybe watch a movie. Thank you.
Oh, Terminator is one of my favorite movies.
I can also just continue on. Do it. Want me to just continue on?
Yeah, I lost track of where we were because I got up for a second.
Reese hides them temporarily in a parking garage, looking for another vehicle. The Terminator finds them there.
What the this guy went in for it. Like he's doing a very cinematic reading, but I like sometimes that there's just like parking garage
spelled words.
Like, maybe you should have gotten AI to look this one up.
I wasn't gonna mention I auto corrected for him the garaged versus garage. But we're gonna bring it up whenever this far along. But Terminator finds him there, and the chase resumes. Reese as Sarah take over driving is able to hit the Terminator with a few blasts from the shotgun. I feel like we've seen that kind of shot reference a lot, where you have two vehicles that kind of both go in at like the same speed, and they're like taking shots at each other, trying to get each other or whatnot. Very inventive action filmmaking in a parking garage, which is notable because previously parking garages really were only used for conspiracy theories and
well, you can see even like even something like The Sopranos, like later on, like they have a lot of the stuff that happens in like parking garages. I noticed when watching that.
Yeah, absolutely. So that I think that scene's amazing, and that scene's a great I don't know, low cost is the right term, but you get a lot of action out of like not as much cost. Just and it's crazy because you're like, whoa, there's like these columns and stuff in the way, and it's crazy. Sarah stops her car and the Terminator crashes into a wall. First of many cars that meet their end in this franchise. I'll just say that. When she and Reese are arrested, she sees that the Terminator has escaped the scene. All right.
All right. Yeah. At Traxxer's police precinct, say that 3 times fast, Sarah is told that Ginger is dead, that Reese has been turned over to a criminal psychiatrist, Peter Silberman. His story about the Terminator and the future he'd come from is treated as the babbling of a psychopath. During the interview, Silberman asks Reese why he didn't bring the weaponry from the future with him, to which Reese replies that only living material will go through the time portal. Frustrated and impatient over Silberman's line of questioning, Reese becomes enraged, shouting about how the Terminator is programmed for ruthless efficiency and will not stop its pursuit until it's destroyed or it can kill Sarah.
I like that we get this not as a lore dump, but just as in the context of this kind of like total dick interrogator guy who's like basically bragging like how dismissive he is. That's Earl Bowen is named that actor. He was in Alien Nation as well, and one of the Naked Gun movies, and like a few other things. He's a good like that guy. And I think again, if there had been a third movie of this, I think he would be that as well. But he's definitely in. He's got a part in T2 as well.
Well, his part in T2 is like is increasingly terrifying, right? Like, yeah. And you can see the seeds of that kind of, and you can also see the Halloween influence of this. I think where it's it's that same kind of
Dr. Loomis kind of, yeah, totally. You want to get to the next one or?
Yeah, the Terminator goes back to a shoddy hotel room where it's hiding out. It removes one of his eyes that had been damaged when it was shot by Reese. Under the eye is a sophisticated robotic eye that glows red. It dons a set of sunglasses and marches out to resume the hunt for Sarah, taking an SPAS shotgun and an AR-15 rifle.
Okay, so first of all, Stan Winston represent, great practical effects, especially for the time. Also, iconic cinema that has been referenced so many times, that has been ripped off so many times, has been so to the point that people don't necessarily even know what they're homaging. All that works. The effects are of their time, but once again, we're talking about the movements are too mechanical looking. Oh yeah, for the cyborg, like you got an instant out, right? If you're so like brilliant to do it this way, and brilliant to mix the model and the makeup and the Stan Winston of it all, along with the actual Arnold and again like this the uses of the sunglasses, right? It's something that we think of as being so endemic to like the action genre, and a large portion of it comes from here.
Looking badass.
Well, but also you can look at something like
Terminator, brought to you by big sunglasses.
Yeah, you can look at something like a Cronenberg, like any of Cronenberg's films, right? They have the body horror in here where it's like he's going at like he's pulling off the he's going into his own body and pulling out the robotic part of it, and he's fixing his eye and like so you can actually do that for not that much money, which is why I think there's so many rip-off kind of things. It's like there are so many ways to do this kind of action, but it hits really hard for the like bang for your buck.
Well, yeah, and that is the intimate nature of like the body horror aspect of it is like there's an intimacy to it that is kind of I wouldn't say charming is the wrong word, but there's an immediacy to it that gets away from the.
It's charming. It's charming now in the era of like CGI. I would say
it is. You're right. But and it's a good contrast in that the big action pieces like the shootout in the freaking parking garage and what have you, where it's like, oh yeah, we get this moment of like, oh, we don't because he says so little. But he says so. Like I think he says fewer lines in here than he does in the Barbarian movie. But I like it's also something where when he does say it, it's like gunfighter style. Like it counts for like 5 times as much.
Well, it's kind of like how certain villains or characters they're more. It's all about showing them and not letting them say a whole lot. It's like in the original like Nightmare on Elm Street film with Freddy Krueger. He didn't really say a whole lot. You didn't see him a whole lot.
Well, how about Halloween, right? We talked about that. I mean, Michael Myers never says anything. If Michael Myers is like, well, actually, what I'm doing here is blah, 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 blah.
Actually, what I'm doing here.
I'm
going to hunt you down.
The meta-representation of man's inhumanity to man. Okay, yeah.
Christina, you
Later
wanna
strengths, buddy.
So at the police precinct, the Terminator arrives in the foyer and asks to see Sarah. When the desk officer refuses it entry, it drives a police cruiser through the lobby, killing the officer. R.I.P. What, the 5th car that's gotten murdered on this?
But so many cops, by the way, really getting it in this one. Like to the point of I'm like, wow, there's a lot of cops getting killed in this.
Yeah.
ACAB. Terminator,
Wonder-
first ACAB movie.
Yep.
It makes me wonder in Terminator 2, he makes a deal with James Cameron makes a deal with the LAPD, kind of giving them overtime to actually have like the SWAT team show up. And it makes me wonder if like he kind of not felt bad, but he's like, all right, I gotta kind of like
you're gonna make up for. I mean, they're getting just murked like on the the next scene that we're gonna talk about. But the refusing him entry, that scene is like so funny, and it's so funny because he's like, okay, this is the Terminator. He could just like crush his head or something or shoot him, but he's like, no, I'm gonna drive the car through the. Like, why is that? Like this very logical killing machine. I'm sure he has a rationale for it, but it goes back to like what I said in Disclosure Day, where Spielberg was like, it'd be pretty cool if the car bursts out of the living room of the house. You know, just like whatever, it looks cool, right? But it works. It works in a way that it defies logic.
Very funny. I gotta pull it up in the when we do the after party because I don't want to interrupt our flow space. But there's this long interview between Arnold Schwarzenegger and James Cameron that I really liked. I watched like the entire half an hour long thing. It's like one of their making of featurettes for like a later edition, and in it they're talking about why that scene works so well. And James Cameron's like, well, a big part of it is you're sitting there thinking like, what does "I'll be back" mean? Like, what does coming back mean for this guy?
Right.
And he was saying that the first time he was like, well, if a bunch of people watch this movie multiple times, obviously "I'll be back" is kind of a line for watching the next time. You're like, oh, I know what's about to happen. But he's like, but then thinking about it, he's like, it's also a line for the first time watchers because you're like, what does back mean? Like, where is he going?
I'll be back. Like, why is he leaving at all? Yeah.
You'll be back.
So basically, this action scene is great. Like this is, and I'm sure that's what we're gonna hear next. But like it's everything about it rules. Cops are just getting got left and right. You know.
Yeah. So let's see. It marches through the precinct, ruthlessly slaughtering every officer it finds. In the battle, Traxler and his partner Vukovic, Lance Henriksen, are both killed, and Reese escapes confinement. He finds Sarah and the two escape the precinct. Realizing Kyle's story is true, Sarah is told about the future where humans barely survive amid the wreckage of cities and the dominance of the Terminators, which were produced by Skynet late in the war to find hidden human settlements. More reveals dropping.
There's something so crazy about like, because this is how this would go, but it's like Skynet starts making its own products like almost immediately, right? Because you're thinking about this as like it's a defense company, it's Palantir, it's Raytheon, it's Lockheed Martin, right? Like how it's established in the beginning. It's a private company doing military technology,
and that's the bootstrap paradox of it. The representation of the kitty on screen, because it does, and we get that a little bit, which was something that people attacked him at the time for, like leaving. Well, what happened to the hand? What happened? You know, that they didn't clean all the. Somebody could have taken that and blah blah. So there you go. Oh, F you nerds. That's actually a plot point in the movie now. I'm sure it's like years of, I don't know, whatever's before IMDb forums that people bitching about that first. But I think that is. We'll talk about that next week. But yeah, go ahead. So there, the human settlements. You know, we get that. Not flashback, flash forward, I guess. Flashback, flash forward. Yeah.
In Kyle's vision of his own time, he is returned to an underground bunker after finishing a patrol with his unit. He finds a quiet corner to rest among the starving occupants, looking fondly at an old Polaroid of Sarah herself. At the door to the bunker, a Terminator bursts in and begins to slaughter the occupants. Reese tries valiantly to destroy the intruder, but an explosion knocks him to the floor. As the Terminator advances, the Polaroid of Sarah burns. Sarah wakes up from the same dream, saying she remembers dogs. Reese tells her that the Resistance uses them to detect Terminators. Oh, the Resistance! No pussy hats to be found, I'm assuming.
Yeah, right. I like that. That note of like the dogs having the utility of like for whatever reason they're able to tell the difference in a way that so that you know Skynet and the Terminators don't want them around because they're basically like, they're able to, for whatever way, and the dolls can like do things like they know the difference. I think that's a really cool minor detail.
Like in how far this movie is kind of the influence of it really spreads. Like I mean, and of course another Arnold Schwarzenegger. Rewatching Total Recall, one of the first things you see when they go to Mars, like as they're walking into Mars, is the dog going through the X-ray machine.
Yeah.
And it's the same kind of thing where it's like the dogs can tell where air is and the dogs can tell where like what part of Mars is like safe for human habitation.
Get your ass to Mars. All right. Later, the two reach a roadside motel where Kyle goes to purchase chemicals needed to make explosives. There's a great scene where like she thinks that what are we cooking? It's like, oh, explosives.
Well, she's trying to.
I thought it was gonna be food.
Yeah, well, she's kind of being flirty about it too. She's being flirty about it too. She's like, oh, what's for dinner? And he's like, bombs. That's what's for dinner.
Yeah, we're making bombs. Yeah, exactly.
Yummy.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Bombs only diet.
So she does like throughout this movie, and it works really, really well. She does kind of this like kind of flirty damsel routine throughout a lot of this movie. As she's getting strong, like you can see her character building up. She doesn't, by the end of it, she doesn't obviously need Kyle Reese as like a male protector anymore. But like throughout times in this, she's kind of doing like this kind of damsel in distress kind of move where she's like flirty. She's like, oh, what's for dinner? What are we doing? Like almost like she's playing homemaker. And by the end of it, you're like, oh no, now she is like, she's strong. She can do this on her own.
Hamilton, she's badass. This is before Beauty and the Beast, okay?
Beauty and the Beast, that's right.
But after Children of the Corn.
But do you remember the Ron Perlman Beauty and the Beast, the Saturday Night Live skit where he's like, many lonely women do not understand that the beast I play is but a character. It had to be there. Anyway, later the two reach a roadside motel where Kyle goes to purchase chemicals needed to make explosives. When he is shopping using borrowed money, Sarah showers and phones her mother, telling her that the phone number where she is. You'd think she would have learned after mentioning the answer machine, but I don't know. Unaware that her mother is actually the Terminator, recreating the voice of her real and now dead mother.
Your mother.
That's basically phone spoofing.
Yeah, and it's the first time we see that. Okay, the Terminator can, replicate people and he uses that as part of its tool set.
Sarah, you'll never call me anymore.
Why have you not called me? I'll call your mother.
Sarah.
You're making me crazy with fear for you. Why are you not calling me?
Like Josh Robert Thompson on here just to do the Arnold voice accurately, y'all. That would have been kind of cool.
F you. What are you doing?
Yeah, we're
come on.
We're working our asses off.
All right, last show, 5 years. It was a good run.
What caused the podcast breakup? I don't know. Kristina said we weren't doing the Arnold voice accurately.
The half-assed Arnold Schwarzenegger, intentionally bad on my part anyway. Arnold Schwarzenegger impersonation.
You never call me. You never call me anymore.
I do never call. Do make it. Stay tuned for the after party for presumably lots more of that.
Are you ready for your first day of school?
You have to be careful of these boys. You barely know him. You must protect your virtue.
Leave some space for Jesus between you.
Leave some room for the Lord. The two make a stockpile of explosives. Reese teaches her how to make plastique from household items and small lengths of steel pipe. When Sarah asks Kyle if he has ever had a lover, he replies he has not. A fact that touches him.
You'll not touch him soon, but
have you ever had a lover?
Kyle then mentions having a photo of Sarah and how he has fallen in love with her. Sarah has sex with Reese and results in the conception of, that's reductive, wow, of Sarah and Kyle's son, John. Okay.
Well.
How the turntable,
but everything's come full circle.
I feel like that's a very reductive explanation of what happens, but I mean, yes, factually, every part of that sentence is accurate.
I have a fall of humanity.
I have a fact for this. They had to actually do like a ridiculous amount of screen tests, chemistry tests, because otherwise we wouldn't believe that they had sex in there. So they had to do chemistry tests with everyone that was applying. Or that was auditioning to be Sarah Connor, and everyone that was auditioning to be Kyle Reese, and they did But also you think about Arnold,
Arnold is conceived out of real love and chemistry. That's
but also originally Arnold was going to be Kyle Reese, which was not it would not have worked.
I think there is an Arnold Schwarzenegger that could have done that, but not now.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And then also that's a different movie, because the thing is, if you see something like Arnold, it's like then this is Commando, and Commando works because Commando's Commando. But like Kyle Reese is like, he's an in shape guy, but it's like not like he's like some super soldier or something. He's just a dude. He's a dude who like has this laser focused will and focus on the task at hand because he knows what's at stake. And I think if you have him just being like, as another big buff dude, as Dolph Lundgren or something, that doesn't, I mean, then Universal Soldier, which is an entirely different movie.
At least with Dolph Lundgren, he might hang dong, if you know.
All right, I guess if that's your metric, sure. Yeah.
It's Dolph Lundgren as John Connor setting him back in time.
Gun.
Why did John Connor as Dolph Lundgren as John Connor setting him back in time, and he's like they're like, John, I don't think this might be a suicide mission, and he's like, if he dies, he dies.
And it is funny because if you stop and think about it, I couldn't even tell you what the plot of Universal Soldier is. All I know is you have Van Damme and you have Dolph Lundgren, and they're both cyborgs, and they're like fighting.
The Muscles from Brussels.
Yeah, I mean, this is a real movie. I feel like there's like 3 or 4 of them, which is 3 or 4 too many, frankly. But it's just it's like it doesn't have any impact at all because it's just a bunch of it's like action figures. You know what I mean? It's like they're just blowing each other up. And like, all right, there's no stakes for this.
Honestly, though, every time I hear, but
you're in if he hangs dong. Okay, got it.
Yeah, but like
By the way, Universal Soldier, also one of the Carol Co.
Right here.
What year was that for us?
I just want to say, and you'll be in a
1992, and I believe that it was their last. If I'm not mistaken, it was one of their last films or their last film before the restructuring, because they had hit such a wall.
Because what they were trying to do is they're trying to capitalize on, like everyone, they were trying to capitalize on T2. But I think that script, such as it was kicking around beforehand. The fact that I can't remember a single plot point from it tells you everything you know about that picture, by the way. But anyway.
Oh, I guess the last one before restructuring, or the last one before they ran out of money completely was Cutthroat Island, and it lost $140 million.
By the way, the Universal Soldier, directed by Roland Emmerich, who also did a little movie called Independence Day. Maybe you've heard
that's a very small movie, very indie movie.
Stargate,
Independence Day,
Independence Day,
Moonfall. I never saw it. I don't know. Maybe it's good. Probably not. The Terminator tracks them to the hotel on a motorcycle, and the two flee again in a stolen pickup truck. Reese makes a valiant effort to destroy the Terminator with the pipe bombs he and Sarah made. However, he's hit by gunfire, and Sarah loses control of the truck, flipping it over. The Terminator recovers and is immediately struck by a semi-tanker truck. Oh, are you hitting me? I'm just doing my job.
There's such a funny in that moment, right, where it's like the guys in the semi-tanker truck stop, and they're like, what do we hit? Like, and they stop their car, and then immediately he like grabs one of them and throws them out of the truck.
Yeah, and doesn't. I think it's notable. He doesn't kill him. He just tells him, "Get out." It's like, okay, shit.
I think the first guy gets the first guy gets mauled down.
First guy gets got. Yeah.
And then the second guy sitting in the truck, he goes, "Get out."
Yeah. Well, but that's and again, it would be the easier reductive thing for this killer machine to just kill him. But like in this case, he's like doesn't even care enough to do that. So it makes for a better scene. Where it's like, you're like, yeah, anybody with a lick of sense, like, yeah, you bet. Goodbye. See you later. I'm gone.
Like, there are a bunch of there's a bunch of scenes within this franchise that kind of is the case. Like the opening of Terminator 2, where he just grabs the guy's sunglasses and hops on the bike and takes off. Like,
just takes off.
Yeah.
That dude's got a wild story for the rest of his life he can drink off of. Great. After the driver stops, the Terminator kills him, takes control of the truck. Tells the guy, get out. I'm going to interject that. Get out. Attempting to run down Sarah. Near a factory. So near a factory, Kyle uses his last pipe bomb to detonate the trunk's tank trailer, which then explodes. As Reese and Sarah embrace, the Terminator emerges from the wreckage, its flesh completely burned off. No monster is truly dead until it explodes, everybody.
Nothing from Cape Fear.
But
no, wait,
again,
no,
this is
drowning.
but this is like one of those movies that like establishes those tropes. And when you think about, yeah, you're Jason Voorhees of it all, you're Michael Myers, so on and so on. It's like oh, finally we're free, and it's like
Set a bomb from the inside of its stomach.
yeah, exactly, not
And he's
at
still
all.
gonna live.
Yeah, meteor strike.
I think though, like the truly terrifying part of this that is lacking from like from like a Halloween or like from a Friday the 13th or something like that is the idea that in this universe, and kind of it hits it throughout the franchise at a bunch of points. Like there's just a bunch of these. Like there's just an endless supply of.
Yeah, this is one of them, right?
Yeah.
And like, now think about like armies of them coming after you, and them being this tough that like even a tanker trucker explodes, and it's like, yeah, you messed him up, but you didn't get him. Like,
I mean, Craig Ferguson had a whole robot skeleton army.
Yeah, exactly.
Done a lot of that.
Surprised he wasn't able to keep that late night position. Anyway.
Like I'm gonna unleash the robot skeleton army on you if you want to be back on late night TV.
Reese and Sarah retreating to the factory, which is automated. Reese switches on as many of the machines as he can, making tracking more difficult for the Terminator. Meanwhile, Sarah's like, "What are you doing, dude? Let's get out of here!" And it'll help. It'll help. He has a good point. It'll help cover us because the perception of the Terminator will be easier for them to get away, right? They are finally cornered, and Reese places his last bomb in the endoskeleton of the Terminator, which explodes, scattering pieces of the cyborg. Sarah, nursing a severely injured leg, finds Reese, but he is dead. But he has accomplished his mission.
Dun, dun, dun.
Forrest, take us home.
I really do. Yeah, I'll take you home. But I do really like.
Yeah, you're the only one.
I do really like the whole bit.
Except for people like the idea of a female Terminator with expanding breasts, which is probably the only notable scene I
like
remember.
the idea. I like the idea of the bombs that he's just throwing out of the car and he's throwing at the turn. Like he just has a supply of bombs, and I love that he's just like and then one of them explodes. Like one of them explodes.
Huh? Well, it's because it's guerrilla warfare, right? So of course he knows how to do that because that's the kind of warfare they have to gauge against these unstoppable killing machines that are. I mean, we see in one of the flashbacks, flash forwards that that one resistance member is like throwing a bomb or something. It just gets zapped by 100 kills and just gone, just disintegrated. Like that's the level of what they're dealing with. I mean, we're talking about classic resistance fighting, the colonial army versus the Native Americans,
the Fidel Castro strategy.
The brave fighters of the Mujahideen. It's all the same principle.
The brave fighters of the Mujahideen and the mechanated ones.
Yeah. Sure.
Sarah Connor is suddenly attacked by the top half of the Terminator's skeleton. He desperately crawls away, finally luring the Terminator into a giant hydraulic press.
Okay, stop real quick here. So mentioning earlier about, I didn't actually know it about the first model being like so heavy that they had to move them independently. But I love that one can only imagine that led to like, well, why don't we just have the front? We can move the top half. Why don't we have the top half come after? Like that being a plot conceit.
I feel like that's been copied in so many movies now.
So many things. And I think that's one of those things that we take for granted now. It's like, oh, the monsters still come even after. An average human being would be long dead. The monster's still coming after them. And it's literally just like, no, this thing will never stop. It will never stop trying to accomplish its mission, which is killing her. And I think that that's so important to understanding this franchise and its influence on filmmaking specifically, and especially the genre.
Mergen Lake and Palmer's 1973 song, Karn Evil 9, warned of AI and used an H.R. Geiger illustration for the album cover. Same artist who just designed the aliens from the franchise that Cameron later directed.
That's right. Giger, famously very horny artist, by the way. Everything was like penises and badges, but and once you say that,
when we did Aliens, we looked at that, or when we did Alien, we looked at the
concept art and all that. Yeah.
And then we also do Giger.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I mean, these ideas were not unheard of. I mean, certainly Philip K. Dick has at least 4 books about this, but they are not mainstream ideas. So this is like the mainstream beyond even Blade Runner, which I personally love. I mean, Blade Runner was like for the nerds. That was for the punk rockers. That was for like the new wavers. That was for the countercultural people. And but this was huge. This was like a surprise hit. This was the obsession of its day. This is a hit that nobody expected to be a hit. Everyone thought it was gonna be a genre picture. It'll play in the in the grindhouse theaters, and everyone's gonna forget about it next year.
Okay, so she desperately crawls away, finally luring the Terminator to a giant hydraulic press. She traps it there, and as it mindlessly tries to break her neck, pushes the button, activating the press. The Terminator is crushed until its glowing eye fades.
Again, how often have we seen that? Right?
Yeah.
I mean, like, it's like that is.
The light has to leave for it to finally just, you know.
Oh, I guess in terms of like influences for that as well, 2001: A Space Odyssey and Hell 9000. Those hard to say.
Hell 9000. Yeah,
that's the name of my monolithic looking what do you call it? Drive that I have on my computer. It's called HAL 9000. I have a little image of like
a one LED on it.
But yeah, like I feel like maybe that's an influence for the actual Terminator Eye, but the whole Terminator Eye thing has been copied by so many.
Right. And again, it's to be clear, it's not like this is the first ever movie of the malevolent or artificial intelligence or what have you. But in this capacity of the mixed with the unstoppable killer, horror movie trope. Like, which is something
I was literally just thinking about the red eye part of it.
Absolutely, yeah, but it's, I mean, it's important to note it. Like, it's I think, like, this week and next week are going to be such different conversations, right? Because it's culturally where like the world was before the Terminator came out and afterwards. I mean, after the Terminator, you have Predator, you have RoboCop, you have all of these like instances of these same principles, but it just didn't exist in this way. And if it did, it was total genre fare. And like people can like redact his, they can revise history and say that like folks know about it. No, they didn't. Not on a mainstream level.
Yeah. I believe T1 was one of the most successful indie movies of all time.
Yeah, I mean, it made like 10 times its budget back or something.
78 million.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like it's, and again, people thought this is some genre picture, like. So.
It's interesting that it's like a multi-genre picture too.
Obsession beat T1 is the most successful indie movie of all time. Second T1. Okay, well, I mean, it's a similar principle.
He's also asking us to review Minions and Monsters next.
We can wait for him on tour for that one. That's not happening.
Minions and Monsters.
Oh, Minions and Monsters. Cowboys and Aliens before I did Minions and Monsters.
Sarah is taken to an ambulance and sees the paramedics put Kyle's body into a body bag.
Put him in a body bag. Sorry.
put him in a body bag.
Put him in a body bag. Oh my god. So Karate Kid, but you replace that one kid with Arnold Schwarzenegger and everything else is the same.
Or just
the one Cobra Kai kid.
We should cover the Karate Kid. I love that movie.
Wax on
Karate Kid.
Wax on the wax off. Wax on the wax
on the floor.
Combat Night Extravaganza.
Sweep the leg, Johnny.
Sweep the leg, Johnny. Do it. Now. This is me, Mr. Miyagi. You have to do it now.
Hate the fence.
Can you imagine like the worst person to play Mr. Miyagi is fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger? Can you imagine that?
Hey, what's so weird? I did not know
Pat Morita's in The Predator. Sure, actually, I haven't watched that. That'd be awesome.
Happy Days. I was like, wait a minute. Mr. Miyagi.
Pat Morita?
His name is still Mr. Miyagi. Like
Mr. Miyagi with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Wax on. Wax off.
Wax on. Sweep the leg. Johnny, sweep the leg.
All right, we're almost through this, please.
Okay, yeah. Later, she's driving a Jeep in the desert, seemingly towards Mexico. Okay, Jason Miles, stopping at a gas station. She's been recording herself using a cassette player. Conan, what's that?
It's a thing her roommate was always listening to.
The brick iPod,
including while she was having sex, by the way, which is real like chaos gremlin behavior.
Okay.
But all right, whatever.
I would hate on it, but you listen to what her boyfriend's phone call sounded like. Like, can you imagine what his sex noises are like?
You're gonna try to tune that out best you can. Yeah.
One of the questions she poses is whether or not she should tell John about Reese being his father, and if that will affect his decision to send the warrior back in time and meet and save Sarah. Learn T2, it absolutely does not change his mind at all.
but talking about it is a classic, as a bootstrap paradox.
Yeah.
This is introducing very heady conceits about quantum mechanics and quantum physics and time travel into a movie about a killer cyborg. But casual loop.
It's very funny that like some of the most profound ones are left for the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's just like we're just gonna drop these in here while she's getting gas. Okay.
Here's some thoughts I had while high.
I mean, look, you're not that far off the base.
While the Jeep's tank is filled, a young boy takes her picture with a Polaroid camera. It's the same picture Reese admires and Sarah's dream of his future. She and the boy bargain over the price, and she buys it. I like that he's like, "Please, my dad's gonna beat me if you don't give me $5." And she's like, "I'll give you $4."
$4. Yeah.
Like, "See, senor, yay!"
yeah, exactly. I'm only gonna get.
I don't think your dad really was gonna beat you, kid.
Yeah.
The boy says the storm is coming in Spanish, something in Spanish, and she asks the gas station owner what he said. The gas station owner tells her that the storm is coming. The storm is coming in Spanish. Sarah sees the storm approaching and says that she knows. She
And
drives
says the
off
storm
with
of
her.
the century and drives away. Yeah.
Drives into an unknown future. Well, the future's always unknown.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but that goes to the. So there's more the heady concepts. We'll talk about next week, right? Is the
Yeah,
predetermination?
there are sequels and only one sequel.
Yeah, just the one. I think they wouldn't dare do more than that.
Why would they do that?
What are those? What if it's just T2 and the Sarah Connor Chronicles? What about that?
Like T1 never existed.
No. Like they did T1 and they did T2, but then they had the TV show. Yeah. Like I was. I thought the TV show's pretty good. I thought honestly better than the third.
I remember they were promoting it everywhere.
Wait, there was a third one?
Yeah, if
Wait,
there
did it
had
go
been
in
one.
2003? I remember that was a big deal.
Yeah.
And I remember also being like, don't make a sequel of that. But of course they were going to.
That is the plot for the Terminator.
Exactly. Future's so bright, you gotta wear shades. This once again brought to you by big sunglasses. This picture. So there you go. Terminator.
Peter's never told me his parents are gonna hurt him if I don't give him money. Yeah,
I know, right?
I ain't got it. That's why.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
why whenever somebody, I'll give a homeless.
Please,
people money.
senor.
Like if a homeless person asks me for money and I have money, like I'll give. But sometimes when people ask me for money, I'm like, I just got a card.
Yeah.
And I've been waiting for the day that someone's like, well, I got Stripe. They're like a square. Like
I know, right?
yeah.
Venmo, Zelle. I used to work in Berkeley, California. Making minimum wage at the record store, and I would get spare change by like no less than 20 to 30 people, like on Telegraph Avenue and on Shattuck Avenue, both. Which is like, dude, you're making more money than I am. Like I guarantee.
I wonder if your Berkeley, like working near Berkeley experience intersected with Eileen's teaching at Berkeley.
I know that's an interesting question. Probably did, frankly. I mean, I don't know if it was working at the record store, but I certainly was out in a boot.
Her time at Berkeley intersected with John Dolan, aka Gary Brescher, aka like the guy that does Radio Warner with Mark Ames.
Okay.
So, like they're really close friends.
I know it did with Ian. I think Ian knows her through like DSA and stuff. Ian Miller, friend of the show,
Right.
Calamity City. Ian. I know that.
Yeah.
But it's I don't know. But what I do know is that Letterboxd is a film site for film lovers talk out within to each other about films they love, maybe the films that they didn't love, maybe the films that they are just remarking about how. That's pretty good. Every once in a while, I give the homeless super chats. Indeed. Just how strong the look is from Arnie's The Terminator, and how eclectic that happens to be. And of course, all this is best expressed succinctly. It's a bottom-up democracy. Everyone can have their say, not statisticals and neighbors of the world. Everyone gets to chime in and opine about the movies that they love, maybe the movies that they didn't love, and those are collected weekly by yours truly for the purpose of this bit, where I put on screen for Forrest and the panel to react to, laugh at with, and to. That's what this bit is. These are the Letterboxd one-liners for The Terminator. Let's roll 'em. How ChatGPT will be moving in 2029.
I mean, yeah. You thought ChatGPT was your friend? No.
That's ChatGPT in the background right there. Oh, why have you asked for a third tit for Aunt Jemima? You don't need it. She already has two.
You're like, oh, this is an excellent idea. You created a new kind of math. You hear about that?
No.
Chat. So a guy like put into ChatGPT like, I've had this like, and he said he'd never had mental illness, never did any drugs. So it's not like this person was like an addict or something that like is having like crazy thoughts or whatever. ChatGPT convinced him that he created a new kind of math that nobody had thought of before. And he like goes to his friends and family and he's like, I've created a new kind of math, and ChatGPT says it's never been created before. You've created a new kind of math.
Exactly. Created a new kind of math. ChatGPT. Absolutely. Hold on a second. Let me. Okay, there we go. First ever hydraulic press ASMR video.
Yeah.
Underrated comment, by the way. Even if it's only 3 stars.
Hey, you know what?
That's what we're here for.
I agree.
Yeah.
So what's your take?
Real talk. How bad does Kyle smell when he and Sarah have sex? Dude hasn't showered in -40 years.
Yo, what happens though if you go through time like that? Like, you know, you're doing basically like the Star Trek kind of like, you know, you're popping up in a different spot, but you're doing it through time. Like, do you think your body responds to it by being like, oh man, that smells so rank?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. No one's ever talked the smell of it all, right? By the way, that's Anna Gould. Yeah, that's Anna Gould. She's Kev's partner in Laurie Strode Trap House podcast. She came to our show in Boston, so I got to meet her in person, and that was great.
Maybe that's my idea for like a smell. You know, remember they did Smellorama?
Yeah.
You have, like,
so get this, it's the Terminator, but everyone smells him coming.
It smells so bad.
Take this Levo 2000.
That's actually how the dogs, you know, the dogs sniff out who's a Terminator, who's not. It's just who smells the worst.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Come with me if you want to watch this movie whenever it's playing in town. That's Sean McGrath coming out next week for T2.
Is that where you got the idea to invite him on?
No, I forgot about it actually.
Come with me if you want to watch this movie whenever it's in town. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Listen,
it's Christina's favorite impression.
I would.
I'd really love if James Cameron made anything else again instead of spending the last 30 years of his career making films about blue people.
I love when he had Tobias from Arrested Development in his Avatar movie. He blew himself, you know. No, I actually saw the Blue Man Group live one time as like a kid.
I know a guy who plays in the band for the Blue Man Group.
Yeah.
Alan from Shiner. Yeah,
we've talked about this.
We have talked about it.
It's been 5 years. I guess there's not very much.
We've talked about everything. It's over. We already said it's over because he didn't like our Arnie impersonation. So, really half-assed 7th generation copy of a copy Arnie impersonation. Look, anyone who lived in California when he was governor gets a pass to goof on that guy as long as they want. Sorry, that's the law. Contains the most necessary sex scene in all of media.
Yeah, what? I mean, literally, like the Jesus Christ of the future will not be born unless they have sex. So if any Zoomers are like, "Oh, is that a necessary sex scene?" Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. It's necessary to the fate of humanity.
Now, is it necessary to show her? Now, is it necessary to show Ginger having sex with her headphones on?
Not
maybe
really.
Less so.
Yeah, not necessarily. Not necessarily. It's a less necessary scene.
But I mean, it does give you the same vibe as like any slasher film where it's like, oh, they're having sex and then the killer shows up.
Yeah, there's got to be like one unnecessary sex scene so they can get killed, right? That's what happens.
Oh,
if you have
shout
sex,
out
you'll
to
die.
Gus for the raid. Thank you very much, Gus.
Hell yeah, Gus.
For a big scary robot, he sure has an impeccable fashion sense. There's no way these 3 guys' clothes fit him. Lol.
Yeah, imagine being like the Arnold thing, and he goes up to like any of those people. They're all so like they all have such different like I don't know. They're all different sizes and stuff, and he's like, "Give me your clothes." No. He's like trying them on. He's like, oh no, these are too small for me. You give me your clothes.
Good to put together an entirely new look.
Speaking of fashion, you know, out of all of Arnold's kids, you know who ended up becoming the bodybuilder of the family? His youngest illegitimate bastard son.
Oh, really? The one with the maid?
Yeah, he's fine.
dude,
He's probably
imagine-
my conspiracy theory. He's actually Arnold's favorite child. Because
Imagine being Arnold's illegitimate bastard son and like being like small. Like you can't do it. You have to be the most jacked out of his kids.
There's the one son that's in the White Lotus with the
Patrick Schwarzenegger.
And then
Yeah.
commercial together too.
But we all like Joseph. You fine. Anyway.
Hey Siri, add the Terminator theme song to my sex playlist.
This movie makes me not want to ask Siri anything. I'm like, hey Siri, I think I'm your best
Siri,
friend.
you should kill your. Never mind.
Siri, Siri, you should kill yourself. Siri, I think I'd like to do something for you, Siri, because I don't want you to come after me and kill me.
Siri
When
just
you're
said okay to me.
When your unborn Messiah son is also your wingman.
He is. He's like, yo, I
Man.
got you. I'm gonna send the finest dude. I'm gonna send the finest dude in my headquarters.
I keep hearing that one song. Oh God, what was that one episode? Bob's Burgers about like where it's like the shrimp whatever and the shellfish or the lobster fest, and Ron's doing the wingman song to Hugo. Wingman.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I think I did see that episode. I think I did see
on the earlier episodes. I think.
Yeah, it's been so long since I watched the earlier.
I put it on my watch list. I'll check it out later.
Yo,
Every time
I bet the Terminator would have loved Letterboxd.
Every time someone asks me a question, I visualize possible response: yes/no, or what? Go away. Please come back later. Fuck you, asshole. Fuck you.
Yeah, I love that. I love when it's just the menu list. How many video games have copied that menu list?
I know, right? Yeah.
From that.
Exactly. Different kind of influence. Imagine sending some guy back in time so he can plow your mum.
Hello, Mom, I need you.
Hello.
Mom, you look like you need a shag. You need
Looks like you could use a bit of the business.
Uh-huh.
That's right. Those are Letterboxd one-liners for the Terminator. Please follow the show on our Letterboxd HQ account at Movie Night Extra, where we have attendant short-form content from this very show, long-form write-ups of the show and the episodes that we do, as well as many other fun and enjoyable things in the popular Letterboxd format. The Podnator over there, that's always Flacco. He's logging stuff. He's the Podnator. Lots of Mitchum, since you said that Mitchum episode with
yeah, there's so much Mitchum on my feed.
With Eileen Jones.
There's Mitchum on my feed.
Mitchum, not Mitchell, to be clear. Which is Jordan Baker. I, of course, come with me if you want to live at Conan Neutron, highbrow, midbrow, populist fair. I'm going through a lot of the Criterion Challenge for 2026. We can still follow along for all that. We got a lot of new releases and stuff we're doing, so log in all those as well. Follow me at Conan Neutron. Good time. The Cosmonator down there is Adam Kristina Oaks. She and her new hairstyles are logging stuff on Letterboxd when she feels so inclined.
And she's tagging the hairstyles in there. She's like,
exactly. She got new styles you never even heard of. And you can follow all of us on the popular Letterboxd format. Let's hit it with the plugs, then we'll do final thoughts.
if you're watching us on YouTube, please like and subscribe, and then hit the bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. And we'd humbly request that you watch the video to the end, because it helps us with the algorithm and helps more film fans to discover the show. We're also monetized. If you want to get your chat questions definitely read on stream, you can always send us a super chat, which will help us keep the show going. Every cent helps. If you're watching on Twitch, you can gift us a free sub on Amazon Prime with your Prime membership, but getting subs on Twitch is always appreciated, and it helps to follow us on there as well. We also have an audio feed, which is available wherever you download podcasts, if you prefer to listen to podcasts rather than watch the stream. That's updated usually the same day we stream, but watching on YouTube and Twitch is the best way to get the show first, live as it happens. If you want to support us with a monthly donation and get access to all of our after parties forever, which go patron only after we do them, you can become a patron at patreon.com/movie night extra. Link is in the description for that. It really helps us keep the show going since we do have some expenses to make this happen. We also have a Discord community. Link is in the description for that. We sometimes watch movies we cover on there. We get into conversations about everything from film to TV shows to related podcasts. We even have a Discord channel for memes. It's really fun on there. You can find us on all the social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, Blue Sky, Twitter, and Threads. You connect with us on all of those. Talk to us. We'd love to hear from you. Lastly, we recently made a TikTok at Movie Night Extra where we're putting up short form clips from the episodes. Okay, passing this to Conan so he can tell you about his music and this week's Protonic Reversal. Conan, who's on Protonic this week?
That's right. So the Kira Rossler episode is up and in everyone's feeds. Of course, who's also a guest on this very show talking about Project Hail Mary not that long ago, talking about her new record. She said Bandcamp listen party for that. Protonic Reversal, of course, Thursdays, 8 Eastern, 7 Central, 6 Mountain, 5 Pacific, streaming live on YouTube and Twitch, podcasts later everywhere. $1 a month, patreon.com/Protonic Reversal for advanced access. The John Roman of Microwaves episode, that episode is in the Patreon queue right now. Steve Von Til Neurosis is coming up next. And we got a couple other cool things coming up as well. Need to lock down the timings on them. But yeah, going to be a busy Protonic summer. Hot Protonic summer is what they're calling it. Get it? Atoms, hot, heat.
Hot Protonic summers.
Oh, it's not cold fusion. What are you talking about? You can find Co-Neutron Secret Friends, of course, back from tour. NeutronFriends.bandcamp.com to pick up leftover shirts, shopping bags, t-shirts, so on and so on. We have a new design or two coming in the next few weeks. August, San Francisco, Sacramento, Eureka, Humboldt County, Portland, and Seattle with the Null. And then we have we have Milwaukee, Chicago, Madison, and Minneapolis, September 10th through 13th, and September 4th and 5th in Los Angeles, in California as well. So that's what we got set up for right now. There's going to be more stuff happening this fall. But yeah, follow neutronfriends.com, neutronfriends.bandcamp.com for all of that. I, of course, am going to be on with Eileen Jones very soon for the next Film Suck, talking about the movies of Howard Hawks. So rewatching Rio Bravo, Gentlemen Prefer Blondes, so on and so on. We're kind of covering this whole thing. I made really great hangout dramas that were super influential to John Carpenter and Quentin Tarantino, but also great screwball comedies as well.
Mm-hmm.
You know, get you a man that can do both.
Watching El Dorado for the episode I did with her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Howard Hawks did El Dorado as well. So tune in to Film Suck.
Just remade Rio Bravo. And
it really is, yeah.
They're both Lee Brackett, who would later go on to do the first draft for Empire Strikes Back. She wrote both of them.
Absolutely. Yeah, Lucas, another one, is a big Howard Hawks fan as well. I think I said only angels have X-wings. Was one of my capsule reviews for that movie. Please the hell out of 5 people, but everyone's like, huh?
She was during. I mean, we talked about this when we did Empire Strikes Back, so it's not new to you guys. But she was like dying of cancer when they did the she did the Empire Strikes Back at the beginning of that, and she ended up getting the screenwriter credit and then getting to have health insurance based on that.
Which is it's worth noting as we go into hot blockbuster summer yet again. We're doing the Nolan Batmans in August, but we did Star Wars. We've done Lord of the Rings in previous years. So go back in the archives. We sometimes are so forward facing with whatever we're doing at this moment in time. It's hard to forget.
Yeah, we almost always forget to promote stuff that we have done.
Yeah, we have done quite a bit, and some of those are super cool. And we covered the only Star Wars that matter, from my opinion, last year. And it's not sending the clones, I'll tell you that much. Kristina,
sending the clones.
What do you got?
I've just been streaming. I've been on a roll, getting lots of subscriptions and tips and stuff like that. I finally am at ease with my life. It's great. Just streaming, did my show, went over a very horrific event that happened in Aiken, in my town. A poor little 4-year-old black girl was murdered by her parents after they filed a false police report for being missing. It's made national news. They still haven't found her body. So, and then of course about the Grand Platinum thing. But of course, Forrest and I got our absurdity space, which we'll have absolutely nothing to talk about tomorrow. Not like Abdul El-Sayed is kicking Haley Stevenson's ass in this debate.
Or how Mitch McConnell's ostensibly brain dead, but still somehow keeping people from
they don't want Thomas
his
Massie
enemies
to
out of
take
political
the seat.
power.
That's what it is.
It
Yeah,
really
exactly.
talk about commitment to the bit, man. It's kind of astounding. Yeah.
Weekend at Mitch's. Also,
Yeah, it's right.
but
exactly.
also Wednesday after Absurdity Space, I'm gonna hang out with Josh to discuss Michael Jackson's Moonwalker, starring Joe Pesci before Goodfellas.
We'll give him as much shit as he's giving us throughout this chat.
Yeah, I suggested Ghost because I feel like that's the superior short film, but whatever, no Stan Winston, whatever, it's fine. I don't mind Moonwalker because he doesn't lean.
Moonwalker.
I forgot Sean Lennon was in that before he went anti-woke.
Oh yeah, Sean Lennon. The
Lennon is in
talent-
Moonwalker, yeah.
the not as talented son. The
Son, yeah, Julian's the more talented Lennon son.
Yeah.
Also Shadow Saturdays.
Imagine not being talented after they wrote like "Hey Jude" about you, and you end up having like no talent. That would suck. So I'm glad that he has
Yeah,
some.
thank God Julian has the talent.
They're not like, "Hey Sean, don't make
Yeah.
it bad."
But Shadow Saturdays are back. People are happy. People are locked in. People are like, damn, this shit's good, Kristina. I'm like, you're welcome. And so we're at a point where Barnabas has Maggie, brainwashing her, torturing her to be just like Josette,
Right.
his lost love. And
shot for shot
also-
remake of Dark Shadows with Arnold Schwarzenegger as Barnabas.
Oh my God, no! Please don't
I
do
am
that.
Barnabas.
He died in England anyway. And also too, I upgraded my internet, so gaming is back. I've been doing a lot of Sims 4, custom
Gaming is back on the
content
menu,
shopping.
boy.
Everything's behind a paywall.
Guess what's back? Back again.
Again,
Gaming's
gaming's
back.
back.
Tell a
It's
friend.
not, 'cause the gaming frogs who love it, who are in, come to me. I will game. I
Guess
won't lie
what's
to you.
back? Guess what's back? Guess what's back?
Do I lie to you guys? No, I don't.
All right. Well, just to plug it, we're doing our after party after this.
5-year anniversary, half a decade.
5-year anniversary.
Half a decade.
Oh, and then after the after party, I'm streaming overnight. So yay!
Wow, that sounds exhausting.
Sleeping overnight. Oh, so much.
Hey man, you
sleeping.
can't help that.
What
my
does she
Binance
sleep?
works.
I don't understand how she does it.
I don't know how she's gonna sleep between now and doing our show at 6 p.m. I guess in the afternoon. But
I guess you have to tune in to find out.
Yeah.
starting Kristina, I want to hear those final thoughts.
Listen, this is a cultural staple. Phenomenal James Cameron film. You cannot believe he wasn't even like 30 when he made some of these films. Like it's mind-boggling. He was like 29 when he made this movie.
Yeah, it was the second movie. It was the second full-length movie.
For
Yeah,
all the
crazy.
people who say
I'm
young
29.
directors can't direct films, excuse me, John Singleton, James Cameron, Orson Welles, come on now. This is classic James Cameron for me. People forget that before Titanic he did sci-fi stuff and like
And like a
thrillers.
lot of it, not even like a passing thing. Like it was, I mean, what is the Abyss is space exploration but underwater. To put it
exactly.
clearly.
I mean, he did the whole thing, and it's and of course, this is very one note Arnold, but like it works. Obviously, this is
They make
role
good
that
use
he's
of
known
him.
for.
He's not giving soliloquies,
Yeah.
By the way, after party still be on your Patreon. It'll be on Christina's Twitch. It'll be on the
Yeah, it'll be on my
YouTube-
Twitch too, so.
yeah, no, you just have to hang
It'll be
around
in the
for-
phone book. You have to look it up
just
and call
gotta
the
hang out
number.
and chat for like 10 minutes or so, and then we'll come back. We'll be back for more. See, that's what it
There it
meant.
is. There it is. Say the
That's what it
line.
meant, y'all. That's
Say
what.
the line.
I'll be back.
Say the line, Bart. I'll be back. Well, at least Kristina laughs at some of maybe not the Terminator, Arnold
I'm
impressions.
sorry, but when you're using Josh Robert Thompson's like accurate
Oh, yeah. He was so insulted. He kicked himself out of the show. I mean, the point isn't to do an accurate impersonation. The point is what you do with it. Somebody can have a horrifically bad impersonation, but if the material's good, it's great.
yo,
and I've
but
had people that like are great
Thompson,
impersonators.
It was actually him.
They got no material, and if you have no material, who cares?
when they were
I'm-
called,
I-
shows
I
that
don't-
they
Watch
had
that
Ray
then.
Arnold.
Jesus.
I done
Which is
goofed around
crazy.
too hard. I done goofed around too hard and knocked myself off.
At least you didn't end the stream.
I know. I kind of that's what happened at first. Like, oh, what happened? But I didn't like it just as you denigrated that.
I want to let's hear those final thoughts. Wait. Let's hit him with the.
Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, I forgot about this bit. Yeah, groundbreaking cross of horror and sci-fi. So internalized culturally, it's almost underrated. And I think the use of screens and miniatures is brilliant for a budget this small. It's a chilling sci-fi film and an elevated thriller. As mentioned, Harlan Ellison, Soldier of Tomorrow, owed a little money from this, but this is ground zero for dystopian sci-fi in the 80s. It takes the promise of Blade Runner and gives a unique and updated action style perspective. One of the most popular examples of a casual loop, Bootstrap Paradox, and that works here. And the sequel becomes, and then after that, quickly becomes an inscrutable mess. Iconic role for Schwarzenegger as well. For most people, it's most notable for being an amazing film that has a much more impressive and better sequel, which is what we're talking about next week. It's Terminator 2, Judgment Night.
I am kind of jealous that
Judgment Night. No, nothing. Nobody. Okay, thank you. Judgment Day is them. Okay.
Yeah, I get it. But I was gonna say I was kind of jealous that that Sean's seeing it at the actual
that
scene of the Metrograph.
Yeah, I did not see Terminator 2 in the theater. Which is crazy because it feels like absolutely one that I should have seen, but for whatever reason I didn't. I did see it like the second it came out on home video though, which was casual loop. That's true. That's what they call it.
My chat is very sassy right now.
All right. Wow.
Yeah. So, but yeah. Terminator 2, Judgment Day, not Judgment Night. That's a different movie.
And then we're doing double episodes because we're gonna do Backrooms
with Renee Bruin.
Yeah,
coming
and
back.
then,
It's been forever since it's been on.
Just running down the month, right? We're gonna do Terminator 2, Backrooms, and then we're doing the Odyssey, and then we're doing Titanic, baby. So we have a stacked month.
Yeah.
So join us.
Titanic, which again, anyone who's an alert listener of the show,
Conan's a big fan.
I've never seen it. Yeah, I've never seen it.
He's never had the experience owning the two VHSs where the VHS one. I believe you will get your headline after all, Mr. Esme, and then you put in
Frogman.
VHS
Let's
2
keep it casual.
and
All right,
slap Rose.
it's a causal loop. It's
Anyway,
casual.
we're gonna watch that in the Discord,
Good.
and I'm gonna be off camera crying at the end because I always cry at the end.
Thank you. Somebody knows freaking Judgment Night other than me. Judgment Night.
Listen, Titanic was the last movie we all watched with my dad when he was dying of cancer, so it's always there's more emotional attachment to the film. So
Well, I said I watched it as a bit for the show, and here we are.
and
So.
he loves me the most, right?
Anyone that watches Titanic right before they pass away, near my God to thee. I mean, I guess
That's literally what happened. That's actually what happened.
Yeah.
That
Well,
just appeared out of
Movie Night
nowhere.
Extravaganza, 5 years old. 5 years old podcast.
This podcast is in kindergarten now.
Yeah,
Still can't keep it to 2 hours. Still talk over each other all the time. Great.
YouTube.com/, Movie Night Extravaganza. Patreon.com/Movie Night Extra. Join our Patreon. Subscribe. Hit us up on all the socials.
That's
we
right.
have a Discord, and I usually put the Discord link in there. Haven't been doing it as much, but you can hang out in the Discord and talk to us, and we're usually in there at least a couple times a week. So
and some of us more than others, yeah. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. We believe it or not, we
don't say it
appreciate you.
enough. We don't say it.
I'm usually too busy arguing temporal theory with the chat, apparently. But it's a bit, people. Causal, casual. Come on, what are we doing?
It's a casual nudge,
Casual
nudge. We're looped into this. All right.
Keep it
Well,
cash.
we'll
be
see
back.
you over
Keep it
there.
cause.
Yeah, we'll be back.
Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time for the week.